Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
Did we do it right?
Did we do it right this time? Are we live? Do we have sound? Did we actually succeed? For the first time ever, up top.
Shout out, do hard things.
Shout out to our tech team behind the scenes who got this all set up and tested, and we did test it last time as well, for the record, and
we did.
But this time we went with a little different setup. We're good to go.
Boom.
We don't want to celebrate too much about doing basic things correctly that we promised to do, but here we are. We're live. Hello, everybody. I'm Josh Welgus. You know me as Gilly in the comments and in the updates and so on and so forth. Who are you?
Josh Carlson.
What do you do
I
here?
work here.
Yeah, great. Yeah. Welcome to Elder Scrolls Betrayal of the Second Era Q&A Part 2. We are, how many days? We're roughly 3 years into this campaign, I believe.
Something like that.
Yeah. We have 10 days left. 10 days left, which means we've been live now on the campaign for something like 14 days, right? Yeah. 2 weeks. We're at about the 2-week mark since launch. We are breathing down, or I guess $3 million is breathing down our necks.
Yep.
We're not breathing down three.
Tonight, tomorrow, it'll be close. It'll be this evening, I think, is possible, but we usually see a pickup in the morning.
Right.
So it could be tomorrow morning. But that's awesome that we can even speak in that with that assurance. So.
Yeah. We've, again, a lot of people have looked at this campaign and been like, well, of course you were going to do $3 million. Like, of course you're going to unlock all these stretch goals. Like, oh, you were just holding back things that you planned to include the whole time. Again, we cannot be... You can choose not to believe us, I suppose. But like, we can't be any more transparent with you that we did not know what to expect from this campaign at all. We knew we were coming out of the gates with a really expensive game. The Skyrim adventure game, which was on GameFound last year, which by all accounts that I've read is a really great game. Did not do super well in its campaign. And so obviously we were watching that because we expected that, like you expected from us, we kind of expected that they'd show up and they'd pull in about $3 million just by virtue of having the Elder Scrolls license. We watched that campaign and we're like, oh, yikes. Like we don't know what to expect. And so we have been just being totally frank, like this, we're really happy with where we're at on this campaign, and we just want to say thank you to all of you backers out there for your support and enthusiasm and your questions and your critiques and so on and so forth. So
the other thing that a lot of people if you're watching campaigns enough, you do probably see this a lot, but you'll have the massive day one. And that's anyone that follows the game is jumping in at that point and whatnot. But then I was very much expecting like a pretty steep fall off to, I don't know, what we have in previous campaigns. It's been 5,000-10,000 a day. And we've come in at a much higher clip throughout the campaign, which is awesome. That's what's kind of driving us this last 1 million. So
and then as we go into the final week, generally we see another uptick in enthusiasm. But if you haven't followed a lot of Chip Theory campaigns before, a few years back actually we switched to mostly doing 10-day campaigns. So this is a 24-day campaign or 23-day campaign, depends on I think how you count the like half days that are involved, and we had actually planned to end the campaign at noon CDT a week from Friday. We found out yesterday that it's actually set to end at 7:00 p.m. Due to some multiple admins being logged into the GameFound account at the same time and sometimes not getting saved correctly. So anyway, whatever. But generally speaking, we like to do 10-day campaigns. One, it avoids this kind of slower grind in the middle of the campaign where things slow down significantly, but we still need to be like ever present in the comments and all that kind of thing. But yeah, it also just takes a lot less out of us as people to do a 10-day campaign instead. So This is the longest campaign I think we've done since Too Many Bones Undertow, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, anyway, there you go. But we're on the brink of $3 million. Yes. And at $3 million, we unlock the Thieves trove. And you want to talk a little bit about the item cards and the Thieves trove in general?
Yeah, so I mean, it's really exciting. This is something that Logan was deep into development as we started this process of kind of working through what types of things could we roll out as expansions, what types of things could we roll out along with this campaign, how far do we want to take it and how much do we want to release within the base game box. What can we afford to release? How big can this box get? All of those questions. And this was one that had kind of been set aside as a possible really good thing to delve into later. But as the campaign grew, it just became more and more clear that this is something we might want to bring forward faster. And so it has a flavor of kind of a crafting bent to it, mainly because of how we're labeling the groups of items. But it's not crafting. It's not something that we want you to get mired in too much. Like when the main system is, we have a lot of battles going on, a lot of combat going on. So we wanted to focus on what those items were doing, but how you use them. We didn't want to just throw a huge amount of loot into the game that didn't maybe differ from each other enough. And so in this way, we have these sets of items that we're unlocking slowly, but also not so slowly. Like when we're looking at what we're unlocking, it's this first group is 20 items and relics total. And and they work in a very specific way, which we've detailed out in the update. So I won't go into all of that, but they don't work just like your other items. There's a unique way of using, and then sometimes even refreshing the use of these items, and that will happen. You'll see as we go through this next strip of goals, we're going to find that the next set works differently than the first, and then maybe we have a third set planned if we continue on this track. Maybe. So again, as you pull those, you're going to look at them a little bit differently. You're going to say, well, this type of item affects my, my class and what it can do. It actually extends that. And in this case, I can maybe consume this and then somehow cook it again at the end of the day to ready it for my next day or my next battle. So lots of different ways to use these things, and I think you're going to find it interesting as we explain them more.
Yeah, absolutely. So that will be free for every backer. Yes. Once we hit 3 million, and it could grow. It could grow significantly, and obviously then the MSRP of it after the campaign will grow right alongside the content of that expansion. So that's exciting. Let's jump into a few of the questions that you all have.
Sounds good.
There's a few other things that I want to make sure we cover before we hand it off. And again, there is so session 2 of the gameplay with Salem and Andrew Chesney is coming up right after this Q&A. I know a lot of people are anxious to see how session 2 plays. And then in the next couple days, we are going to be filming an end game scenario for you as well, so that you can see how the end game works, and we're excited to show you that, even though it's a little spoilery because the end game is kind of like the big epic culmination, but we recognize we recognize that you want to see how it works so that you can kind of see how the entire game. I think that's been a challenge of this campaign, is kind of explaining to everybody how the whole thing coalesces into a singular campaign and how much replayability is involved and that kind of thing.
So like even rewind from there, like our previous campaigns, for the most part, if it wasn't Bones, which is like everything out on the table, what you're getting and you can reference old games, but new titles and new IPs, we just it's ideas, it's loose mechanics. Most of the time when we're coming to a campaign, that's what we're presenting, and
we are often criticized for that fairly. But we also level our expectations about what we can do on any given campaign based on that. So like that's just It's just how we roll. You guys
Well,
know
and
that.
it is how Adam and I started. We started with early on in Kickstarter days, like 2 years after it came live, and it was just, hey, we have this idea. Let's throw it out to the world and see if they want to back it, and we'll make it or we'll develop it. And I think others maybe fast forwarded that into more of a pre-order mechanism or mechanic of ordering early, and we stayed in the idea stage,
Right.
realm.
Yeah.
We're getting pushed further and further, and this game pushed us further just surely because of approvals.
Yeah, the license.
So
yeah.
it looks fairly presentable, but there's still a lot that needs to be balanced and tweaked. And what we have on the table right now is even months old. And so as approvals come in and as we get feedback on, this battle form we're just not allowed to use.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's rewind a couple things. Let's go back and reshift this. So there is a lot of balancing, and it's hard for me to be like, oh yeah, they're asking a question on that. Yeah, that changed a long time ago. Like that. But that's sometimes the case. That's sometimes the reality. One of those things is like the classes, and that big change of not having that requirement and not having you achieve classes throughout your adventure, but literally picking them at the beginning and kind of sticking with that class throughout your sessions, because there was enough to do in the game to not have or be thinking about that element as well, and try to be planning out your classes that you'll upgrade to and meeting those objectives. So we pulled that out and it made it a lot smoother, but the cards still show those. And so
that's a good point. Yeah. Okay,
Right.
There's more. We have more to say
yes.
even on that, but I want to tackle a few of these questions. And I know this Q&A is probably going to be a little bit shorter than our launch day one, both because we successfully launched it without technical difficulties, and I know we don't have that launch day hype going on. But so first question: how many enemies are typically in the pull bags by the end of the game? Are the included bags big enough to hold all the chips when the bags are at their fullest? So the answer to that is we don't know yet, because we don't know how many enemies are in the game yet. Because
unlocking.
Excuse me, because you are still unlocking more.
Yeah.
Right now, the answer to that question is like all of them, like all of the baddies go into the 2 bags. We will make the bags larger if we need to, and if there's so many, especially once we unlock additional regions of the game and all that kind of thing. If we need to limit and we say hey, pull 50 or pull 25 or pull however many, we will address that as we get to that point. We just want there to be a huge variety of enemies in each bag, and so we will make them as big as we need to. And that means if they need to get bigger than the ones that we've already shown, we
just do that.
Yeah. Yep. Is there anything planned in the game to help you track enemy turns? I've struggled with this in other games, particularly when there are a lot of enemies on the field.
Yeah, so we have objective tokens, the acrylic tokens that we'll be using. Some of the maps use those, but they're also fairly nondescript and can be used. In most cases, you're not fighting as many enemies as you would typically in like a dungeon delver of some kind, where you have just masses or waves of enemies coming at you. It's anywhere from 1 to 5 enemies in most battles, and some of the bigger mats, the clash mat, can go beyond that. But if you still want, so it's not typically a problem to track. If you still want to track it, we just throw one of those tokens on top after an enemy is moved, and that's a good way of tracking.
Yep. Are there any plans for a map expansion in the future, either cosmetic or functional? This is funny. We've seen there's been lots of people who have been like, oh, can we upgrade the stretch goal to make the maps neoprene, or can we add a neoprene upgrade? No. No. There's just not.
The bottom of the box is going to literally fall.
Right. Yeah. The cost benefit for it, frankly, just like isn't enough. And it does cost a lot.
Yes.
I know there's been you can There have
Make
been
everything
accusations
neoprene.
out there that that neoprene is like super cheap and super easy to add. And I just want to say, so like, there is a difference in quality in neoprene. Like, we could add really thin neoprene to this game.
You could fray the edges.
And we could fray the edges for you to make it feel more in-world, right?
Not care about the die cut.
Not care about the die cut. Have things more off-center,
yes,
etc. But like die-cut neoprene at 3 mm, which is what pretty much every piece of neoprene that we've ever done has been, other than I think the rooms in Burn Cycle, so that they stick better. So like, yeah, it's expensive, and offering that as an upgrade, like, ultimately just doesn't really benefit the game in any meaningful way whatsoever. And that being the one that brokered a lot of those deals, like originally going to the manufacturers and being like, "Okay, we want to do this," and them saying no. Like, no, nope, you can't do that. It's not going to be consistent enough. You want these little tiny holes to line up in the centers of the, no. Are you okay with them moving by this kind of a variance? Then we can do it. And they will be frayed to an extent. And like, none of that worked for us. And so we worked really hard to, find the right manufacturer for it. But you pay for that. And we're definitely paying for that. So yeah, it's not a cheap piece to include in a game. I would go so far as to say that the way, this is going to sound pretentious. The way we handle neoprene, we would almost consider like a trade secret that's very special to our company. There's a million different companies out there that can do mats and neoprene. We have a very specific one that we have stuck with for years because of the level of quality that we get specifically from them. And that's not just the die cut, that's not just the edge stitching, that's not just the thickness. The printing color vibrancy on our particular neoprene manufacturer is also like a clear cut above any other manufacturer that we found. So anyway, sorry, really long in the weeds way to say, like, no plans to upgrade the maps at this point. Both either in the game or as art wise, yes. Sorry,
but like, componentry wise, we've kind of settled in on like something that can be printed and appear very high resolution. Very easily read. The other challenge, and this is again, we don't have to get too, but like one of the things we started with is a very, very colorful map, and what we found was that it was actually not performing as well on what its main function was, which was to be a map that you could easily read the points you're headed to, how far away those points were. Like, the functional piece of this map was being kind of overtaken by beautiful art that would, like, your eyes were distracted by it, and then you're like, well, I can't see from there what we're trying to do or where we're trying to go. So we brought it back, knowing that we were going to need to address this in the future, but we brought it back to something more simple. And we actually like the simple better. So it's not that we're trying to just go back to something full color. That's not necessarily its purpose, but we'll find a middle ground, and we're listening. So,
and again, that's also the map piece of the game has been probably the thing that we've been back and forth with Bethesda and ZeniMax about the most, just because of they're very like conscious of what we can show of any given region, and we're like, well, we want to explore the whole region. They're like, yeah, but we've only explored this much of that region, so it's weird that we haven't shown it in our video game, and then you guys are wanting to add like things in your board game. Anyway, that's none of that was really a part of this question at all, but there you go. There's a big long soapbox about maps in general. Oh, I forgot that I have control of scrolling this. So all right, I like people's idea of creating environment chips for the map to give more random variety in the game. Is this something CTG may develop for the game?
So map or like
I think they're talking about like
delves.
obstacle chips a la like Undertow and that kind of thing.
Okay. Well. Yeah, like on the main map there are objective tokens that actually create different or function in different ways based on the region that you're in, and will create kind of some tension points on the map. But if we're talking about the clash mat or the delves and having it change up, we are doing certain things that you may not be seeing just yet with double layering on the mat, using our delve tiles in different ways. So yeah, there are things we're considering there, and then also you have objective or quest chips that will function in different ways. Persons you have to free, that kind of thing. But yeah, we're trying to use those in a lot of different ways so that each map, even a clash mat that doesn't change, does actually change on you using those things, creating ravines that you have to fire arrows over or whatever.
Yeah. What do the symbols on the bottom of the class sheets mean? I believe those are relics of the time where you could switch classes and you needed to. So so I have one-handed combat here. I'll put it here, and I have the warrior class here, and you can see that these two symbols are the same. And so again, there were going to be requirements for switching classes so that you would essentially like achieve mastery of a single class, and that would allow you to upgrade and level it up. And that doesn't exist anymore. So
there was also a point, and again, some of this is trying to be just more helpful, and we're gauging how helpful it actually is. But like for destruction, it's showing that you're using magicka. So that was the main main purpose there, was this, that it's drawing from the magicka line or stat to use that skill line. So again, there's a lot of things to communicate here. It's like what battle form do you need to be in? It is a skill line, and what skill line it is. So that's destruction. So you have your red symbol for that, but then it's also using magicka in order to interact with and roll those dice. So there's a lot of different pieces that need to be communicated in different ways, and sometimes they can get in the way of other things when you're just looking at what do my dice do. So we're still kind of testing what and how it's helpful. But yeah, that was kind of where those things are, what those are doing.
These questions are shifting on me. Okay, as the top ones get deleted. There we go. Okay. Do towns have any mini games, mercenaries to hire, or any randomized elements besides shops? What makes one town different from another?
Yes, to all those things.
To all those things, yeah. The goal is, and you're only going to be seeing basic towns because again, we've been working primarily to get all of the mechanics of the game functioning and singing and approved by our license holders. So, but yes, the goal is to give every single town a unique flavor with potential NPCs you can talk to that you might even recognize from the video games, to little like bar games you might be able to play, that kind of thing. One of the things that's cool about do we have a gazetteer anywhere? I don't know if we have a gazetteer anywhere, and I don't know if we've shown this really on camera, and this could change. So like I want to be.
It will change.
Well, yeah, but I mean even the size of this might change.
Yeah.
But for example, and this is just so you're just going to see lorem ipsum here. But we probably can't even zoom out enough, so I should probably just hold it up like this actually. So this is like center. Okay.
There you go.
So, lay it flat. Okay, like this. Yeah. Beautiful. Okay, so this is, and again, a lot of this is like
early version.
So like you're going to see lorem ipsum here, and there's going to be town square NA, but we've got in Too Many Bones. There were a lot of like interesting little mini games we tried to put into encounter cards, right? And anybody who's played Bones knows that sometimes those cards, trying to fit all these little rules for all these little things on these cards is almost impossible sometimes. Like we've had to scale back things that we wanted to do in Bones, or we've had to like remove entire ideas at points simply because we couldn't fit it. With something like the Gazetteer here, we can do kind of whatever we want with any landmark, towns, or again, like important landmarks in any given region that we're allowed to use. Yeah, I know. But like we can kind of do whatever we want which is really, really cool because there's space to handle it here. We can add a whole bunch of lore about that location so that you feel more transported into this world. We can have this big, beautiful scenery, art pieces that Anthony has been working diligently on over the last couple months. We can do town square actions, that kind of thing. There's just a ton of room, and we want to give every location in the game a significant flavor that really makes it feel like it has a sense of place within the world. So, I don't know.
No, that's true. It's definitely something where we want you to not be distracted by like figuring out the right towns to go to. So we want them to be a little bit more like you happen upon this because it's in the general direction that you're going. At least I did not want you to be like having to peruse and study every single town before you take a step in that region, worried that you're not going to the right place. Right. That said, each town, I do want them to feel very different. And so you'll have these things that are happening in the towns at this time period that will either engage with you or allow you to engage with it. Sometimes you have a choice, sometimes you don't in the matter. And when you visit, there will be those types of things in the city details, but then you'll also have this town square that there will be, right now it's just very, very, minimal things, but there would likely be multiple things that you can choose, your group members can choose to interact with. And that could include like fast traveling or traveling, like jumping on a ship if you're on the coast or something like that to get around faster. That would take a group action. You'd all have to kind of do that together, obviously, and then there's other things that you could do individually. But again, those would not be the same in any town. Like a lot of those things are meant to give the town some flavor. And then there's those things that we would hope you can count on, such as shops and a certain amount of like training access, stuff like that.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, we don't want part of the game to be strategizing your route, really. It's more about giving every location a sense of interest and a sense of adventure and something unique and like exciting when you come across it, instead of like trying to min-max your travel planning.
Every single
because we don't want you to have to hire a travel agent to play this game. So there you go.
Right.
Okay. Are there any more surprises coming in the form of add-ons or expansions? No.
No more.
There is not. Just point blank. No, there's not. The Thieves Trove is kind of like that's what we're heading down the home stretch with. So now the size of the Thieves Trove in its final iteration that we are giving with every pledge, again, that will be determined by funding. And again, let me just be absolutely clear. I know if we added a whatever pack at this point of, upgraded anything. We know that if we added another little expansion or another region expansion, we could certainly juice the funding numbers, and but there are limits to what we can do financially on this campaign. There are also limits to what we can get done by the promised delivery date, and that is even more important on this campaign than it's ever been on a previous campaign because of the amount of languages that are being offered. So we have to get the English done as soon as we can, so that we can hand that off to our translation partners and they can subsequently get their translations done, so that we can get this out the door by end of next year. There's
also just the aspect of what is good for the game, right? Some might make the assumption that just more of anything is just better, and that's there comes a point when that's not true.
Right.
So we've looked really hard at what that could be, what we're willing for it to be, but surprises, again, the price point we're well aware of, and I don't want to create add-ons for the sake of creating add-ons for those numbers. It's the things that are making sense. The regions are extremely exciting. As far as the amount of content, we still have more unlocks for Valenwood. I did post a couple more stretch goals just before live.
Oh yeah, we didn't even mention that.
So that's a thing. Again, these are stretch goals that are they're spaced further out, kind of on purpose, not for, obviously right now I would love to have a whole bunch of, a lot more little goals to kind of help along through the middle of this campaign. We've blown through all of that. We're into, final stretch goals, at least up to 3.5 like 1.5. But there were some big things that we had set aside, and I'm kind of revealing those now, at least up to a level, I think 3.5 is what we're showing. There are a few beyond that too. These were things we weren't sure if they were going to show up in expansions or if we're going to do other things in expansions, and like there's been a lot of good suggestions in the comments, so we're taking those into account. There's some cool things with, you know, I don't know. There's a lot we can do. I want to say stuff, but I can't.
And so this is always a trick too, because like the worst feeling is showing something really, really cool at a certain benchmark. And again, for us at this point, these are stretches. Like these are things that like are not made yet.
Look at those goals and you'll see a blank class sheet that has a title of the thing we're gonna make. But...
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Anyway, but yeah.
But nothing feels worse than like showing something and people getting really, really excited about it, and then like coming up, you know, whatever, $75,000 short of it, and then like, you know, and then we don't necessarily feel great about like throwing it in just as like when it doesn't even get close. So we just have to be careful. We have a ton, you know, people keep asking us, do you plan to add this in the future, to do this in the future? Like we have a lot of great ideas. we want this to be
a lot of bad ones too.
Yeah, exactly. But... Yeah, we want this to be a home run franchise moving forward, and we do want to release more expansions for it in the future. Absolutely. Like yes. But we just have to be careful about what we can do this first go around. So you know that there's been a lot of questions about vampires and werewolves, and like
that's what I was gonna say. I held back.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying we want to do that at some point. We want to do that at some point, but we have to be just there's you know there's limitations in what we can do, and we have to be careful about what we dangle out there as a carrot and then need to take away from you. So anyway, okay, how many different dice does each class have?
So classes don't have dice. You'd probably be in skill lines. I would assume. Yes. The skill lines, for the most part, I think they're locked in and don't vary. They're again, this is one of those questions that has different answers depending on when you ask it. So like, and it's in flux. It again in a half an hour. It will be more than 10. But they have had 8 different dice for that class. They have had 10. Some of the classes where they're like the damage classes, or the ones that are clearly, you know, able to dispense of enemies versus like crowd control abilities. We were contemplating having more, just imagining that more people would be going into those, but we've pulled back from that, I think, now at this point. So it is a number that is in flux, but 8 to 10 is kind of where it's been.
Yeah.
So.
Did I skip one? No, I did not. Okay. How can you? I can read. I'm tired. It's been a long couple weeks. I apologize. Can you give us some more details regarding the deluxe playmat and art book that will help us make our decision on whether or not to go all in? Lots of people on the playmats. So the art book is going to be a really, really cool jam-packed art book with pretty much all the art from this entire game. And this game has more art in it than any game we have ever done, and I think by a relatively significant margin. Especially when you factor in the fact that the enemies in this game are all dual-sided.
Right.
So, you know, there's something like 60-something enemy chips at this point. Every single one has 2 different enemies on it. Right. So so the art book, and again, we can't commit to anything lore wise because Bethesda has a contract with another company that handles their specific lore books. ZeniMax, sorry. So we are not sure what we can do beyond art. So all we're promising right now is it's going to be a really great art book with all these illustrations that, you know, normally you only see on a tiny little chip. You're going to see big, full color, full resolution versions of them. Yep. The playmat, we always hesitate. We get this question with every campaign. Because the game is still in development, We don't want to show anything too detailed on the playmat because it is subject to change.
Right.
That said,
I masterfully folded the mat over and obscured it as much as I could. Because, like, what can you show? I'd love to show the whole thing, but then that becomes ingrained in people's minds. And it's like, oh, well, this is going to be here and this is going to be here. And it's like,
and then you adjust, you adjust the art a little bit and you offend somebody who is like, I really liked the original art that you hastily photoshopped on there.
Like, we have to deal in broad strokes at this point, and that's just the thing about a campaign. And that's, yes, one side is going to have outlines and help you know where things are going on the board. The other side is going to be more art and free form
that you could use theoretically for any fantasy game, or any game that happens in the.
And I get that might not be like that might not be enough to pull the trigger on it. Like that's just a reality we have to deal with.
I will say again, we talked about neoprene earlier in the stream. They are thick 3mm neoprene mats with beautiful edge stitching. Every time we sell them, we are always amazed at how many people are really, really excited about them and use them for every game in their collection. So they are really, really nice mats. It's hard to show many specifics, but I don't know. We can talk about whether it's possible to even put together like a small example just to. Lots of people are asking about it. We're not asking you to make a final decision on it. We want to show more eventually is kind of what I'm trying to say. So like we understand we're asking you to make a decision on something that is not yet fully formed. It's the nature of running campaigns. Yeah. Can you tell us anything about the potential future crafting expansion? Well, so the Thieves Trove. So okay, this is a tricky thing. Crafting in board games, if the entire game is not kind of built around the concept of crafting, is a hard thing to shoehorn in. Without a massive amount of like additional rules overhead and componentry and that kind of thing. So,
and just downtime in the game.
Yes, correct. That too. Yeah. And, there's so many decisions to make in this game at every stage that it just, the last several months, I'll say it this way. The last several months, we've been spending a lot of time stripping things out of the game, not because they weren't cool, not because they didn't work in a vacuum. Lots of things worked really, really well in a vacuum. It's like, oh, we got this cool system. We'll put that system here, and we'll put this system here, and then we'll put crafting up here. And it just like it starts to be too much, and especially when we're working with a license, and we're probably going to have a lot of Elder Scrolls fans coming to this that maybe haven't played a board game quite this immense before. We really we want to streamline wherever we can. So crafting for now, I'm not going to say we're never going to do crafting in the future or anything like that, but crafting for now is kind of the Thieves Trove expansion, and then
well, and it could manifest itself potentially in class cards. Like we might take it that direction, having a class that represents crafting type, but like again, how does that relate meaningfully to battle is the question. It will likely relate to your item sets or items that you are collecting, items and relics. But again, that's just a very loose possibility that we could take what remains. Again, that merged with a bunch of these items that we're unlocking was the extent of what we were comfortable with. And was the closest thing to a crafting expansion that we were good with. Again, like when we first came out with this stuff, you have too much in the game when you're like, okay, crafting, let's get up over at this table. We've got crafting set up. So yeah, it's just
you have to build a literal crafting station in your game room in order to craft in this game. Very realistic, very immersive.
But I would just say there are other priority possibilities for expansions that I think are going to be way more interesting and in line with what you're doing in the game, than taking crafting much beyond what we've just spoken about.
Yeah, part of making a great game, board game is leaning into what that game is good at. So, we used we talked about like the Skyrim adventure game earlier. The Skyrim adventure game leans heavily into the adventure like going places and exploring part of what makes Elder Scrolls games really cool.
Yep.
We are leaning into combat and character customization, and that's not to say there's not a ton of other things in the game. There is, but that is what this is best at. That's what these systems do best.
Yep.
That's what this set of componentry does best. And so everything that we are adding to the game, we are filtering kind of through a combat first lens, because that's where the interest really lies.
Even like the exploration aspect manifests itself most in delves, where there is exploration, but it's in the midst of battle.
Right.
So
yeah. Which gives me a chance to also just address one other, and we've talked about this in updates already, because one of the critiques, of watching the playthroughs so far has been that the enemies seem too easy to dispatch. They don't act enough. I want to talk about that so that you can see my face and hear the nuance. We are absolutely going to make sure that the enemies are threatening and mean and nasty, and a mud crab may kill you at some point. We're committed to that. So I worked on the first pass of enemies in the game, and I gave them a ton of armor. A ton of armor. They were averaging about 2.5 points of armor per enemy. Now, I am also the person behind the initial Cloudspire solo scenario, Ignition, just so that you have a idea of where
Some are laughing about that right now.
I know. That's an inside if you played Cloudspire. It's just it's the first scenario in the game, and it's notoriously difficult right out of the gate. Which, again, my mindset there was like, well, you only get 4 scenarios with the Brahmin. So every single one better yeah, exactly.
Right
that gives you an idea of where my development sensibilities lie. We have stripped that back significantly because in the early going, especially, we were finding that it's really hard to get through 2 points of armor reliably in the early game. And so that layer, we nerfed armor massively for this demo kit because it was just too much. And we've said we've said this in updates as well, but we're gonna be balancing that. A huge part of what's going on is there's a lot of things we need to balance here across skill lines, across enemies, across everything. Because the other thing that we're finding is it's just more fun to have skill lines that do really fun, explosive, exciting things. And so skill lines have also, been experiencing maybe a little bit of power creep. And so we've got to fold all that together. I didn't want to sit here and say combat is what this game does best, and have everybody sitting at home being like, well, the combat looks too easy.
We're looking at a lot more skills for enemies that kind of cause you pause when you're engaging with them, not because that you can't just blow through that enemy, but there's some barriers in the way. Some enemies you have to be adjacent to before you could do that. Some enemies might just straight up resist that first attack. So there's things like that we're looking at, rather than boost that armor, or because these enemies have to do 2 things. There's 2 different modes, 3, but 2 and then a hybrid between the 2. And one, we can focus on 20s just being straight up nasty. And you're going to face those in clashes. But when you're in a delve, which is I think what people are probably the most critical of, is when you reveal that delve tile and a couple lobies come out and you just decimate them, that's well, that wasn't tough. Well, the delve isn't necessarily about creating massively hard opposition in every tile turn. It is about getting through a delve before fatigue overwhelms you and you run out of time. But there are still those times where you're going to flip over a tile and it's going to throw down some 20s, and you have to turn around or assess really hard whether you want to continue.
Right.
But again, delves are doing a little bit different thing. We're trying to give you the lower tier enemies a little bit more often, because we know that's not your only objective. Whereas on the Clash mat, that is your only objective: eliminate everything. So they're doing different things. And I just want that to be known as well.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah. We're trying to, we've talked about this, even the question of why 3 different types of battles, why, and really what we're trying to do is we're trying to lean into the feeling of all three of these types of encounters that you would come across in the video games. You know what I mean? You do come across just like enemies out there on the field, and you just got to take care of them. You just got to whip them into shape. In delves, you are often trying to just get through the delve, and you do often run from high level enemies in delves because you're just trying to kind of get to where your objective is and get what you need to and get out. And so often you run into a dungeon where you're vastly under leveled for what's happening in there, and it is more a game of escape than it is a game of hardcore tactical combat. And then this all culminates in these dungeons that have a fixed difficulty level attached to them, where we have a rough idea of what kind of experience we're expecting you to have, and we are designing specifically to that. And so again, that almost becomes more of a I know how the end game scenario that they're going to show works to a degree, and it's almost like a Cloudspire scenario in terms of it's the amount of intricacy that's happening and the amount of various things that you have to try and keep in mind with your character, because there's so much going on. So we're trying to, and that simulates those epic boss battles that you encounter in adventure games, where it's oh my gosh, this is overwhelming and this is really hard, and I better be prepared when I go into any of these. One
thing I think we've managed to do quite well that I've been very pleased with, that we were able to get there, with Delve specifically, is just the feeling when I play ESO. Actually, one of my favorite places to be is in a dungeon that I shouldn't be in, because it's just stronger than I am.
Right.
And trying to figure out the pathings of the enemies so that you can slip by and that you can get that thing, or you can get the Sky Shard, or whatever it is, you can get there, but you're not supposed to be there yet, or you're supposed to be there with friends and you're not. And so it has a feel of that. There is a lot of discussion when you're in this of we could just blow by these. We're going to set a massive, train here coming, but how do we do this and get out? And that's kind of fun. It's not.
I think actually Alex Radcliffe and Meg, Professor Meg, when they were here demoing the game, I believe Meg was we're just going to sprint. That's just our whole thing. We're just going to sprint. And I think they actually made it to the end of a delve in session 1, which is very rare.
Very hard.
It's very rare. And so, again, we're trying to open up more strategies. And again, movement is an important part of the game as well. It's not just about sitting next to somebody and
very different than Bones
hitting
way.
back and forth. Okay. All right. So I'm going to try and blow through a couple of these without extensive answers.
I will not talk then.
No, it's fine. Will there be companions, pet summons aside from just items? Will they have their own chips to control and use tactically in combat? I don't think we have anything specifically planned right now, but that's certainly something that I think could be easily added as we get further into development or in a future expansion or that kind of thing. That's accurate.
Yeah. Again, we've talked about conjuration and a couple of the other possible things that would have you summoning something. That is a thing.
Yep. Are there item slot restrictions, or can a character wear, for example, 4 different helmets at once? Right now, beyond just the 4 slots restriction, we don't have any specific types of things. Some items do require you to be in a specific combat form, though, so that would be kind of, I guess that would be similar to what you're kind of asking is can I use this item in every scenario? We may look at things like that, any particular piece of gear may end up with an icon on it, so you can't wear 4 sets of armor or that kind of thing. I don't know. Again, it's one of those things where it's yes, I understand what the question is getting at. That's dumb. You would never wear 4 helmets in a game. Again, there's some of those there's some of that suspension of disbelief that is required to just make mechanics smooth and not add 100 different rules exceptions to things. But we'll obviously be looking at all that kind of stuff. One of the things that the Thieves trove especially may just force us to do is get more specific about how all types of items work. Every item may end up with a type icon on it. And
we have keywords below the items already, and that's weapon, sword, legendary. So that kind of a thing will easily be rulable, if we need it to be. And say only 1 X equipped at a time.
Right. Are there any types, any enemy types that can move further than 2 hexes?
Yes, any enemy with rush can move further than 2. So there may also be other skills that would trigger further movement, but that's the main way, is that if they aren't adjacent to an opposition after their move, they'll move again. So that's kind of how we're handling that. Again, this is one of those things, like, how do you streamline? It's really nice to be able to know how enemies, like the distance enemies move, and so like handling it within a skill makes a lot of sense for this, and has been. It's like, okay, well, that one, that one's we can't forget that that's gonna move twice,
right?
And yeah, people have liked that a lot.
What might you have to show for this game at Gen Con this year? It will likely be this demo kit with a lot of updates to it, is probably what, like, you know, a much more filled in, robust gazetteer for Black Marsh, updated classes that, you know, that are more reflective of where the game's at now, updated and balanced skill lines, updated and balanced baddies, all that kind of thing. Enemies, sorry, they're not baddies in this game. Yeah, so, but it will likely be primarily this demo kit, but we'll be showing it to the public instead of having private demos for content creators, which is what we've been doing for the last couple months instead. But yeah, this demo kit has already seen a lot of, and I think even, I think Salem's going to mention this when they go into session 2. I think a couple enemies have already been buffed in what they're going to be drawing from in session 2, potentially. A couple other things have changed. It's funny to say this is outdated when we just started showing it, but like that's how fast the game changes when you're in active development. Is it's, you know, things are changing daily, and so we're 2 months past the date that I think we got this demo kit sent to us from our manufacturer. So there's a lot of things already, and you got to decide how much of that do you show on camera when it's not on the components, and you know. We're talking through all that kind of stuff. So,
what's the significance of the enemy type symbols on the chips? For example, some of them have horns. So this is on the left side of the chip, and it's designating like whether it's a beast or a Daedric or like humanoid. And that's just another thing, kind of like the reference or the words under the item titles. It's another way for us to offer side quests that point you to a very specific type of enemy, questing, all of that kind of stuff.
Items that affect.
So that's kind of the main purpose of that. There may even be enemy skills that relate to that typing as well.
Yeah. Any chance of alloy dice being added as a possible stretch goal? You do not, I promise. If you don't want to pay for a $195 board game, you certainly do not want to pay for a $1,000 set of dice for this game. No. There was a question I answered in the comments actually earlier this morning too, asking about like the heat transfer printed dice versus etched dice. We would need to probably like double or triple the amount of backers to even start looking at the etched dice solution for a game of this scope with this many dice, because every single custom die would need its own mold, and those cost a lot of money. Also, our iconography right now anyway does not easily really work with an etched dice solution. So
probably for me the answer is more that second one, is just straight up the fact that when we're trying to put multiple numbers on that die and an icon that means something, potentially even another icon, like these have 2 or 3 or 4 pieces of information on them that need to be conveyed. It's just not possible with the etched. You know, you lose so much that ability to have fine detail in etched. One other note is heat transfer is when done correctly, is like one of the most resilient and like strong ways to. This is not a dot matrix process where you actually print on the die. That is a lot lower res. These are all film-based pieces that have their graphics prepared on this clear acetate, and then those the dice come in. Those are hovered above the dice, and then heat is what transfers them to being the heat transfer. But like it's a really good way to get high resolution and something that stays good for a long time.
Yep.
So
yep. Will there be skill lines which are not focused on combat? If yes, how do they work?
You want to answer that?
No.
So, go up again.
Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Skill lines not focused on combat. We have a few. I mean, there's definitely some that we'll be talking more about as we get them approved and developed. But yes, there are classes as well. There's a lot of things that are you can spend. There's a fair amount of classes that have abilities that you can spend your tenacity on in town or whatnot. But yeah, I would say they're minimally there. It's not like we have huge lines that can do a lot of stuff outside of combat, but there are a few.
Yeah. And again, we're leaning into what the game is best at.
Yep.
With that, that's really what it boils down to. But as we develop all the towns and all the town actions in a more robust way, I love the word robust.
Use it 3 more times in the next.
I will attempt to.
Yeah.
We'll be seeing what else we can add in terms of like interesting things you can do with skill lines in towns and that kind of thing. For those in Brazil and other regions that are being fulfilled by your language partners, will ordering the products in your catalog be possible and also fulfilled by them? Ordering them in English, I believe. This is not etched in stone, but what I've heard from our logistics folks is that yes, that should be possible in most regions. As long as you're comfortable ordering the English edition, we should be able to get those products to our partners that are fulfilling in those areas that can also then disperse them to I know we have not sold games in Brazil for many years due to just the cost of importing and not having an effective partner on the ground there.
And the unknowns of being able to
get it I think that will be possible. Again, don't quote me on that, but I believe so. We'll make sure that that's really clear before we open the pledge manager and kind of open the floodgates on all that kind of stuff. Any thoughts at all at some form of competitive play in a future expansion? Not talking PvP specifically, but like individual goals, that kind of thing, semi-co-op situation. We're very competitive people, believe it or not. We primarily make cooperative games. We love the idea of all that stuff. I wouldn't say we have any plans for it necessarily. We do love those ideas. It's really hard to balance with a game that's this custom and has this many options. Like it's really hard to balance. And
I don't know if it's something like, again, the focus on what it does best is probably there in this answer. But like with Bones, I was so sure that like competitive play gear locks where you could fight in an arena of some sort was going to be a thing that people really liked or wanted. When we floated it with a couple of those encounters, we have an encounter or two. It wasn't as like jumped on as I thought it would be. And like we can always revisit things, but like it's a good question. I'm just not sure how much it would be sought after, even if we came up with an idea. So
when will external playtesting start? Soon. That's the best answer I can give you. We delayed it a little bit just because there were a few things, again, maps and things of that nature that were in flux with Bethesda and ZeniMax that we wanted to make sure we had like locked down, and then we ran headlong into the campaign. And so we just like managing playtesting takes a lot, especially on a game of this scope. And so until we kind of get through this campaign, then we will sit down and we'll take a look at when we can begin that. We want to begin it as soon as possible though, because there's lots and lots of things to balance and get feedback on and that kind of thing. So what are your plans with the loot system, mostly in regards to its run and loot mechanics? I think what this question is getting at. So there's been lots of talk in the comments about people not liking that you just like hop onto a treasure chest and lockpick in the middle of battle and it doesn't cost you anything. We're still playing with all of that. So that's plans are to make it fun. The plans are to make it fun, feel thematic, but also give you lots of action or lots of options and that sort of thing. The entire action economy of the game, actually, between moving and attacking and rolling and how and all that stuff interacts, we're still looking at that, and that may still change a little bit in terms of how much fatigue does X cost you and how many things can you do on a single turn. We want to give you lots of options. We also want to streamline it. We also want to make everything feel consequential. We also don't want you to wait 10 minutes between turns. All of that is really going to come out in playtesting as we see exactly where the balance and all of those things lies. So
I will say that in watching a lot of the plays that we've done in-house here, it's a go-to strategy that people have really liked, is the fact that you can, if you're not necessarily equipped for the battle the way you want to be, or to take down an enemy, to have that other possibility of, I could run past that enemy and loot that chest with the possibility of getting something that could help us win this, has actually brought out some really cool endings to those battles, like instrumental draws, stuff like that, or just creative thinking in that regard. And the fact that it does take fatigue to do it, like you are committing to this instead of that, and so it has a real feel to it that's consequential. And like I remember the first 2 playtests with Michael that I was doing, I was like, this loot, we should just grab that. Like, we've got time, the rounds, it's not gonna, and then it undid us. Like, it was our undoing. We lost the battle because I was over here, tinkering with the lock when he was getting, decimated, and I died from fatigue. So it's like, it's just it adds a really fun element that isn't so. I don't think that it actually lines up very well with how I feel when I'm trying to loot items, even in ESO. I would say, and then you get interrupted by an enemy, and like it's So yeah, it's there. I really like how it's playing right now.
All right, so you start gaining over fatigue after 6 rounds of combat, making that kind of a soft cap to combat length. How did you arrive at that number of turns? How much real-world time is that usually? Do you think the timer, 6 rounds till fatigue, is necessary for Delves? And is the timer still a thing in dungeons?
I've got answers.
Like I said, we're gonna fly through all these questions really fast. Here's
6 rounds 12. Is roughly 6 hours. No, I don't have an answer for that first question. It is definitely a parcel of time. And yes, it's very important for delves, especially because the delve is doing something different than a clash. Usually with clashes, you're not really worried about that timer, but a delve you are. We wanted that in there to make that feel different. Dungeons also will have it, but there are key points within a dungeon where that timer resets. Also, there are classes that can reduce that timer. So there are things or abilities. I should say there's definitely not necessarily a specific class, but there are abilities within classes that will affect that round.
And similarly deal with over fatigue.
Right. Basically that.
Yeah.
Basically that. Yeah. Dealing with over fatigue.
6 rounds, I mean, part of it is it's a D6 that's tracking it, so like that was convenient, but also it's a feel thing. Like so much of developing games is like a feel thing. It's like, oh, we try it, that doesn't quite feel right.
Right.
And you make one little change and it's like, and 6 rounds, I mean, so that's been around since like the fatigue rounds has been around since the days of Hoplo.
Yep.
But in Bones, it's like it's just kind of a thing. Like after about 6 rounds, it's like, okay, we gotta we gotta speed this up. Like otherwise, it becomes again just like too much of a endless tactical situation. All right. In what ways do classes feel different from each other? That's like
can't answer that.
It's really long. Yeah. I mean, it's everything from being able to deal with fatigue to attack to giving to buffing your allies. I mean, the goal is to really make them as consequential or more consequential in a lot of cases than even a skill line. And everything you do with your class is reliable, generally speaking.
Right. You have an innate that you can count on. You know what that's about. Right. You don't have to roll a die to cue it up.
Right.
So reliable is a good.
Yeah. But there's the classes interact with every single mechanic in the entire game in a variety of ways, and it's gonna be better just to like show the various classes as they come to fruition in development than to try and answer that in a quick statement. Yeah.
Yep.
Seeing the unlocked numbers around the shop, can you steal from the shop?
You can in certain towns, maybe not all of them.
Yeah.
But
What table size do you think this game will require for a party for a large one? So this game is just full stop. This game is a little bit of a table hog. We're attempting to make the playmat that so the dimensions on that playmat. If your table can accommodate that, you should be able to accommodate the game. But again, especially with the amount of cards, and actually, interesting. I have an announcement. Even with the amount of cards, so like each player area needs to be relatively large just to accommodate that. Because as you unlock more skills, if you want to be able to look at them, you need more space. Been a lot of talk about enemy skill sheets and how people want more of them. I am announcing right now, we're going to do this in the update whenever the Thieves Trove unlocks. But we are going to include an extra one in every game. So there will be 2 of these enemy skill sheets in every game. We are not doing 4 simply because, number one, only the player whose turn it is really needs to be deeply reading what's on the map in terms of the enemy skill sheets. But also, again, there's so many reference cards on the table already that especially if we need to give you a turn order reference card, which may need to come to fruition at some point when we get a little bit further, having a bunch of these also floating around the table, there starts to be a point where there's nowhere to put it, and so just from an economy of space. But there will be 2 of these, 2 enemy skill sheets in every game. We're announcing that in the next update, either today or tomorrow. You complained. And we are listening to that complaint because we think it's a totally valid complaint.
Yep.
So there you go. Yep. Okay, could you talk a bit about the encounter and enemy variety and what makes enemies different from each other, given that many of the stretch goals are enemies and encounters? That's a really long discussion. So here's what I would say. One of the biggest criticisms of Too Many Bones, our most popular game, is that the battle mat is too small and doesn't allow enough movement. We have designed now something like 350 or 400 encounters, most of them with multiple choices on them.
Right.
And I don't want to say that every single one is entirely unique, but we have prided ourselves on making every single one do something different and twist the mechanics of the game in a unique way. In this game, we have a lot more variables to play with. We have a lot larger mat to play with. And we have a much wider variety of enemies in the base game anyway to play with. And, the easiest way to explain, I mean, a lot of times it's simple stuff. Like in this battle, you're starting in the over fatigue round. That's probably unbalanced in this game, so we're not putting that in this game. That's not an unadvertised encounter that I'm talking about. But that's an example. That's you twist that one little thing, and suddenly the entire flavor of that battle changes entirely, and it's much more scary. So the theme of that would be we've been traveling for an extra day and we ate some food and we're all food poisoned and now we're all dying. That's an example. The enemy variety really comes down to the skills that they have. And again, we've got a 2-sided sheet here that has a variety of things, everything from maybe not being able to be damaged by your class, or needing to be damaged while you're adjacent to it, or only everybody's favorite skill, which I believe is called, what's it called in this one? What's the Hardy equivalent in this game? I can't remember. I should find it. It's escaping me. Robust, I believe. I can't find it. It's on here. Only being able to take 1 point of damage per turn. That kind of thing, or needing to be attacked with proficiency dice instead of skill dice, or only being able to be damaged by skill dice. Or there's a million different things that we do with enemies and their skills that make them, you really need to take a completely different strategic approach to them. And then you combine that, you layer that on top of whatever the encounter or the clash is doing that is also unique, and it creates all these really, really interesting tactical scenarios where you can never approach the same clash. Or that you can never approach. Well, that's true as well. You can never approach any clash the same way. You always need to take a little bit different approach based on what's happening in it. And because of the random enemy draw, oftentimes even the same clash will have an entirely different flavor based on the enemies that get pulled out of that bag. And we had been play testing this demo quite a bit prior to going and demoing the game for others. But it was really fun watching other players draw that same clash, but getting a completely different enemy pull and having to watch them completely change the strategy that we used when we were playtesting it. So yeah.
Yep.
Anyway,
the stadium seating for Victorum is fantastic for the ease of saving the game. Can we hope that Elder Scrolls will have an insert that makes just as easy to save this game? Yeah, I mean, we have our game save trays. They're again, because of table space, we're not trying to do anything with them on the table while you're playing. That was a very intentional thing that we did with Victorum, to make you feel like you were, you know, the stadium seating was facing you and you were in the midst of it. But this has its own feel for that. So yeah, I mean, you lift up your mat with all the dice. The dice stay in there. The pegs stay in there. You put it in your clear tray that has a bottom and then a snappable top, but you lay in your cards on top of that, and your character is saved. You snap a top on, and then it stacks in a set of 4.
Mm-hmm.
They're all separate tops now, so they all kind of stay. They don't have to nest. So yeah, I mean, it's a pretty convenient way to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And we're still prototyping, you know, the perfect mold for that. But yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is like a job interview question. This is really interesting. Okay, in your opinion, what is the weakest point of this game right now?
I like it.
That you are excited to refine. Well, potential backer, I find that this game is perhaps a little too passionate.
Ooh,
and sometimes because of that, it gets a little unfocused. Right. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, this goes to, I feel like I've repeated this a lot, both in our Discord and in the comments and even here on camera. I think what we have been feeling for the last several months, honestly, after working on this for as long as we did and adding as many things in here, for me, it's really just been like it's streamlining.
Yep.
Really. And I think we're to a really, really good point already on it, but that's really been that, like, there's so many cool things in the Elder Scrolls. Mm-hmm. So many cool things, because you can do anything, right? You can be anything, you can, or anybody, or whatever you want to say. So really getting it to the point where it's a smooth system.
Yep.
And you know, we've been learning that as game developers too over the past several years. You know, some would argue not well enough, but like getting things more streamlined, more smooth, that kind of thing. I don't know that there's any. I mean, everything needs more meat on the bones right now. Simply because we've worked really, really hard to get the structure of the game up and running. So I'm just, in terms of what I'm excited to refine, more than refine, I'm excited to just get more meat on every aspect of the game and watch all these systems start to like really expand in interesting ways now that structure is, you know, pretty firmly in place for the most part.
Yep, I would say very, very similar. I would say the speed of play, improving on that. I think that's a weak point right now, is just it's finding that really that right line of where a battle feels intense and is fun and then it ends, versus it goes on 2 rounds too long, it becomes arduous because of X, Y, or Z. So like we're trying to dial that in, which speaks to refinement. And so same answer.
Yep. Any plans to bring your games to the digital world? We have had conversations. Nothing in the works right now. We have had conversations. We would love to. You know, our games are obviously heavily inspired by the digital games that we've played for years. So nothing in the works right now. But we have had conversations with a few companies. This is a weird analogy to draw, but it's sort of similar to the conversations we have about like CTG apparel, where when we have a standard that we put out on the tabletop in terms of components and quality and all that kind of thing, if we ever sell apparel, that clothing also, like, it's like
better be the best
it better be really, really nice
wear.
Clothing, where it's like it betrays the brand, right?
Yeah.
So in a similar way, we would only ever work with a digital partner that we felt was putting out really, really, really top-notch work. One of the challenges for us is just that, like, we don't sell as many copies of games as, you know, some of the larger, more mainstream companies that are making, you know, $50 games that like everyone is going out and buying.
Yeah.
And so the appeal of putting in a ton of effort to create a digital version of some of our stuff, not every company is super excited about that, because we're not mainstream, at least not yet. So anyway, that's one of the things.
Yep.
If I am getting the all-in bundle, is there anything I am not getting? You are not getting charged for shipping.
Nice. I was trying to think of a snappy comeback. I couldn't do it.
No, you are getting everything. You're getting everything, including the blacksmith pack. So I will say, this will also be in an update when we unlock the Thieves Trove. We can't add the blacksmith pack to your all-in package automatically, and we will not be able to add the Thieves Trove to everybody's pledge automatically until after the campaign. You do not need to take any action if you're not seeing that in your pledge right now, just like everybody will not need to take any action to see the Thieves Trove or to receive the Thieves Trove. You won't see it, though, until you get to the pledge manager level, because we're going to add it on the back end afterwards, because it's something that we created mid-campaign and added to a bundle mid-campaign.
Just the way Game Fun works.
Yep. How will you manage true solo play with classes that have abilities that affect teammates? We will make sure every ability can work solo. That's just, again, we haven't had time to do that level of refinement on every single aspect of every single skill line and every single class.
Each class will be viable in solo play.
Yes. Yep.
Even if not every ability is.
Yep. Have you considered adding another row of skill lines to the characters? Currently, a single character can max out only 2 skills on the player mat, or get 4 or 5 half-leveled skills. That is kind of we've considered just about everything at this point, but we're not planning on that. Again, the goal is to have basically a maxed out character going into the final dungeon, or going into the final encounter. That is intentional, and that is to hopefully encourage you to try something different on your next play.
Correct.
And to really focus on refining your character into a well-oiled Imperial or Argonian machine.
Yeah, I mean, I think back to my Diablo 1 and 2 days of just being able to level up Bone Spear, and it was a low level skill, but being able to just lean into that and have that be a fairly viable build, at least almost up to the end. That kind of an idea of, you might, to fill out a line, you might end up finding that a really good build that's working for you is a bunch of level 1s from that skill line, not getting up to the level 4. So, we want there to be not just try a different skill line, but try different combinations of dice within a skill line, and all of that to make that possible, and not give you the ability to have all of that in every game. It required us to kind of keep that limiter on the amount of slots.
Right.
So that creates a lot of interesting choices. Yes, they're restricting, but that's what makes them interesting, is you have to pick and choose.
We are intentionally trying to force you into making some hard decisions about how you build your character. And again, what we generally find is that then when you're done with that play, or you're done with that campaign, your instinct is oh, I want to try again. I want to try something different this time. I want to if I would have done it this way, that might have worked better, or that's the fun. I mean, there's an entire game called Role Player that a lot of people play, and it's all about just the character creation process. You don't do anything with that character unless you get expansions. That's that's a huge part of the fun here. Is we hope everybody feels inspired not to just play a stealth archer Khajiit every time. Try something different every time, because there's so much in here, and all of it is so interesting that again, I'm the opposite of a min-maxer. I try to create the jankiest, dumbest character possible and see if I can succeed with them. That's what interests me and makes me excited to play and come back for more. So anyway, does armor deplete? If so, is it based on number of turns or number of attacks? How is it tracked? Again, still playing with armor to a degree, both in terms of its strength, its stat number, and exactly. It started as just always on, just always on. That was also part of what made it too strong. Right now, once you chew through it in a single turn, it's gone for that turn. But then it's back at the beginning of the next subsequent turn. So, but again, that could still change as we balance the enemies and try to find that sweet spot of challenge and lastability.
And your own armor is in your active slots, and that just is a 1-to-1 or whatever, it does go away when it's used.
Right. Yeah. Yep. You can save it up in your active slots throughout multiple turns. So yes. Okay. Will there be any scope for a longer campaign style of play to build up character over more than 3 sessions? Not currently planned. Again, this is what this game is trying to do. We are trying to do a shorter 3-session campaign. If you want a much, much longer campaign where your character lasts forever, this probably is not the game for you. We talked about every iteration of what this campaign could look like. I mean, we talked about doing a 7th continent level map of Tamriel, right, where every region had a fixed card for every single hex on that board, and we talked about trying to do a 25 to 50 session A to Z campaign. This is what we land on because again we felt like what the systems we were working with worked best in this way, and we love giving you new stuff to unlock rapidly because we think that we find that super fun. And what we found is that our players, at least Too Many Bones are by far our best selling title. People love unlocking new dice to roll, and and if we to stretch that out over a really long campaign, we have to significantly scale back the things that we give you along the way, which makes every game session not feel quite as exciting, and we can't give you stuff nearly as fast. So this is what we've landed on because this is what feels the best.
Yeah, we originally when we talked, we were talking about how do we plug and play players in because of the fact that if you go beyond like that 1 to 3 session limit, you're not necessarily guaranteed to be able to have that steady group of the same 4 people showing up. And so how do we allow one person to kind of change out with another one, but still let them choose a different character, but not be under-leveled? But I mean, that's where we were talking about that for months,
right? Yeah.
Before we kind of took a little bit different direction and just was like, no, what are we after? We want there to be great fulfillment in a single session achieved. Like we got to get there. And then kind of that extra after 3rd session of like a feeling of you've completed something. Beyond that, are there some quests, some stuff we could roll out and support stuff? Like we're always listening. So like if there's some kind of an achievement thing or some kind of cool thing that we roll out later that allows you to try to work through every region and check those boxes, and then it unlocks a big quest. Like we're always open to like April Fool's products and all sorts of things. So hey, there we go. Ta-da. Yeah. So yeah, like I mean, we are listening in that regard, but to be clear, that's not the main intent of this game, is to take it beyond 3 sessions.
Yeah. Even
though we know that it's based on building a character and having that character for a while.
Yep. There could be maybe a post-game quest system at some point where it's like you get one more challenge or something that's like really, really high level with your character or something like that. But multiple sessions, we're not going to try and shoehorn that into a system that's not built to do that. It's just not what this game is best at. So app for narration, a possibility or certainty? I would say it's a possibility. I did talk with Foreteller last week. And they gave us some numbers, and we're working through that, whether or not it's possible. I definitely would not promise it at this point, but we're looking at it and looking at what's potentially possible either now or in the future. So yeah, I think that is everything. So we just mentioned April Fool. So I did just want to mention this is not Elder Scrolls specific. We do have Aprilis and the Fool, a little mini expansion for April Fool's Day.
It's such a cute box.
It is a cute box, yeah. Available for Hoplomachus Victorum until the end of April, but it will also be available to purchase in the Pledge Manager for this campaign, though it will ship in a year and a half. So just wanted to mention that. We also have the Too Many Bones coffee promo pack from 2022, released in 2023. Didn't get here in time, but we have it now. So you can purchase that now until the end of April. This will also be available in the Elder Scrolls Pledge Manager. Just wanted to mention those 2 things again in case you were not aware or had forgotten or had not felt the appropriate amount of sales pressure from me personally. That's all for us. We have Salem and Andrew Chesney will be back in about 15 minutes to play session 2 of the Elder Scrolls Betrayal of the Second Era. I just want to say thank you to all of you who have watched. Thank you for all your questions. Thank you for supporting this campaign, or just even taking a look if you've decided not to support this campaign. We appreciate the fact that you cared enough to tune in and take a closer look at what we are cooking over here.
Yeah, thanks everyone.
Yeah, so hang tight for 15 minutes. There will be more gameplay, and we will also be reposting both this and the live play. If you're not able to stick around for the live play, we will be reposting them on our channel later and including them in future updates, or in a future update, I should say. So, yeah, that's it. Thank you. Right. See you in 15 minutes with some live playthrough.
See ya.
Hello, I'm Andrew with Chip Theory Games, and today I'm going to be walking you through how to build a character in the Elder Scrolls Betrayal of the Second Era. So you've got your character mat here, and first off, we're going to start by selecting our race. So we're going to be choosing between the Imperial and the Argonian today. I think we're going to be going with the Imperial. Big, powerful character to start off, though they do get locked down pretty quick. I'm going to set them right to the left of our character mat here. You'll notice some special things on the Imperial here. So first off, they have a special ability that only their race has that they can take in towns. They have their starting stats. Got a 4 for health, 3 for stamina, 2 for attack, 2 for magicka, and 2 for cooldown. And then they have these setup instructions that they can increase their HP, magicka, and stamina stats by 1 and gain an additional proficiency skill. But if they do that, those things all are going to have to be slotted against each other. Now, what does that mean? So if you take a look at our character mat here, here's where all of your skills and stats are going to be slotted. You are limited to 8 total skills and stats. So they are going to start bumping up against one another. So if you really want to specialize in something, you probably don't want to slot it against another thing that you really want to specialize in. Can't be perfect at everything. So the Imperial here, what they are going to be doing is giving you an immediate buff, but they are going to have to immediately be slotted against from one another. We are going to take that buff though. It's too good of an offer to turn down. That's so many stats. So we're going to increase our HP. So got this starting little HP token here. It reads 4. So we just flip it over to 5. We just slot that right here. And then to take max benefit, we're going to want to pop the stamina across from that, which states 3 here. But since we are taking advantage of the setup, we would slot 4 into our mats. And then we're going to be placing our attack and our magicka across from one another. So magicka is going to get a 3 buff, or a buff by 1 up to 3. And then we're going to get 3 attack / proficiency, everything's in flux, dice here. So you can see there's immediately some butting up against each other here. So if we wanted to level up either of these, we'd have to detrain the other. And when you detrain, you aren't going to get that experience back. So something to keep in mind. I do think it's a good thing to start here though. So those are all our stats here. So now we've got a cooldown of 2. You're going to take one of your little peg trackers here and place it into your cooldown meter here. So this character starts with a cooldown of 2. You might be asking, what's the cooldown meter? So that is where dice that you roll are going to be placed. Each battle, you're going to start with fatigue equal to your cooldown, and then any dice that you roll in combat, for instance, say I rolled 2 attack dice, that's great. They're placed in there. At the end of your first turn, you'd remove these from your cooldown track. These would move down. And then at the end of your next turn, these would be removed from your cooldown and returned to your mat to be rolled in future turns. Some additional things to keep track of on your character mat here. This is the tenacity meter. It starts off at 0, and then every time you roll a miss in combat, a miss is this symbol here, you're going to track it down here. Your misses can be spent to use your class abilities. So we're going to be choosing our class here. For our big, strong, fighty warrior, Notice how I said warrior. I think we're choosing the warrior class. We're going to pop the warrior class here right next to our character. And then notice these symbols look a bit like our tenacity or our miss symbol. So you can spend this much from your tenacity meter to activate this ability. And you can use any number of these abilities in a turn. For instance, you could go knife throw, quick draw, wrestle. You could not, however, use the same ability multiple times. So you couldn't go knife throw, knife throw, knife throw, but you could go knife throw, quick draw. Your class also has an innate ability that just gives you a buff in general. So our warrior here adds a free proficiency skill, so one of these dice, to your first attack each turn. It's pretty good, gets you some extra attack. Other things to keep track of on your mat here, your excess XP counter. Any XP that you gain that you don't want to use immediately are going to be tracked right here. And then your attack forms. This one's currently going to be changing, but we've got two-handed, one-handed, archery, and magicka. I was going to choose your preferred form at the beginning of any battle, and then you can gain a light fatigue into your cooldown track to change that form during battle. The last bit about building your character out at the beginning here is you're going to be choosing a skill. Let's see, we've got one-handed, sneak, restoration, destruction. I mean, our person looks like they like to hit things and not necessarily with magic. So I'm probably going to choose one-handed here. So along with that little sheet, we are going to get this little mini chip. And this chip can be slotted onto our mat in any place. This restriction was only to start off, so it doesn't have to be placed across from anything. So we're going to pop it in, but we're just going to make sure that this little line on the chip is pointed at level 1, because this skill line is at level 1. We can level it up to level 2, level 3, level 4 by visiting a town with a trainer who is better at that skill than us. So if we went to a town with a level 2 trainer, we could pop that up to level 2. And how you're going to read your skill sheet here, currently, we only have access to level 1 dice. Level 1 dice in the one-handed skill line are sword and board die. There are 7 of those dice to purchase. The faces on those dice are outlined here. So 4 black pips means there are 4 of this die face on that dice. 1 black pip means there's 1, and then this means there's 1 miss on the die. There are 2 of the level 2 dice for this skill line, and then there's level 3 dice, level 4 dice. Get there eventually. We're going to do a lot of training. We get a big, strong warrior character. We're also going to get 2 of our level 1 dice from this skill line to start. You just pop those into your mat next to the chip. And then finally, I'm going to take our chip here, select it to our selected character art. Should fit in right there. That's great. I'm going to take health equal to your health stat, so our starting stat of 5. Place that under your chip. There's your character. And the final bit is how you're going to actually be using your experience to level your character up, build this mat out. So how you can read experience costs. There are just all of these numbers on the top of your mat. What could they mean? So if you're trying to level up stats from the left side of your mat, you're going to be using the white numbers to indicate how much those costs are. If you're leveling up skills or stats from the right side of your mat, you're going to be using the black numbers. So, for instance, if we wanted to buy more of these one-handed dice, we'd use these costs up here. So this would cost 2 to buy this dice, 2 to buy this dice. If we wanted to level up our health, we would just spend 1 experience. We'd be able to pop a little red thing in there. And then we'd also get an additional health to track that health gain. And that's how characters are built in the Elder Scrolls Betrayal of the Second Era. Make sure to head over to the campaign page to see what all the races are that are going to be included in the base game, what all the classes are. Did we get your favorites? Did we get the skill lines you wanted? I hope so. But in the meantime, thank you so much for watching. I hope this helps you understand how characters are built, and we will be back to explain all of the other facets of this giant, awesome game. Hello, I'm Andrew with Chip Theory Games, and today I'm going to be walking you through how to build a character in the Elder Scrolls Betrayal of the Second Era. So you've got your character mat here, and first off, we're going to start by selecting a race. So we're going to be choosing between the Imperial and the Argonian today. I think we're going to be going with the Imperial. Big, powerful character to start off, though they do get locked down pretty quick. I'm going to set them right to the left of our character mat here. You'll notice some special things on the Imperial here. So first off, they have a special ability that only their race has that they can take in towns. They have their starting stats. Got a 4 for health, 3 for stamina, 2 for attack, 2 for magicka, and 2 for cooldown. And then they have these setup instructions that they can increase their HP, magicka, and stamina stats by 1 and gain an additional proficiency skill. But if they do that, those things all are going to have to be slotted against each other. Now, what does that mean? So if you take a look at our character mat here, here's where all of your skills and stats are going to be slotted. You are limited to 8 total skills and stats. So they are going to start bumping up against one another. So if you really want to specialize in something, you probably don't want to slot it against another thing that you really want to specialize in. Can't be perfect at everything. So the Imperial here, what they are going to be doing is giving you an immediate buff, but they are going to have to immediately be slotted against from one another. We are going to take that buff though. It's too good of an offer to turn down. That's so many stats. So we're going to increase our HP. So got this starting little HP token here. It reads 4. So we just flip it over to 5. We just slot that right here. And then to take max benefit, we're going to want to pop the stamina across from that, which states 3 here. But since we are taking advantage of the setup, we would slot 4 into our mats. And then we're going to be placing our attack and our magicka across from one another. So magicka is going to get a 3 buff, or a buff by 1 up to 3. And then we're going to get 3 attack / proficiency. Everything's in flux. Dice here. So you can see there's immediately some butting up against each other here. So if we wanted to level up either of these, we'd have to detrain the other. And when you detrain, you aren't going to get that experience back. So something to keep in mind. I do think it's a good thing to start here, though. So those are all our stats here. So now we've got a cooldown of 2.
And we're live. Do we got audio? Audio's all good?
Hello in the chat. I'm back.
We're back. We're back. Do we have confirmation that we got audio still? Good to go. Perfect. Excellent. Welcome. Welcome back. I'm Salem, and this is Chesney.
Hey all, how you doing again?
So we're going to continue our adventure. Though one thing we did not do at the end of last stream was get the end of the quest experience. So the very first thing we're going to do before we jump into this next quest is just get that experience.
Yes.
And it granted 3 experience, so I'm going to up our group XP. We ended at 11, so I'm going to up that to 14. And then we got 3 experience, and I'm going to bank it because I kind of want to get to a town, train a new skill line. I imagine.
Yeah, I think so
thinking the same
too. Yeah,
thing.
everything I want to buy right now is more than 3. So you know, my cooldown and everything else is more than that. So yeah, I think just banking and getting straight to the next town will be pretty crucial. So do you want to do a quick recap, a 60-second recap of the first session and what we're doing in the second session?
So in the first session, we joined up with the Undaunted, who were sort of trying to find these secret mystical artifacts beneath Stormhold. And it turned out that they were these like Stormhold crystals, very powerful magical artifacts.
Yep.
And we were working with Cyrodiilic Collections, which is like a museum. They wanted to be able to show it off. However, during that process, we found out that there were some other shadowy figures that were trying to collect these. And Cyrodiilic Collections ultimately decided, like, hey, thank you for your work. But knowing that these are kind of a precious item to some very dangerous individuals, might be best if we don't show them off.
Yep.
Additionally, that actually leads us, because we are in Stormhold, and that is where the Undaunted quest ends, there's the Fighters Guild quest in this region starts right up in Stormhold.
Right.
And there is a thematic connection. I can't quite it's something to do with like the Undaunted, because what we're going to be doing in this quest is we are going to be visiting the lovely tourist destination that is Black Rose Prison.
Nice.
It is not lovely.
I vacation there all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And in the games, Black Rose Prison is a dungeon that the Undaunted are sent on to investigate. And so for this, though, we're not playing as the Undaunted, we're as the Fighters Guild. But the connection, the sort of the tie-in being like, hey, you know, you're the Undaunted. Like, we heard you guys have experience with Black Rose Prison. We have our own sort of Black Rose Prison dungeon that we need to endeavor on. Would you like to join us? Right. So we are staying in Blackmarsh, continuing our journey onto the Fighters Guild questline. So one thing I think I mentioned last stream, but just in case anybody's missed that one, or maybe I didn't actually mention, I'm just imagining things. But at the end of every quest, there's going to be at least 3 options on where you go to for session 2. You can either stay in the same region, and you just do a different guild, and there'll be like some kind of connection. So it might be, for like example, this one. It's like there's the connection between the Undaunted and Black Rose Prison, and the Fighters Guild sort of recognizes what you did and be like, hey, we could use your help going to Black Rose Prison, because they know the Undaunted have a connection there. And that, or it might be like, you know, you're tracking down these magically altered beasts, and during that endeavor, you discover that there's a lab, and so the next quest is the guild that is assigned to go deal with that lab. So there is always going to be some narrative connection between them. So if you start at different points in the story, you'll start to piece together like these narrative arcs that happen in the regions. Additionally, you can also choose to stay with the same guild and go to a different region. That one is more along the lines of like, hey, you want to be loyal to this guild? You're like, hey, nope, I'm a Fighters Guild through and through. Where are you sending me next, Fighters Guild? And be like, all right, perfect. We got a job for you in Morrowind. And then the last option is different region and different guild. That's for like, you really want to change a pace, change a scenery, be like, all right, let's really switch it up. And there'll usually be some kind of connection in that as well. The directness of that connection will vary depending on, so some might just be like, hey, you know, you really took a beat, or like, that was a really tough, do you want like to go to Skyrim and just relax with this other guild instead? Others, it might be like, oh, that person escaped. Like, you were supposed to track that person down, and they ran away to Morrowind.
Right.
We know the Dark Brotherhood's going to try and put a hit. Like, there's a hit out on him by the Dark Brotherhood. Do you want to like go finish what you started? Like, so it really depends on like the quest arcs. And then once you finish session 2, then you'll end in that region's end game, which is the region specific, but are heavily informed by whatever keywords you gather.
Sure.
Which I believe will be showing off the end game sometime in the future. I'm not entirely sure when they said when.
Yep, I think we're going to film it. You and I are going to film it this week. And then Andrew, who is behind the camera, will edit it and get it ready to go up as soon as we are able.
Yep. And so we haven't gotten the names of the keywords just yet, because we kind of want to like have the keywords like, even if you go to a different region, like the keywords still thematically make sense.
Yep.
But we do have keywords lined up for what we did last time, the Undaunted one. And provided we are able to win this quest, we will get a keyword for this one as well that will inform our Black Marsh endgame. So when we show that off, we will also talk about, hey, here's what's different because of these keywords.
Yep. And a reminder again to everybody, this is only my second game now. The first one was genuinely my first one last time, so I'm going to be following Salem's lead on a lot of the options that are coming up. If you'll remember, I got into a scrap with a few monsters.
You died.
Enemies in the last one, and I got taken down. I don't know, through. I just got overwhelmed with the amount of stuff going on, and I just couldn't get enough hits out there and move enough. So if you remember that, so this time I'll be looking, hopefully, to get some restoration magic onto my fighting character and try and make sure, as a duo, we didn't have much healing or any healing between us. I think we discarded an item that could have helped. So that's a really good learning curve to like, yeah, you know what? Just like in any of these games, healing is a part of it. So I'm going to try and lean into that. Hopefully, we can find some towns that allow me to train that, and you know, I'll be more of a, you know, almost like a paladin-esque style, running around healer fighter thing. So that's kind of, again, I always like try to sit down to a session and want a narrative for my character, and that's what I'll be pursuing. You know, less min-maxing from the start. I must have this. I'm just going to try and lean into the character, and hopefully the game will allow me to do that.
Yep.
So
also another thing too. Everything is, so I know we mentioned this last time when we did like the thing. It was all already outdated by the time we were showing it off. That's even more so like what we're showing off this time. We still got a lot of the demo kit components, but we actually printed off a bunch of additional stuff. So like we got new classes that are literally just made of paper. So we wanted to show off new classes. Typically you don't change class in a campaign, but we wanted to show off some of the new classes. So we went ahead and printed off the Dragon Knight and the Acrobat. Yep. Those still have like the requirements printed at the top. Since you'll be able to just choose any class from the get-go, those won't be there. Yep. Additionally, we added a lot more extra baddies to the baddie stuff, but those are all printed stickered chips that I have been during like making sure, trying to get everything ready for this one. I was going through, I made some adjustments, like literally just drawing on the chip, be like, no, you have 6 health now, you know. But I updated those, so none of those should have pen markings yet. Yeah. So you know, I'll be watching how well we do and making mental notes.
The balancing is still a big thing you find when you have to play the game 20 or 30 times before you make sweeping changes. So there won't be too much of us adding 1 health here and there, because that isn't how you balance a whole game. Yeah. Understanding the core, you know, Gilly was talking about it in the live stream beforehand about how armor functions in general. Once that is like locked in, then we start looking at all the other bits and pieces. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of balancing still to be done. But again, referring back to the first game, there were some creatures that we deliberately avoided in turn 1 of the combat, and we jumped in and I used all of my energies to try and defeat it in one go because I knew how hard it would hit me. In other cases, I tried to take it down and was walloped back in the other one. So I think there'll be a little bit more circumspect choices in combats in this one to make sure that I don't, get hammered down straight away. So yeah, let's pick and choose our battles, I think.
Yeah.
So that's
and then lastly too, we have a bunch of extra items, relics, enemies, encounters, stuff like that. Some very much still subject to change, not just from gameplay mechanics, but approvals as well. So I just wanted to put that out there that, you might very well see some encounter that you're like, okay, and then the game comes out and you're like, hey, where's that encounter you showed off that one time? Yep. Anyway.
Keep behind the curtain. Let's go.
All right. So we are joining up with the Fighters Guild for this time around. And the name of this quest is Black Rose Brigade. Black Rose Prison, laments Hogfin. Any other day, and we might be sent there to root out the criminals that have turned it into their fortress. The Nord pauses, attempting to pick his next words deliberately as an official representative of the Stormhold Fighters Guild. But today, there's an even greater threat locked up in their cells, and they have reason to believe a rescue attempt will be made. While the Blackguards are no ally to the Guild or to any self-respecting resident of Blackmarsh, things will only get worse if those prisoners escape. They have sent an envoy, awaiting your arrival in Alton Coromont. He should be able to fill you in on the details. So, our first order of business. So we're actually going to start up in Stormhold. Yep. There we go.
Makes sense.
And then our first location is Alton Coromont. Now, we do have to still populate the NPCs. So let's see. Where are the D6s? Here they are. Do you want to go ahead and give one of those a roll?
Sure. I'm going to use the purple one today. I feel lucky. Go purple. 4.
4. All right. So 4 is going to spawn at the furthest ruin. Okay. And give it one more roll.
Okay. 6.
6. And that is going to be at the closest structure. Cool. Now, no, this one's closer. So those are, like last time, those are sort of these cultists that are roaming Blackmarsh. However, this quest might shake them up just a little bit. Okay. Just a little bit. I'm not going to spoil anything. But, all right. So we are going to begin on day 1. So we have to get to there. However,
seems quite close.
Did we want to visit the town we're in, Stormhold? Because we wanted to get those.
Yeah, so if there's a restoration trainer,
there is
restoration mage trainer. What is a mage trainer called? Is there a specific term that I should know?
Scholar.
A scholar. That'll do. Answers in the chat.
Because I know they go to college. There's like mage colleges and everything.
Well, they've got one up on me then.
All right. So day 1, we are going to go ahead and visit Stormhold. Correct.
Let's do it.
All right. Perfect. So we got ourselves, the shop, the training. We also have connected guilds. You may swap the levels of any one combat and magic skill line you have trained. You may keep all skill dice you have trained in both lines, but all future dice gained in either skill follow the normal limits of those trained skill levels. So if you had level 3 one-handed or sword and shield and you also had level 1 restoration, you could take 1 town action to just swap them. So if you were like, hey, I'm already done building one-handed or sword and shield, I want restoration, you could actually swap. Fortunately, we're just getting started, though, and we only have the 1 skill line. But there is a 4-1 for the shop and a 2-2-1 for the...
2-2-1, and the blue...
The blue is for restoration,
is
so you could actually train up to level 2 restoration if you wanted.
And the cost is one
town
same
action.
It's the town action, isn't
Yep,
it?
so we both have 2 town actions that we can sort of spend.
Do we want to see the shop items first?
Might
Do we
as
want to
well.
browse?
Might as well.
Is that a thing we're allowed to do?
We are allowed to browse.
Let's put them over here. So we have... Oh, let's go. That meatloaf coming up again.
Classic meatloaf.
Classic meatloaf.
I am also going to show off, because I think I might be taking... We printed off a couple. We have more, but we printed out a few side quests as well, because we kind of wanted to show off how some side quests work.
Fair enough.
So I'm also going to go ahead and populate. Normally, you'd only populate 2 of these, but I just want to show off a few more. I don't know if that's in frame.
Not for this one, but I can move it across. We can have we can keep it all in. I don't even know which shot. Which shot are we on, Mr. Producer? We're on the close-up. Okay, so in the shop we have Overwhelming Surge, which is recover all proficiency dice from your cooldown. Now that is very handy for me because I have 4 of those things and I tend to burn through them pretty quickly. We have the Iron Dagger, which is deal 1 true damage to your target if you rolled 0 proficiency dice with this attack. So if you're attacking in other ways, I'm assuming that's with my one-handed proficiency or one-handed dice or something else, I'm guessing. Now, how do you say Clothan's Burning Crutch?
Crutch. That's a U.
I said crutch. I was talking about the double L at the start. Do you pronounce it with the Welsh
Probably not. No.
Llanfeirfynydd. Anybody else speak Welsh out there? No? Okay, fine. Just, no. We've got the meatloaf and the
Classic
lightning
meatloaf.
stuff. Classic meatloaf. It's a bit mouldy after last week's use. The lightning stuff, you may choose to re-roll this attack. All the dice, 1 time. That's pretty good.
Oh, that's
and
good.
the burning crutch, in case because we didn't read the thing, is gain 1 over fatigue to any enemy in play with this attack, regardless of range.
Okay.
That's interesting.
Those are both
are
really
pretty good.
but I want to take a side quest.
Sure.
And I kind of want to talk about the side quest real quick, because like side quests do different things depending on which one you pick. So like this one here, Dark Forces Agreed, it tells us to go to the southernmost ruins on the map, and you actually initiate a new clash. So there are some side quests that will actually grant you a full-on, hey, this is like a new encounter that you can go trigger at a certain point. Other side quests are going to have a little bit more of like a, hey, this is something that sort of goes on in the background. You can try and focus on this. Like that might be like, hey, you need to kill a bunch of beasts. Or it might be, we've got Gold Rush, for example, which is when you go through a delve, every time you spawn an enemy, you actually flip them. And there's a 50% chance they spawn on the stronger side or the weaker side, like the 1 or the 5 or the 10 or the 20.
Sure.
And then there's other ones that are a little bit more like goofy, because there's definitely some goofy side quests in Elder Scrolls.
It's the meatloaf.
It's the meatloaf one, which is actually really funny that we got that with the meatloaf. So in Loafing Around, there is a man who wants he misses his Falkreath meatloaf, and he wants you to go find his mother so that you can bring him some. But of course, let's just say
such an amazing side quest. That's exactly what you would want to do.
But, not once again, not to spoil it, but if you read a little bit further down, you realize the mother is maybe got some more sinister plans for what she's putting in that meatloaf.
Don't they all?
Yeah. I'm actually I'll go ahead and take that Gold Rush one though.
You can take Gold Rush. Perfect.
Yeah.
I think I am going to stick with my initial convictions and go with the training on the restoration.
Sounds good.
So
I'm going to also train.
Talk me through. So town action 1 is level 1 restoration. Town action 2 is level 2 restoration. Correct. How do I mark that on my?
So you pick so you got the little token that's for restoration.
Perfect.
And you slot it in.
Yep.
Like that. I mean, if you wanted to slot it in there, but
nope. Yep. Well, I want to go deep on it, so I want it on the open line.
Yep. And then so that's 1 town action to get it. And then the next town action to level up to level 2, because you can go up to level 2.
But I still don't have any dice from
Correct. We'll need to spend XP, which we have. We banked some XP, so we'll be able to spend that. I am going to go ahead and train one-handed or sword and shield. I think it's getting renamed too as well, because I want some of those sword and board dice. Because I also plan on picking up some sneaking dice, and I know that those two have a good synergy. So
Nice.
okay,
Sneaky, swordy, handy things.
sneaky.
Great.
All right,
And
go
then,
ahead.
so using our experience, we have 3 banked.
Yep.
And we're using the white number at the top.
If you go from the left, correct.
Go from the left. So I can afford 2 single point skills.
Yes, and which 2 would you like?
It's a good question. I don't know what the options are.
Oh,
So-
did I not give you your thing?
Maybe I have one over here. That's,
No, I did not give you your
did not
thing.
give
That's
me
on me. Here you go.
that's okay. So I have restoration. I have level 1, which is purge, and grand healing.
So those are 2 different dice.
So this is the restoration skill line as it stands. Again, subject to change as always with everything. There are 2 completely separate options here, and as it's been explained to me, these are 2 separate dice. So as I level up, I choose which one I want. I have access to level 2 because I leveled up to level 2 straight away. So I have regeneration. So purge is remove a status from a target adventurer's cooldown and heal them for 1 HP. So that's a way of getting rid of stuns and poisons and all sorts of things, I'm guessing. The grand healing is heal each other adventurer for 2 HP. So that's a way. The bigger the party, the more useful that is.
Yep.
Obviously, which is pretty cool though. And then regeneration is roll 2 free proficiency dice, heal the target adventurer HP. So that's any target adventurers. That's anybody in the party. So I think I'm going to go with the 2 regeneration dice because
Are there 2 of those?
it says times 2.
Times 2? Yeah, you're right. All right,
There we go.
perfect.
So I'm assuming that's what that means.
Yep.
And I get. So I roll this as part of my turn, and then I either then get to do 2 or 4, or
Yep.
are they separate?
Or, 2. The results are either going to be... So there's 1 result that'll give you 2. That's what that little 1 single dot is.
Yep.
There's 3 results that give you 4.
Nice.
And then there's 2 sides that'll meet misses.
Oh, boo.
So there you go. So you spent 2. I went ahead and got 2 sword and board dice.
Perfect. There we go. So I've got to keep an eye on multiple things now. I can't just concentrate on hitting stuff.
All right. Yeah, you got to heal.
I got to heal things as well. I got to remember.
But now you can get hit and keep moving forward.
Right.
That's how winning is done.
That's how winning is done. You heard it here first.
All right. So we finished our first day in town there. So we're going to have the NPCs move. They're going to... All right. So this is the one that restricts our movement to 1.
Sure.
And then they move 2 towards the party.
Okay.
Boop, boop. Okay. And then we move on to day 2. All right. So we got to get to Alton Cormont.
Yep.
I'm kind of thinking that if we go down here,
Yep.
then depending, like, unless we get the same symbol again, we can avoid, if it's the die roll one, we won't have to fight the cultists
Because it's
just
not
yet.
a direct line.
Yeah,
So
and then so if we get to there, we'll be safe, and then maybe we can move 2 and just go to Alton Cormont.
I like it.
Okay, and I know
Yeah.
Alton Cormont's got a really nice feature that we can maybe get some good value from.
That's good. That's
Okay,
good. Let's
so
go.
all right, we'll go here then.
So
And
that's
we'll
the,
just
the
take
good
a-
use of the hexes against itself. So using the map, knowing that the NPCs will move in direct straight lines and avoiding that. Okay, I like it.
All right, deal or die.
Deal, please.
I'll have the deal, please. We're out of deals.
No cake left.
All right. A crew of fortune hunters flags you down from the side of the road. They seem to be well equipped and have no shortage of treasures built up, but yet they seem disheartened. One of the hunters, a forlorn Nord, reveals they have been searching for anyone who would part with some hiss sap, but to no avail. Down on their luck, the traders are interested in making any kind of bargain, but they would pay a pretty penny. In particular, oh my gosh, they would pay a pretty penny in particular, should you have any sap to spare. Who wrote this? All right, I think I wrote this one. So we can offer a hiss sap to trade. So if we had a hissed sap or anything with a hissed attribute, there's a number of items in the game that sort of like how it says tool, hammer. There might be some that's like consumable, hissed, or
I think
something
we saw
like
that
that.
in the
We
first
saw that
session.
last time.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
So if we actually had one of those, we could take the secondary option and get some nice relics.
Okay.
Or trading is for cowards. We just take what we want and we fight them.
I mean,
we don't have a hiss. I love how the narrative arc here is that we were like, oh, sorry, we don't have hists.
we must.
Guess that means you must die. I love it.
Yeah, let's do it.
We're going to fight them.
Take them on.
All right, here we go. Clash
I
time.
believe in myself.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and populate the chests and relics because they got loot. They got loot. Also, successfully picking a lock lets you draw 2 cards, keeping both.
Oh,
so we get double loot rewards here, which I know we're almost at our capacity, so we might as well like spend what we can. And
I'm not going to spend my pet crap.
I mean, I might get rid of my fork.
I guess.
I'll just eat with my hands. All right. Okay, so the first one is going to be humanoid. Do we get a humanoid? We did not. Okay. There we go. Giant. A good old trader giant.
I mean
they have
carry a lot of stuff.
Yeah, they have mammoths too.
They do have mammoths.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And a lot of them are from Skyrim, so this could be the Nord they're talking about.
How much health?
10 health. What's our... Yeah, I should calculate our group XP. So it's 14 is our XP times 2, so 28 is our enemy pool. So we got a 20, then we're going to have a 5, and then 3 ones.
That sounds daunting, to say the least.
We got ourselves a Khajiit Marauder. He did have wares, but we did not have coin.
I'm already
Regretting our
nervous
decisions.
about this conflict.
Yeah, we hadn't gotten to 20 pointers last session.
We did not. No, that's
all right.
sure.
Oh, we got a mud crab. Mud crab.
Okay. Well, my barnacle crab is
right.
superior to the mud crab, so I might go and step on the mud
crab. Oh, okay. Someone's stealing my clash mat away. So that's 20, 25, 26, 27.
Yep.
We got ourselves a Bosmer Bandit. Oh, wait. Yeah, 4. 4 is up here. And the last one is a wolf.
Yep.
Got there. Okay. And then this guy is going to go back here. Okay, so then we got round 1.
Yep.
And we'll have to place ourselves and then choose which battle form you're starting in.
Sure. So I have a sword that I didn't get a chance to use last time. I've got the Claymore of the Crucible, which we may or may not want to switch to, but it doesn't matter if we don't. I'll put it there anyway. Claymore of the Crucible is a legendary sword that I picked up, and it applies damage of all proficiency skills from this attack to all adjacent units. So I see a little pocket there.
See a little pocket
that I can take out. So
also, what's your Dragon Knight innate?
My Dragon Knight innate is the first time you attack an enemy on your turn, ignore the enemy's defense stat.
So that will be the first one you target. So that won't affect everybody in your swing, but you can target the first one.
Yep.
Likely the one with the most defense.
I can target the giant.
The giant.
It's 3 defense but hit everybody. But that does leave me pretty exposed. So I'm going to need your backup.
Yeah, I'll back you up.
Okay, cool. So that's my.
And you can always this would put you. You'd have to maybe take a turn or two to sort of reset. Right. But you could always roll all those proficiency. Take it more fatigue to switch to your one-handed, and then roll those like defense dice.
Absolutely.
Just keep in mind one thing to note. This effect that you just get to ignore the defense on your first attack, which means if you go into your second attack, that defense is up.
Right.
So
I can't keep hitting the same person with no defense.
So he's got very incentivized to hit hard in the first go, but then you actually kind of want to switch targets to the weaker ones.
Sure. Okay. That sounds pretty good.
Okay.
And remind me again, how many dice would I be allowed to roll?
If you're rolling, depending on the die you're rolling, it's going to be based on the type. So if it's green, which is this, and also these are green, there is a skill sheet, but that's just pretty much to tell you that it's stamina. So that's all stamina based. Magic, which has the blue on the sheets, is going to be magic based.
Okay.
So you can roll up to 4.
Up to 4. My stamina is 4, so I can roll 4 dice, which is my proficiency. Perfect.
Correct. All right.
Okay.
You have the higher stamina, so you're first player.
I do. So I am going to jump into here and see how this goes.
All right.
And hope we don't die in the first encounter. But I have healing now.
You do have healing, yes.
Okay, so I'm just going to do and try what we said. So I'm going to go for...
Okay, and I assume this is your main target?
That's my main target.
Okay.
So yeah, my Dragon Knight innate is that. And then as I get...
Tenacity,
I have different things which I haven't read yet. But I'll read them as I pick it up.
Okay.
So here we go for some hits. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5. Oh, that's half. Nice. 2, 3, 4, 5.
For those of you that can't see on the overlay, the giant has 10 health, is the 4 attacks and 3 armor.
Yep.
So he is an absolute giant brute.
But getting that so that's where like really these class abilities, like I can't do it. I've got a pretty cool innate that like all focuses on movement, and every time I kill, I get to sort of do a bunch of free movement. But like, this is why the classes are very, very.
So that would have been just 2 damage if I'd not used my innate because of the armor on that one. So
though there are other ways to bypass armor, like items and whatnot. But then this guy, you would deal. So it's got the 2. You hit 5, right?
5. Yep.
So you actually do manage to break through and kill him, though.
Nice.
And then the mud crab's got that lovely old skill, stalwart. Mud crabs are hard to kill.
I know. You just squash it into the mud.
Okay, so you need help though. Well, actually, are you gonna finish your turn, or did you want to?
So I can't. There's nothing to heal myself with this at this point. I don't have the tenacity to do anything extra. So changing forms and doing anything extra seems a bit of a waste of a turn. So I think I'm done on that.
All right. Just hopefully that guy won't kill you. If I don't kill him. All right. Okay, so then I'll go. And I'm in Magica form. Oh, I can't get adjacent. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. I can't get adjacent to him. Because I can maybe use my Scamp Crusher to ignore his defense. But
I can take a hit. It's fine.
All right. Well, let's hope so. Which case, I'll go here still.
Yep.
All right. Okay, I'll target the giant. Maybe I can get a good status die on him if I don't kill him.
Slow him down a bit at least.
All right, so I dealt 4 damage, so I only hit him for 1. Oh, but it's not going to help that one. Okay, so I can stun up to 2 1 to 5 enemies. I do get a tenacity.
Right. So the crab has 1 attack. In fact, I think the wolf and the Bosma bandit. Maybe that's got enfeeble 1. What does that do?
Enfeeble 1, he's going to add a fatigue after he attacks.
Okay. So maybe that one might be good to stun to stop us from.
Well, the stun just stops him from. Well, because will he move? He will move. Yeah, so that'll stop him from rolling because he sort of is like wants to move away.
Sure.
If he can still hit us, so I will go ahead and stun him, which means stun will likely get renamed because currently they can't roll dice the same turn they move or vice versa.
Sure.
Originally, it was a straight up like turn skip, but there's I guess
So riposte any time this unit is damaged by an adjacent opposing unit, it deals damage back. So the wolf.
I'll just stun the crab, I guess.
Yeah, I was gonna say the wolf right now isn't particularly. I mean, it's got an attack.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah.
Okay. You know what? I might regret doing this.
What are you gonna do?
I'm going to, because I'm really nervous. I'm nervous you're going to get killed by that giant.
What, in 1 shot? No.
Well, and also the crab for 1. That's 5 dice against you. You've got what? 6 health? Yeah, I don't like those odds.
Okay.
So I'm going to use the Signet of the Worm.
Sure.
I'm going to discard it to get all of my Magicka dice back. I then am going to take a fatigue to take an additional action.
Yep.
And I'm going to roll these all again.
You did 1 point of damage last time.
Yeah, well, because it's the same turn, so his armor's down.
Oh, your armor's already gone through. Okay,
yeah.
okay.
I did have to get rid of a relic, so that relic is gone.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no, I can't actually roll one of these. I went to roll this one, because my Magicka stat's lower now.
Yep.
But 6 damage. That is going to kill him.
Okay.
And just in case anyone's like, whoa, you decided not to roll a die there. I decided not to roll the one that was going to grant status. I wanted to do as much damage as I could.
Okay.
So I did not wait to see what I rolled and then decided.
So you get 1 tenacity.
1 tenacity.
Okay, so it took everything.
It took everything, but you know, I do get to then move for free up to 5 spaces, and I want a relic back.
Yes,
so I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to just skip that one for now.
Yep.
Okay, so the relic, I need to lock in a 5 first. I'm gonna do that to lock that in.
Nice.
Okay, and then what do I need? A 2, so I can lock in the 2. And then a 3 and a 4, but I get this one back.
I'm going to pass over the card so I can put it on the camera so people can see what we're doing. So again, for a relic,
so I need a 3 and a 4.
2, 3, 4.
There's my 4. for another fatigue. And a 4? No, 3.
3.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna get 2 relics out of this.
Nice.
I want it. Okay. All right. So I get that relic.
That relic, which is a Sylvanar ritual. Trigger any player's race ability as if it was your own.
Oh.
So you get my ignore.
And then I also get the
which
Conjurer's potion. It'll be that one.
That one,
Which
okay.
this is not the same as like the potions that the potion pack. So
Sure.
this was before we were adding like the true proper potion pack. So this might like get tweaked. But this one is discard. Select any one used conjuration skill and add it to your attack. We don't have conjuration in this, so I'm gonna just say
move on.
I'm gonna just say that's not the one I get. Cyrodiilic Brandy. Remove all fatigue from your cooldown. Oh, I could use that right now.
Do it now.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna just do it right now. So goodbye.
So you smash over. You take all of your energy to smash open a thing, and then just
I just
drink like a brandy out of it. I like that.
All right. Okay. Sweet. There we go. That was a very good investment, and then I get all these back because I now recover. So now it is the enemy's turn.
Oh, I didn't do recovery in the back.
Oh yes, definitely do recover. Okay, so now enemy's turn. Take a look here. Who's got the highest initiative? Oh, I should have done that wolf then, because the wolf's gonna come get me. So the wolf. We'll just have the wolf come get me.
Yep.
Rolls 1.
Ooh, 2 damage.
I'll war scale that. That. It's once per battle.
Okay.
We took out the biggest threat, so. All right, Bosmer Bandit. Well, he can actually hit both of us.
Yep.
Yeah, so he's just gonna. 1.
What damage is it? How do we tell who he gets on? Weakest?
Oh, weakest, which is me.
Yeah, which is you. Yep.
Yep. I thought he had multi-target.
Yep. For those of you that haven't seen, on the chip itself, it tells you which of the party it goes for. Weakest and strongest is on
then
health stat.
Yep, and if they go for more than 1.
Yeah.
And the Mud Crab. I'll have you roll your fate.
Bum bum bum. Crabby crab crab.
Okay.
Snipping at my toes.
All right. So what I'm getting from this is that we didn't make the giant hard enough.
Wow.
Okay. Round 2.
Okay.
These clear.
Right. I am going to go and jump on that chest.
Okay.
Just there. Boom, boom.
Here's what you need.
That's what I need, and I can do that whilst holding the bandit off, I'm guessing. And this is regular one, so there's nothing to lock in first. So I just need
Correct.
a 1, 6, and a 6. This is quite a hard one. This is.
Yeah, actually, that's probably one of the harder ones.
I don't like the idea of this, but I do get 2. Oh, there we go. Well, I roll 1, 6, 5 to start.
Oh,
so,
well, just take 1 fatigue.
It's better to be lucky than good. Yep, there we go.
All right, so you get that item and this item. Now you will have to discard 1.
Okay, and I have to do that straight away because I can't literally
can't.
fit it into my thing. But I can discard anything, right?
Anything.
I'm not discarding those because those have been great. So I have diplomatic immunity. So you have to say it in the accent. You probably
It's
don't.
required.
Yeah, I think that movie is before your time. But there we go. Again, answers in the chat if you know what that movie is. If you just took down a town action, you may take that town action again for free. So free extra town action, or Quicksilver Dagger, which is if you have an untargetable status die in your cooldown, add 3 proficiency skill to your attack. And so untargetable status die, how would I get one of those?
Sneak, which I'm planning on getting. So, but feel free to discard it. Feel free to discard it.
I'm gonna keep diplomatic immunity because I think a free town action benefits me more.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not a sneaky guy.
All right.
And then so that was the chest opened, and now I'm going to try and hit the bandit.
Okay.
Do the stun dice come off?
Yes,
Start this round.
Those come off. Yep.
Okay, so my proficiency die is still in my cooldown track, so I'm not going to just swing at it. So I'm going to try and...
You can switch to light weapon to use your one hand.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, so you take a fatigue for switching.
Boop. And then I'm going to roll some of these. So my level 2s are bashes, aren't they?
Yes, but you can, because you can choose the order in which you resolve the dice.
Oh, okay.
So you can roll these ones and those ones together, resolve these ones first, and then use that in conjunction.
That's very clever.
So you can chain it together.
So order of operations is I decide how to read the dice in which order, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's go for it then. Let's try and get some defense and bash the thing. So I get 3 points of defense, and then I get
1 tenacity.
1 tenacity there, goes up to 2, so I can now read that to see if that can help. So these lock into my active, and then I will read this one, which is...
So those will also deal, those will deal how much damage? 3 damage?
3 damage, yep, from those. Boop. And then this one, which is the exhaust a sword and ball die from your active slot to deal 2 damage to the target enemy and place a stun status effect on them.
I mean, you just kill
I can just bash it and do that. So there we go. But I have to remove one of those from there. So then this goes into my cooldown. Boop.
All right.
So that bashes that for 2 more health. So that's that one gone.
So he'll stay there until the end of the round.
Oh, yep. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then I'll do my cooldown and go to you.
Okay. Let's see. Well, I'm going to stay where I am.
Yep.
No, I'm gonna be greedy. Why not? I got a full cooldown.
Right.
All right, so I need a 2, 3, and a 1, or a 1, 2, and a 3. 1, 2, 1.
So 2 fatigue or reroll.
Reroll. Okay, it's the same thing, so I'll take 2 fatigue.
Yep.
All right. Boop, boop. Okay, so what did I get? I got myself a calcinium mace, or a mahogany restoration staff. If this attack defeats an enemy, heal for 2 HP. Ooh. Or you may spend 1 tenacity to add 2 for... I actually want that one, because I'm planning on going super stealthy.
Yep. So the calcinium mace, you may spend Go on. Or are you going to get rid of something else and keep them both?
I'm going to get rid of my fork. I'm going to get rid of my fork and keep both of them.
He's going to eat with his fingers. Thank you for that. So this one allows you to spend tenacity for 2 free attack dice, basically.
Yes, when I attack in this combat form, which I'm planning on doing. All right,
I like it.
So, all right. Well, I'm in Magicka, so that was here. 1, 2. I'm gonna move there, so I don't get riposted if I don't kill this wolf.
Yep.
But I am thinking I probably will.
Let's see.
Oh no, I can't roll that one because I'm restricted to 3. I don't kill it yet, so it takes 2 damage.
Yep.
I gain 4. I'm at max tenacity, so then I take 2 light fatigue because of what those symbols are. Gain 2 tenacity, but then gain a light fatigue.
Okay.
And then I will. We got to start chipping away at this mud crab, so I'm gonna spend 2 more I'm gonna switch.
Yep.
To light weapon and attack again.
Okay.
And then no, I don't need to spend tenacity. 2 damage, which that's enough to break through its armor to deal the 1 for stalwart.
Yep.
And I gain another tenacity, but I'm at full. So okay. Then I recover some. All right, now they're gonna go.
They are.
So first one's gonna be the wolf. We are both the same distance apart, so it's gonna go for the weaker one. So that's gonna be me.
Yep.
Wow. Oh, all right, mud crab, can you do better? Yeah.
1 point of damage.
Okay.
So you're down to 3 points. At one point, are we allowed to pull out of this encounter?
We have to kill them.
We have to kill them.
Unlike a delve where you can leave at any point, encounters you actually have to kill them.
So once we've started, we
Though I feel, we killed all of the people. Right. Now we just have their pets to deal with, and I'm like, can we just leave them alone?
Right. Can I keep the crab? Okay, so round 3, I'm going to move up. So I can do up to my stamina movement, can't I? So 1, I'm going to go in between them both. I'm going to try and use my claymore. Why did I put those over there rather than in here? There we go. This is new player syndrome of not putting stuff back because I'm concentrating on 3 things at once.
Okay. So you're going to use your claymore?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. So I'm going to switch, which is fatigue. It does add up, doesn't it? The switching backwards and forwards.
You got to get some brandy so you can just wash it all down.
So I am going to do that, and I can't roll a restoration unless I'm in the restoration thing. So I can't, even though I could do one more thing, I can't do it with this. Okay. So the first time I attack an enemy on my turn, I ignore that defense stat. So I'm going to target...
I guess the mud crab.
The mud crab, because the other one doesn't have... So there we go. 2, but it's only 1 because of stalwart. But I do 2 on the wolf as dead. Okay, so those
Okay.
go into there.
Ironically, I have nothing to roll.
Right, but I haven't finished yet.
Oh, that's right.
So I'm going to move into restoration.
Are you going to heal me?
Please may I have a fatigue die? And I'm going to roll to heal you.
Oh,
'Cause
thanks.
I haven't done that yet. So it's a 1 to move and then another fatigue for another action.
Yes. Sorry.
That's okay.
Oh, and then you're probably going to have to drain the die, but that's okay. The battle's almost done.
Yeah, exactly. And
How much
then
do I get to heal for?
you get 8 dice worth of healing?
I don't.
There's 7. That'll be
Roll
fine.
set. I think I'll be fine. Cool. I healed at my max of. I heal for 1.
I am the greatest healer in the world.
All right.
That felt really empowering to
Good.
heal. And that's it now. I'm
So
gonna drop my sword.
Since those don't have anywhere to go, they're going to drain. So that happens at the end of your turn.
Yep.
So these drain. So they are now unusable for the rest of the battle.
Oh,
Which in this context is not so bad. But
gotcha. Okay,
when we get into a longer battle or a delve or something, that's where you want to worry about.
Yeah.
So I don't have any dice, but I don't want us to go another round
Sure.
because, I mean,
Okay.
you just healed me, so I'm at, and we might as well just kill this crap. So I'm going to spend my 2 tenacity.
Yep.
I've got a leap. It's 1 tenacity,
Yes.
but then I can spend an additional. Oh, sorry, I'm going to have to spend 3 tenacity. So 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
To leap to a spot next to this guy, and then deal however additional much tenacity I spent, which was 2. So I'm going to deal 2 damage to it. So that'll
You have to
kill
roll dice. Any time where you don't have to roll dice is a better
just
bet.
reliable damage. Another thing too, just for the people watching, there's a number of like other balance. So like enemy balance obviously is one thing.
Yep.
There's also the balance of like currently, after you finish a battle, you get to heal for your recovery stat and your entire cooldown clears out. That is by no means 100% going to stay. You know, there are levers we can pull for that. Like it might be you have to choose one of those, or you know, you only clear out up to your recovery stat, or any number of like different things that we can tinker around with. So there is more to balance than just simply enemies getting beefier too.
Yep.
Okay. So we concluded that.
Yeah. Although I do admit I like the idea of going all out in a fight, knowing that you can catch your breath afterwards.
Yes.
So I think there's it's a very different play style.
Oh yeah, it's not something we would want to ever remove entirely. It's just, do we move that ability to something else, like an inn at a town, for example? Is just an idea. You know.
Lovely.
But yeah. Anyway. Okay. So
what do we get?
We get 2 experience points.
Huzzah!
And all of that sweet loot we got.
Yeah, we do.
I am going to save it because I want some sneak stuff.
So, we can spend it now, can't we?
We can spend it now.
More restoration. Now, I can't take level 3 dice at this point.
Correct.
So I am going to save mine and hope to level up at some point soon before I need to spend it.
I have a place that we can get you to get
level up,
to get your restoration up.
Awesome.
Yep. Okay.
I'm all in.
So the symbol on this one is the roll a d6 one, and they're going to move 3 in that direction.
Oh, 3 and 3.
3. So that's going to be 1, 2, 3. So they're going to go this way.
Haha.
So it actually hops right over the town we are going to go to. Okay.
I love it.
Moving on to day 3. I'll just put all the cards down there. All right. Okay, should we just go to town?
Let's do it. Okay. Let's see objective.
Boop. All right. So we'll remove that.
Yep.
Okay.
What do we have?
So travel to Alton Cormont to rendezvous with a Blackguard representative. You arrive at the arranged location and spot a Nega Argonian in the corner. He beckons you over, nursing an ale. "Is this all the guild could spare?" he growls. "It seems your people have failed to understand exactly what's at stake here." Upon inquiring about the prisoners, he shifts, exposing his discomfort. Worst one is a dark elf thief by the name of Zero. Got caught up with some Briarheart magic in Skyrim, angered Jarl, who sent him to the Rose for some rehabilitation. He pauses for a devious giggle. For a hefty fee, of course.
Let's hear the devious giggle.
Is that devious?
Stop it. I don't know. You do. Yeah, I want to hear your devious giggle.
No.
Fine.
Yeah, is a devious giggle just a cackle?
Yeah, I guess so.
I think it is.
Problem is, he seemed to have gotten the attention of someone else. He gestures over to a trunk, no doubt filled with treasures. Not for you, he snaps, reading your intentions. You'll need to rally some additional personnel to help out with this. Go to Corona Kanu, or Rock Grove, as you might call it. There's some allies of the Blackguard there who will help out, if paid. After the contact leaves, you take a look at the chest, which seems to call to you with an almost seductive air. Surely taking a treasure for yourself wouldn't cause too much of a stir. So, we have been given a trunk of treasures for the purposes of recruiting more individuals to help us with this sort of prison break attempt, like to stop the prison break. But
now hear me out.
We can choose to take some of that treasure for ourselves. So each party member may choose. Take some of the treasure for yourself. Draw one item and one relic. Set the item aside. It is not in your inventory, cannot be used. The more treasure you take, it's essentially a way of tracking.
Sure.
Like, how many of these treasures do we take? The more treasure you take, the weaker the cell swords you will have for the last step, or we can refuse.
I mean, I've been playing an upright, honourable kind of hitty paladin kind of character, so I'm not going to take any more treasure.
Yeah,
is it a joint decision, or can we?
No, we can choose individually, but it's going to affect the party because it'll weaken our guys.
Sure.
I'm going to take one treasure. I'm going to take one.
Such a sneak.
The encasement of anguish. When over fatigue would be placed in your cooldown, you may choose to take 2 damage to discard it instead. Ooh.
That's right.
I'm gonna just get rid of this ritual.
Do you not have to keep that to one side? Did it say it doesn't add to your?
I'll just take one of these.
Okay.
To mark.
I see.
So it's just
so the actual relic does.
The relic you get. The item is just, hey, this is just a track, so that when we get to that later step, we can be like, how many of these face down relics or items do we have?
Nice.
Okay. So now.
What do we do?
NPC markers will now move an additional space and will always move towards the party.
Front row.
If it reaches the party, proceed to step 3 instead of the normal clash. When you reach Black Rose Prison, proceed to step 5. So essentially these cultists are not actually what they say they are. They are essentially trying to intercept us.
Okay.
Because they know what we've got. Yes, so now we are going to mark where the prison is.
Yep.
However, so we can choose just to go right to the prison.
Yep.
However, if we want to actually recruit these people, they're in Rock Grove.
Okay.
So we've got optional side objective in Rock Grove.
Yep.
Main objective in Black Rose.
Okay.
Okay. I believe the rest is, if you clash with the NPCs while carrying the trunk.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So now we're in.
And I think there were some great suggestions from chat last time about using different coloured beads and things on the map for clarity, and I think it's helping us already.
Yeah, we've got this one is our secondary objective, this one is our main objective, these are still the NPCs.
Yep.
Okay, so now we get to visit Alton Coromont.
Oh, nice.
So Alton Coromont does, it's got some trainers as normal.
It does.
But it's also got set sail. If you select this option at the end of the day, move the party to Fort Redmayne, Stone Wastes, or Lilmoth. You must spend your next day in that location. Fort Redmayne has a trainer up to level 4 for magic.
Let's do it.
Okay. So that's going to be a group action, but we do still have one more group action we can take.
Sure. Well, the training doesn't help me in any way, so I'm not.
I can't even take. I was going to take Shadow here, but
so I guess let's have a look at some shop items. Let's peruse their wares.
It's 3 and 3. What? I literally just discarded that thing that was going to let me replicate a different race's ability.
Yeah.
Because I kind of wanted to get 3 tenacity, but I just got rid of that item.
Okay.
What a fool I was. I was too greedy.
Fool of a took. Sorry.
I can't up that.
Okay, so in the shop we have the Hickory Ice Staff. Tastes quite nice. Exhaust 2 proficiency skills from your mat to add a status die to your roll. You may place the resulting status of either on your target or yourself. Oh, interesting. You, Inferno staff, drain any non-magic skill to ignore target's defense stat for the turn. That's pretty good. Moonlight Heart. When you would gain fatigue, you may instead place 1 damage on this card. Then if there's at least 4 damage on the card, discard it. Oh, that's a great way of... it's a pet stag. It absorbs all your tiredness and all your fighting fatigue. That's really sweet. Bow of the Deadlands. It's a legendary bow. If this is your first attack of the turn, double your range for this attack. Ooh. So what is range based on?
So if it's if you're using a bow, it's going to be stamina.
Yep.
If you're using magic, it's going to be your magic stat.
Okay. So it would be double stamina. So I could shoot things from 8 squares away if I'm using.
Keep in mind, if we're in a dungeon or a delve, there is sort of that kind of soft line of sight, which is like you can't shoot through.
Right.
Tile.
Yep.
You have to either be in the same tile or in a connecting tile.
So one adjacent tile, basically. That's it. Okay. And then summoning spell, which is a conjuration spell, and you discard it to spend 1 saved XP. Search the item or relic deck for any card. Oh my gosh! I wish I knew what was in it. I haven't read it, so it's like. It's fine. And
we could just sit here where you read every item in the whole deck.
Yeah, come back in an hour. No. Trader's Signet, which is instead of one of your town actions, you may remove up to 4 light fatigue from your cooldown.
Oh. That's very good.
So that basically, starts you in a good place for the next battle.
Yeah. Shame I can't do that and then immediately use it because we got to spend this other one to set sail.
Exactly.
Oh, you've got your documents, don't you?
I do have the diplomatic immunity.
Not saying you might not want to use it here.
No, I think I am going to take the bow though. I like the idea of having some kind of ranged attack. Because at the moment,
what are you going to get rid of? Get rid of the crab? It's only got 1 use left.
I suppose. It's so sad. Okay, goodbye, sorry, crab. I'm going to set it free. I don't want to take it into the mountains. It's a crab.
We're not in the mountains. We're in the...
No, but we're going up to Fort
Redmayne.
Fort Redmayne.
Yeah,
or
this is
inland,
the perfect,
sorry, not the mountains.
This is the perfect place to let it go. Because there is like a harbor in Alton Cormont.
Yep.
So just like letting it into the waters.
There we go. Okay. Enough of my sadness.
All right. I guess I'll train my level 2. I'll train this to
absolutely.
Level 2.
And then we both use our second action for
this. Yep. So we whoop, which is good because those guys were going to be right on us.
Right, I know. I was looking at that. It's like, I mean, we could try and outpace them, but
well, because they're going to move right now because it's the end of the day, and they're going to always move towards the party.
Yep.
And they take an additional movement, which means even if we get the card that they only move 1, it's going to move 2.
Right.
So we were 100% guaranteed unless we sail on out of there.
Okay, done.
All right. So
let's get out of here.
Okay. So this one here, it's not that one though. It is the roll a d6, but because they always move towards us,
don't need to
roll, and that moves 3, so they're actually going to move 4. 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And they're still subject to all of the modifiers. So like if they're close to a ruins, they'll get an effect. If they're close to a structure, they'll get an effect.
Yep.
Okay. All right, now the one requirement, though, of the set sail is we do have to spend our next day in the town we sail to.
Okay. So that was day 4?
That was day 4.
So this will be day 5.
Day 5, but that's good because I think we wanted to, because there is a very special...
That's good. It's a nice little chunk of the game setting ourselves up.
Yeah, we're setting ourselves up because we've got a dungeon at the end of this. And dungeons are big.
Dingy dungeon.
Fort Redmayne, here we go. So we've got, what is that? Dagon's Shadow. As a party, you may decide to advance all NPC tokens 4 spaces, towards their target. Then you may take an additional town action.
I don't really think that's the case.
I would like that. Unless you want to...
So they would be honest, right? They would definitely hit us.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, we could skirt around.
Okay.
We'll maybe make it one day before the next one.
Before they get us, yeah.
But we can make it one day.
Okay. Well, let's see what we get out of this.
Okay, let's do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Right.
Oh, no, 4, sorry.
Sure.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So we get 3 town actions rather
3
than
town
2.
actions.
So I'm going to advance restoration up by 2.
Okay, I'm going to get shadow or sneak. Where's that? Okay, and then so that's 1, and then I'm going to up my destruction to level 4.
Wow, there's lots of options for level 3. Yeah, and the level 4. You like this one. So for all of those of you reading at home or watching this in the future, my options have now gone up massively. So we found a trainer who can get me up to level 4. I've used 2 of the 3 town actions for that, so I've still got 1 left. My level 3 dice options are Rite of Passage, which is I place it in another adventurer's cooldown while it sits there. They cannot move, change battle forms, or use items.
So that is already changed to you'll place it in. You can place it in your own or another adventurer's.
Sure.
So like if you're playing solo, you can still use it to kind of like, I'm thinking of like the having a fairy in a bottle in Zelda. You know, like when you have it, when you would die, it stops you from dying.
Okay, that's pretty cool. I could have done with that last game. Blessing of Protection, which is, again, I can heal them and put them on other characters to heal them, which is pretty cool. Dark Exchange, that sounds nasty. So I can heal adventurers on some rolls, reduce your HP to 1, and heal an ally of your choice to their max HP. That's also very dangerous. But I can do that in any operational order, therefore I can get myself to 1 and heal myself with other dice if I'm being clever. And then level 4 is Reanimate. When an adventurer would be defeated, immediately drain this die and set that adventurer's HP to 5. So that's drained straight out of my mat.
That's So you'd still roll it.
Sure.
But then drain is you can't use it for the rest of the fight.
Sure.
However, you, the Dragonite, do have an ability that you can use to actually recover drained dice.
Ooh, okay. Cool.
Comes at a pretty big cost, but with
over fatigue. And I'm right in thinking I can only, because my Magicka stat is 2, I can only ever roll 2 restoration dice at the same time.
Yes, correct.
I'm getting it. It's coming together pretty quick.
I should have saved the fork and given you the fork.
Yeah.
I would have given you a bonus.
That's fine. I will take a Reanimate skill, and that's costing me 2 because it's on the 3rd row.
And I'm going to take Basic Sneak and Conceal Weapon.
Basic Sneak.
Basic Sneak.
I like it.
Actually, do I want Conceal Weapon or do I just... No, I do want it.
Yep.
I do want it. Okay. So that's...
Please may I have my die?
Oh, right.
Or is it a token or a die, or is it an actual thing?
What?
That thing.
Yeah, it's a
is
die.
Okay.
You have to roll it.
Oh, you have to roll it.
Yeah, and there's misses on it.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I thought it was automatic.
No,
I'm not like it straight away.
You gotta plan ahead about it.
Oh my gosh.
All right. So I spent 2 to get these 2.
Yep.
I think I'm gonna spend 1 more to just get an extra health.
Okay. I do not have room for health.
You do not. You made your bed when we started.
I did.
Now you have to lie in it.
I'm lying in it right now.
All right. Oh, jeez. Oh, you know what I forgot?
Boss.
The NPCs move after this.
Yes, that's what I said they get us.
Oh, no, we're screwed.
That's right, we'll fight in the inn.
Both of them? Okay, all right, so they're going to move 3, so yep, they're going to both move on top of us.
Yep.
Oh, curses. It's the consequences of my own actions.
Hoisted by your own petard. There we go.
I just wanted that. I wanted.
That's all right, I'll resurrect you when we die.
All right. So this is going to double our enemy pool, by the way, because they're both attacking us. Fortunately, good news is they're too far away from any of the other landmarks, so nothing else is going to get modified.
Okay. We can do this.
All right.
They were going to get us at some point.
They were.
Good question.
Yes.
Had they not moved, would you be able to move through them? Or would you have to move around?
You have to move around them.
And then also, in combat, are enemies able to walk over chests?
Yes.
And stop on them?
I mean, they won't do anything to the chests, but they can walk through them, stay on them. If they're on them, you can't get them. But they're not going to, destroy them or anything like that. For now.
They mark them.
Okay. So, here's our battle setup. Oh, I should probably read where's the flavor text? If you clash with the NPC chips while carrying the trunk, which we are, because we haven't lost it yet, we are probably going to lose it here. As you make your way through the hazardous marshes, You cannot escape the feeling that you're being followed. In a flash, a swarm of figures burst through the flora, their movements too well coordinated to be simple bandits. While their attentions seem fixated on the chest, you can see from the band's keen assessing glances that they're more interested in sizing you up than executing a common smash and grab. Perhaps this raid is more about depriving you of your hiring power than it is about padding their coffers. Place an unused chip on the star location.
What about this one?
Yeah, that one's perfect. Okay. Okay, and then there's still some loot here.
Oh,
You know.
good. Top 2.
And then those are relics.
Oh, those are relics. I like it.
Here we go. Put them over here.
How is that for framing?
Okay, what's our enemy pool? 28 times 2.
56.
56.
Okay,
Oh,
so for those of you at home, it is day
Day 5.
day 5.
We haven't even.
So how do we?
Yeah, we haven't even finished day 5 yet.
No,
We're
we
still
haven't.
in town.
We
They came into town.
So how do we get the points again? Remind
Okay,
me.
so it's. So we got a 20, 20, 10.
Yep.
So that's 50.
how do we get to?
Oh, right.
28?
So group XP counter.
Yep.
Multiplied by player count. So
Yep.
14
Yep.
times 2. So 28. But because we're fighting 2 of these,
It doubles the pool.
It doubles the pool.
Okay, so 56.
56.
So yeah, let's see how
I
we
mean,
get
us
on.
dying is not game over.
Sure.
Okay. We're just not going to have buddies in the last fight because we're losing our bargaining chip.
Right.
Although I will just say, no, I'll get to that if we get to it.
Let's not preempt.
Yeah.
Uh,
Who knows? Maybe we'll win. Maybe we'll survive.
I mean,
What are your relics?
I'm
Got good
the
relics?
best healer in the world according to my last roll,
7.
or your last roll.
8. You got your Berserker's medallion.
I know, and the Crucible, and the Bow of the
Okay.
Deadlands, and
All right.
So-
Also, this one's going to have unique special rules, which we might be able to use to our advantage. Okay,
we're pretty tooled up. I'm kind of
Oh
hoping
wait! Oh,
we
I got these
reduce
mixed up. You even said something about it.
I
and
did.
I didn't.
It's fine.
Okay, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
And this isn't something we can retreat from?
No.
Okay.
Nope. So that's okay, and we got ourselves a spider.
Can we do a poll in the chat to see will we survive this clash or not? 56 points. Let's see if let's do a 3-minute poll. I don't know if we've ever done a YouTube.
Okay, so we can spawn anywhere here.
Yep.
Now, what the unique mechanic is, while this chip is active,
Yes.
all enemies are going to prioritize getting adjacent to it.
Okay.
Then they're going to pick it up.
Okay.
Once they have it picked up, the one who has it is going to prioritize
Getting out.
getting out.
Okay.
If we kill the thing that's carrying it, they'll drop it on an adjacent
Then
hex,
other people.
and then other people will swarm on it, and they just want to get away with our. So they're not strictly planning to kill us, but if
Okay.
one escapes with it,
Sure.
everyone else is going to try and kill us. So.
Yep. And if one of them picks it up, the rest of them prioritize killing us.
Killing us. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Just so we can't
Just
just
so we're
walk-
clear.
Yeah. It's
All right. So we have to spawn anywhere here,
Okay.
and so nobody can actually occupy that spot.
Sure.
Why are you laughing? Oh, I believe it.
Come on, people. We got this.
Okay, so
Okay, so I'm going to jump in between two of them. So I want to start over here somewhere.
okay,
And I'm going to try and clay more people, and then not clay more people, but clay more people.
okay. In which case, I think I'll just. Okay, my range is going to be 3, so this puts me in range of all the biggest threats
Right.
for my magic, which I'll switch to.
Yep, and I think I'm going to start with
Okay.
two-handed.
All right.
There we go.
Just heads up.
Yes.
The native skill for this region, which a
Yes.
lot of them have native.
Yes,
you
they
can
do.
see, is target takes true damage equal to their current tenacity. So spend that tenacity.
Oh yeah. Okay,
Okay.
so
right,
I haven't
you're
actually
first.
read my tenacity yet. So my Dragon Knight innate is obviously ignore armor on the first hit, And then my tenacity, I've got the Dragon Knight standard. In turn order, each other adventurer you may roll 2 free proficiency skills targeting an enemy within their range. So that's kind of a good way for you to get out. Searing Strike, which is add 1 free proficiency skill to your attack. Oh, that might be good. For each weapon type item in your inventory. So I've got weapon type.
You've got 2.
Bow and sword.
Claymore. Yep.
Yep. So that's 2 free dice, and if I do that on my first one, that's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
And then molten weapons gain 1 over fatigue to recover 2 drain dice, which I might use that later. Yep. Okay. So I am going to go and stand in between these two because this one is a ranged one anyway, so I don't want it chasing us. Maybe. I'm going to guess that 27% of the people think we're going to survive.
No, you're at 56.
Oh, I guess. Thank you, people. We can't let them down now.
No, we can't. We can't.
Okay. So
even if they steal the trunk,
right,
we're not dying. We're not going to die.
No, we're not going to die. So
I refuse. They might steal the trunk though.
So I am going to target the Frost
Atronach.
Atronach. That's a great name. I like that. And the Khajiit will kind of just take it like that. So I've got that.
So this Khajiit, though, just heads up, does have a skill called Divert, which is different if you take a look at that because it's changed. Divert now, which will likely getting a name change as well. They cannot lose their last HP unless they were already at 1 HP before the attack. So essentially, you could hit one with 1,000 damage, and it'll just be like, ugh! But then you could hit it up and just like blow on it, and it go like, ah.
I mean, I wouldn't. I'd still use my sword.
Yeah.
But, or an axe. Okay, so I've got that. Please may I have 2 free proficiency die. Boop. So I've got 6. Is there anything else I can't take anymore? Because that's my max Sama. That's my tenacity use, so I don't get true damaged.
Right. Wreck this guy.
Let's see if we can smack this thing upside the head. That's a pretty good start. So 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points of damage.
That kills it.
Oh my god, what a roll.
And then this guy goes down to 1.
I rolled no misses.
You don't, no
so
misses
means,
and 2 2s.
Well, no misses also means I get no tenacity, so I don't take the true damage at all. Because that could have
been. That's good, especially because you don't even have a 1, so you can't even. If you got 1 tenacity, you have nothing to spend it on. Exactly. Okay, so, that's the best we can hope for. Oh my gosh! All right, good start. Good start.
Huzzah!
Okay,
I feel proud.
So for me, you can keep going.
So the question is, do I want to keep going? Do I want to like shield bash this for its last point of damage? Got 1 attack. Do I want to? If I moved again, that's another action.
No, you only get 1 movement.
Oh, so it's one.
So
one
you've already spent your movement.
Yep, perfect. So I could switch to bow and shoot something else.
You don't have any dice to shoot with, though.
Oh my gosh, I get so many fewer.
You spent it all on that first go.
On one game. I mean,
you could switch to healing and like try and prime that regeneration thing.
Sure.
On somebody you think is going to die. Keep in mind, I've got war scales.
Yes.
I'm hoping to deal some hefty damage to this guy.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to take the first hit now and not worry.
Not worry. Okay.
Okay.
My turn then?
Let's do that. I mean, I've got my Berserker medallion next time, so as long as I survive the first hit, I can always take a double turn, which is pretty cool.
Okay. I'm going to go here.
And then I can get some proficiency die back and hit people as well next time. So yeah, that's my thought.
Okay, so I'm gonna roll. Yeah, I want to try and deal as much damage as possible. I'm gonna roll these. Okay, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage, but it's got 3 defense.
Right.
I'm gonna use my Scamp Crusher to take a light fatigue to reduce its defense by 2. So it's got 1 defense. So I deal 8 damage with 1, so 7. So I just need to hit it for 1 more, which.
Okay.
I can do. I'm going to spend my 2 tenacity.
Yep.
To leap and kill it,
nice.
Dealing 1 because I spent 1 to leap, 1 to deal the 1 damage.
Yep.
Then, oh my god, here we go. You ready? Okay. Then I'm going to use my innate.
Yep.
To move up 5 spaces for free. To here.
Yep.
Oh wait, no. Hold on. Actually, wait. I'm not going to do that because I think we
kill
can.
it in one go.
No, I think the two of us might be able to burst that guy down, or maybe not. But regardless, I'm actually going to go block this guy because if this guy picks up the trunk,
yeah,
and he's going to move first. If
he's got stalwart, yeah.
Although he can get there no matter what. Oh, geez, hold on. No, I'm gonna stick with this.
Okay.
All right. Then I'm gonna take 2 light fatigue to switch and attack again. To do this against the troll. 3 damage, but I am gonna take another light fatigue.
Oh my gosh, you're full up already. You're gonna be exhausted.
I know. So I reduce it by 2, but that's gonna deal 3 damage. Like that.
Yep.
Then I get these defense. I wanted the defense.
Gotcha.
Because my war scales will help, but that's only 1 hit.
Right.
Okay, but I don't think we're gonna die. We might still lose that trunk. We're gonna have to shield wall the spider. Okay. All right. Your turn.
Okay.
Or no,
their turn. Yeah, their turn. It's not that easy.
Okay, so. Well, these guys are both 3. Since we took out the big dudes.
Yep.
These guys are both 3. So we can choose the order in which they go. If we have that guy go first, he'll pick it up.
Okay.
And he's easier to kill than that
Sure.
guy.
So 1, 2, 3, pick it up.
Oh, so he'll move 2 to get
2.
adjacent and then pick it up. Like that.
Oh, so you're next to adjacent. You don't. Yeah,
Yep.
you didn't get on it. Okay.
And then he's going to attack the weakest, which is me.
Yes, it is. For 1.
He's also going to steal. Do you mind rolling that d6?
I do not. I rolled a 4.
Okay, so I'm good. All right, he's going to deal 1 damage.
So you take a damage, but that takes off your.
And he does not steal
shield.
from me, so.
Okay, cool.
All right. Now this guy.
And steal is what do you need?
If you get
it's more than your HP.
So it should be
equal
or higher.
Okay.
Is what it's been updated to. They'll steal something
Cool.
from you.
So the weaker you are, the less defense you've got against
Yep,
people
you're,
stealing stuff.
you're like, I'm so tired and unhealthy, and then they're like, I'm just gonna yoink. All right, troll.
Yeah.
He'll just stay there because he's already next to me.
Yep.
And he no longer wants to
3
go.
attacks. You want to do this?
I have no tenacity, so no native. Oh!
So
Boom.
two misses and one point of damage. There we go. That goes on your. You got away with that one.
I got away. I have nothing I can do on my turn.
And this
next
is why
turn,
you play
but
20 games before you change stats, because I rolled all hits and you just rolled all misses for the enemy. So it's like,
Let me just get out a pen here. And
I think our percentage of surviving just went up a little bit. Round 2.
I mean, that roll you got on that guy is what, like...
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. All hits, including a crit, is pretty
2
good.
crits. You got 2 crits.
That's
You got
true.
exactly 8, right?
So I'm going to, first of all, change to one-handed, because I have to use these things, or I can change to the bow. Let's change to the bow and shoot the stalwart guy. I think we just need to do that straight away. Can you get around there, or do I need to move?
You can get here.
Oh no, I'm in the way of the bandit anyway. Which it would try and move 2, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So it would go around.
Honestly, one strategy we could do is we just block the exit
and stop them from trying to
and
get
stop
through.
them.
Do we think we can survive the troll hitting us over and over again?
I mean, I've still got war scales.
Sure.
I can survive the troll at least 1 round. 1 more round after, because it rolled pretty poorly.
Okay. Let's try it. I like the idea of being slightly less in your face if we don't have to, because we have to take this down.
And you can still
over
like
multiple turns.
Yeah, so you can still like. Oh, you don't have any proficiency dice, so you can't.
So I'm gonna put it on.
Oh yeah, you can't. You don't have anything to roll against.
Okay. This is why you talk this thing through.
Well,
I have to change to something, so I'm going to change to.
You don't have to
use my sword and shield, so I can use these.
Okay. I guess if you wanted to just kill that guy first, then you could move back there. But
sure. Let me go to sword and shield. Do this.
Okay.
And then I will roll my dice.
Okay.
Boop. Boop. So, do I have to say who these are going on to as I roll these dice?
You can only target one person.
So you target one. I can't split attack, split dice.
Correct.
That's a
correct.
action.
You'd have to take a second engage to engage with somebody else. Though there are a lot of effects like the claymore, like magic abilities that let you hit 2 things. Like there are area of effect abilities, but without any of those special texts, you just have 1 target.
Right. Okay. So
who are you targeting?
I am targeting the. I still think I want to knock down the. Because as soon as we kill that, he's going to pick it up.
Yeah. Just you might not want to roll all because he does 0 defense, and you'd be able to ignore it anyway. So maybe just
the defense dice. Yeah. Okay. No,
That's
I
what
can say that. I can see that. Okay. So the 2 defense dice. I've got to get used to not rolling all my dice.
Oh yeah,
it's a very hard thing to do.
I know. It's like you just want to scoop them all up.
Obviously, halfway through the second session ever, and I still want to roll everything. Okay, let's try and kill the skeleton. So.
You're skeleton.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yep.
If I'm going to split
it is defeated,
things,
and then we can place it on an adjacent spot. I'm thinking we place it there.
Yep.
So that they have to spend a turn picking it up versus there they're already closer to the exit.
Right. No, yeah, I think that's pretty obvious.
Okay.
And then, I'm in the right form to then try and bash the spider because I want. That's what I want.
Oh, I see what you're doing. Yeah.
So now I want to bash the spider. Boop, boop, boop. So let's look at the different symbols.
Yep.
So one is deal 2 damage to your target for each sword or board in your active slot, and the other one is exhaust. Do I have to do that one?
You don't have to, but they'll go into the cooldown no matter what.
Sure.
But you don't have to resolve the effect. So you could just do that one.
Just do this one because I can only
deal the 1
anyway.
damage, and then you don't need to
go
worry.
into my cooldown. I don't have to lose my defense.
Correct.
Okay, I think that's all I can do unless I wanted to take it a Berserker's Medallion extra turn, which I do not at this time.
Okay.
I'll save that for when I'm feeling dire threat.
I still can't. We got the best starting rolls we could
I know.
ever. Like if I didn't get this 4, which there's only a 1 in 6 chance of getting a 4 on that, and if I got misses on these, like oh my gosh, this
rigged. Game's rigged.
Game's rigged. We got loaded dice. This is spooky. Okay. Well, it's not spooky anymore. It was spooky. I think we're feeling pretty good. All right, my turn though.
It is.
Okay.
I think you can get out of there and try and start taking down that spider as well.
Yeah, taking. Well, I don't have any damage.
You can do literally 0 damage.
I spent all my damage. So.
Well, there we go. That just shows the
I have nothing I can do to help anymore. Okay. I think what I will do then is
any kind of blocking status.
I'll go here so that this troll comes to me.
Yep.
Instead of you.
Yep.
Well, actually, hold on. He only attacks. He attacks the strongest. So if I even move 1 further,
then
he'll go for me. Yeah. So I will stay there, and I'm just going to recover.
Sure.
Any of these things help me out? Not currently, but
any kind of status die you can throw at them to stun them or anything like that.
Actually, yeah, I can. So hold on. Yeah, you're right. I'll do that first. I will, because I have enough room for it. I'll switch to magic. I'll roll this, and that's okay. So that's going to be placing a maim status die, which the total it's a slight tweak from what that says. It's because that says their attack stat is half.
Right.
What I've adjusted it to is that the rolled amount is reduced by half.
Okay.
Just because then if you put it on somebody who has a 1 attack stat,
sure, they
still have a chance of rolling a 2 and then therefore dealing 1 damage. Otherwise, they just do nothing.
Yep.
So I can either put it on 2 1 or 5s or 1 10 or 20. So I can essentially put it on one of these guys.
Yep.
It's
got to be the troll, surely. Oh, the spider's got 3 attacks
as
well.
I'm thinking with me having the Scam Crusher, you having your innate, we can actually take that guy down easier than the Stalwart. So I'm actually thinking him.
Okay, so he still rolls 3 dice, but it's whatever it rolls.
Whatever it rolls is half.
Okay,
rounded down.
Yep. Okay.
Now I take it back.
Glad I asked.
All right, so now their turn. So the spider is going to pick it up because he's just right here.
Yep.
And then
he's going to squeeze it around the side.
Well, because that's after movement. After they end, so he's still he's still hanging out there.
Perfect.
So, do you roll against you?
This is against me, and it's
half rounded down.
I roll quite well, as always. So 4 rounded down to 2, and I've got 2 defense in there.
Good. Ooh. Oh my gosh! People are gonna just be like, "This game's too easy."
Nice skill. Play well.
I'm
I was told to play
sweating.
well.
I just want. I don't know if that picks up on camera. I'm like, because that first round was.
Can confirm.
Feel my hands.
Oh yeah.
Clammy.
I think everybody was talking about how nice your hands were in the last stream. I don't know if you saw that.
Well, I'm not going to get those same comments this time.
Okay.
Okay, so now that guy's going to roll against me.
Yes, do it. Not halved.
Not halved.
So
2 damage. I can take 2
you
damage.
can indeed take 2 damage. Okay.
All right, round 4. Or no, round 3.
Yep. And again, remind me about Stalwart. Is it one?
It's 1 per turn. So if you use
per turn, not per attack.
Correct.
Okay.
So,
So I can't just
you
keep doing
can't-
single dice
Nope.
shots with the bow and
Nope.
take a bunch of fatigue.
You would have to use your Berserker's Medallion if you wanted to deal more than 1 damage to
Sure.
it.
I got to ask for those people at home who are like,
Oh yeah, no.
Can I just
Yeah.
do the thing? Okay, so 1 per turn. I can deal with that. So start of my round, I am going to jump in between them. Change to that, and then roll 3 dice, targeting the troll.
Ah.
Because
Oh, I see what
I'm
you-
going to claim all them,
yeah,
claim
yeah.
all them, and then decide afterwards if I need to do anything different.
Yep.
Because I have the backup of the thing. So I have much less this time. So I get 1
Tenacity.
2 points of damage, which ignore the armor, and 1 point because that's a stalwart on that one. So, okay, so that now goes into my cooldown, and I think I am going to take. Do I need the fatigue, or do I take the extra turn? So, talk me through my options here. So I'm 1 dice from filling out.
If you take an additional turn, you'll still get to clear that.
Of course. Perfect.
Because that is at the end of your turn.
That's the difference with just forcing the issue now rather than taking the extra turn. So I'm gonna take the extra turn from the medallion. Now when does this flip back up?
When you're defeated.
So I can't use it for the next battle or anything like that. It's
You'd have to die first.
Okay.
And I know we're going to be altering the wording that you can use it in conjunction with this.
Sure.
So if you set that up, your self revive, and then run into a fight and just go like and die, you can use it to reset the Berserker's Medallion, self revive, and keep going.
Perfect. So
It's a great combo.
So the extra, that's in my turn. So my secondary turn is going to be changing to restoration.
Quick meta jump in. Did you explain Berserker Medallion?
Oh yes, so we
used it in the first
we
one,
used it in the first one, but Berserker Medallion essentially it lets you take a second turn.
Yep.
And that is a full-fledged second turn, which means the good and the bad. So like armor on enemies will reset, but then again, so does the Dragon Knight's innate ability.
Yep.
You get a chance to cooldown twice, but if you also have like a bleed die or you've got over fatigue dice, those would still trigger their damage both times. So everything that comes with taking a turn, you quite for all intents and purposes, you take a second turn. Yep. And then you can only use it once, like it flips. Then if you're ever defeated in combat, it'll switch back. And that does also work in solo because you don't actually lose the game if you just die, like especially if it's a non-quest encounter. There might be some quests that if you fail quest encounters, that's it. But if you just die in a normal battle, like you take a hit, but you can you rest up and you can keep going. So you can even use that in solo. Okay.
You hit load saved game.
Quick save.
Quick save. Yeah. Okay.
All right. So you are using it. Okay, so make sure to flip it.
Yep. So I'm flipping it. I'm doing that. I move to that. So I take a fatigue for changing to restoration. And now I can only roll 2 dice because I've only got 2 in Magicka. But I am going to roll this one and this one, and I missed. So that goes up to there. That is not good. But then this one is 4 heal dice on you. So if you would like to roll that.
And then you do have 2 tenacity.
I do. I know.
Okay. And I have a max of 6 now. So I heal the full.
So I can spend the tenacity out of any other turn. It doesn't take an extra fatigue to use it. So I can do Searing Strike, which is 2 free attacks.
Okay.
1 free to your attack for each weapon and infantry. So I've still got 2. That uses up that, and I will hit, and I can still use my innate on that.
Yep.
So I'll
It's your
hit
first
the
attack.
I'll hit the troll.
Okay.
And I do 1 point of damage on the troll, but I ignore its armor. Thank gosh. So,
Yeah.
a little poke.
Also, just in case I don't know how often we're switching to the top-down camera, all of this art is just reused art for other chips because we don't have all the art done yet. So this is not actually what the troll is going to look like. Just wanted to put that out there. Like, this is one of those printed stickers that I just made myself. Like, that's not a giant. That's a Spriggan.
Right.
That's not a troll. That's a giant bat.
And it could be a very troll-like bat.
Yeah.
With no wings.
It's a troll bat cosplayer. It's the troll version of Man Bat. It's Troll Bat.
Troll bat.
Troll
Okay.
Bat.
Okay, head it here first.
Yep. All right.
Let's see if we get that past the lore.
Okay. So then, did you do your second recovery? It looks like you did.
I did. Yep.
Okay.
So those 3 went back in there.
So then it's my turn.
What's that? I'm feeling very much like I need to spend points on recovery at some point because 3 is.
Well, we're
going
gonna get 3 here.
Right. So
that'll take you up to 4. So yep. Should be
Yeah,
able to.
I'm desperate for more recovery on rolling 4 attack dice every time.
Yeah.
Proficiency dice.
All right. So let's see. For me, I'm going to. Oh gosh, I still have so much before I get anything else. All right. I'm kind of thinking. The troll is still going to go for me, right? Because you have no, we both had 6, so we could choose.
Yeah.
I still have my war scale, so it going for me is totally fine. I think I might roll these against the spider.
Yeah, let's do
try
that damage.
Yeah, because it's going to move 2 there.
So we'll have 1 more chance to take it down before
Well,
you do no damage.
no damage yet, but don't worry. 1, 2, 3, 4, and I take 2 light fatigue, and I'm going to have to drain one of these. Oh boy. Okay, so, but I have things I can use for this. I can do my leap. It's got, okay.
Yes.
So, I'm going to spend 2. So 1 to leap, 1 to deal damage.
Yep.
And I wish I could just do it again, but I am restricted.
Yeah. And also, is the stalwart from all of those other areas?
Yeah. It's any source of damage.
Yeah. Okay.
I think that's going to be it. Yeah, so the troll will attack you.
That's fine.
But okay.
I can take it.
All right. This clears. You should be able to take it.
I know I should. That's fine.
All right.
So,
well, this guy's going to go first.
oh, yep.
So he's going to go like that because he wants to escape.
Yep. And he still hits you.
Yep.
Is he still maimed?
He is. Maim is permanent.
Oh. I mean, that makes sense. You don't.
We really, yeah. Okay, so he does 1 damage to me.
Yep.
I'll take it. Just in case this troll
bursts through me.
bursts through, yeah.
And then 3 attacks on me. I've
Yep.
got no defense in place.
This guy does have native, which would then also deal me 2 true damage. So actually what I'm going to do instead, I'm going to give myself that health back because one of my abilities has an interrupt class ability. When you would take any amount of damage, drain a proficiency skill to prevent that damage. So it's essentially a war scale that I tie up to using this.
Okay.
So I deliberately picked the acrobat because I am a slippery little thing that cannot be killed.
Okay.
And I like that.
Okay, cool. So you survive.
I survive. I don't take any damage. Yep.
And I take 2 points of damage. Bloop.
Wow.
There we go.
What a shame.
We got this.
All right.
Although we have hardly looked, we haven't looked at any loot yet. And
I'm
still
okay
struggling
with
to kill
that.
the spider. I mean,
I'm okay not picking up any of this loot. I mean, I'm full anyway.
yeah,
so.
I'm full too. But
I mean, this is like
can't do it all.
This is honestly the one piece of loot I don't want to give up. Is my Scam Crusher. It's
Sure.
so good.
Yep.
Okay. So you're up.
I am round 4.
I think you can just kill that troll with your.
Do we want me to kill?
Oh wait. Oh, actually no. Kill the spider
Kill the spooder.
because this is my only damage-based thing, and there's a fair number of misses on here.
Sure.
So I'm worried I wouldn't be able to kill it, and then it would escape, and then we would lose after all of this hard work.
Okay.
Okay.
I can do that. So I come around to here. 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
So force it to go the long way around.
If you manage to miss all of this, yes.
Yep. And then I think so. I've got different forms. I can just use proficiency without using that, can't I? So
Correct.
I'm going to go to the one-handed. So that's a fatigue for changing again, it's quite difficult managing big axes, healing, other things.
I mean, it's exciting to do.
Well, it is. It is. I'm glad it's not just auto. So I'm going to take the one thing, and I'm also going to take.
Might as well go. Really.
Go for that and do what I can. Okay, let's see if I can hit that spider. I did 2 points of damage.
Okay, so it'll drop the chest on a nearby, or the trunk.
Boop, boop.
Okay.
And I think that's all I'm going to do this round, because anything else I'm kind of over fatiguing, and then it's not good. So let me get some of these back.
Okay.
All
right. So then me, I'll go up to this guy, and I'll try and see if I can.
Yep.
Because if I get a 2, I can kill him.
Right.
We got it, because I'll scamp crush.
Yep.
Take a light fatigue to ignore his defense. Oh my gosh.
We did it! 56%ers, well done. The first 2 attacks we both did were outrageous.
We got crazy lucky. Yeah, like
I think, did I roll 6 dice and they all came up hits?
You rolled 6 dice, so you spent everything you could to roll those 6 dice, because you had to... You also were lucky in that you had 2 weapons, allowing you to roll two of those.
Yeah.
You got 2 crits and no misses.
And no misses at all.
Which was the exact number you needed to kill that guy.
And these are... Yeah, so I should have had at least.
You should have had at least one miss, or on those 2. And then for mine, I got a 4, which I had a 1. It was a 1 in 6, and no misses, which I have a 2 in 6 on these is getting a miss. Like, oh my gosh,
nice.
We would not recommend those kind of jumping into that.
But we also did not pick up a single piece of loot. And we had to concentrate solely on doing that, and I used my medallion to do it. So
so now we'll have to kill you.
I mean, sounds a little bit excessive, but I guess.
All right, we gained 3 experience from that.
So 3 experience. I've got 1 in the bank, so that puts me on 4, which I can only bank 3. So I am going to spend all 4 to get my recovery.
I'm going to take I'm going to spend 2. To get another magicka, so I can roll all 4 of my magicka dice.
Okay. Nice.
So you took an extra recovery?
I did, so I've got recovery of 4.
Nice.
And my fatigue always starts at 4 recovery, doesn't it?
Yeah. Okay. I do have 1 more, but I want to save that for a 5th.
So that's a 3-point spend rather than a
3-point spend. So I think I'm going to hold off buying anything else.
Okay,
just keep that.
Yeah, fine with your proficiency of 1. Your single
it's,
dagger.
Honestly, it's mostly there so I can use it with my my interrupt.
That's great. Okay.
Yeah. So like as far as because like this I don't need. It adds, so I don't need to have a decent amount of proficiency to make use of this weapon, and then this one doesn't use it at all.
Okay.
Whereas yours are proficiency based.
Yes.
So what I love about proficiency is on their own, they're not usually better than most skill dice. They're not ever going to do as much damage as my magic dice.
No.
They're a little bit more consistent. They don't.
In conjunction with some legendary weapons.
Yeah, they don't provide defense like your sword and board dice do. Right. But if you get those weapons that enhance them, that's where they can shine, and that's where you can sort of really build around them.
Okay.
All right, so we finished day 5. It's been an eventful day.
It has.
Where's everyone gonna go? Oh, well, there's nobody left. There's nobody left.
Bring them on.
We wiped them out. All right. Well, shall we? So we got 3 experience. So 15. 16, 17.
Okay.
All right. Shall we just make our way towards Rock Grove?
I think so.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. Do we want to stop in Gideon or just do an encounter?
What Gideon is a town?
Yes.
I think let's stop in Gideon and take a look. I would like to avoid any more fights until
the end.
We can get down there. I'm a little bit worried that I'm going to use up more. But let's see what Gideon offers us.
Yes. Gideon. So it's got a 5-1 for the shop.
Okay.
It's got a 3/1/3.
Yep.
For trainers, and it's got Temple of Dibella. Remove all dice from cooldown. So if you wanted to clear out that 4, so the next fight we do go into,
that I'm in favor of. So, okay, let's have a look at what's in the shop.
Okay.
If you could get me some items, because I think I might be using my diplomatic immunity.
Oh yeah.
Did anybody get that movie reference, by the way?
Heather.
Of course you did. So the relic we have is the Diviner's Charm. After enemies are populated, you may draw one additional enemy of any level and use it to replace any enemy in play with a matching level. Anemones. So we can basically swap out one if we don't like the look of it. I don't know them well enough to know if we should swap them out though.
Yeah.
Void Steel Axe. If you've trained 3 or more proficiency skills, ignore up to 2 for your target's defense. I mean, that seems pretty good for me.
But is it better than the Claymore combined with your innate? Because you can only use one weapon per attack. That being said, just putting it in your inventory buffs this ability too.
Oh, that's true. It's an axe, yeah. An Ebon Sword, if you would roll exactly 1 proficiency skill, add 1 free proficiency skill to this attack. Ooh. That could be good. So that doubles all of my attacks. Very good against things that can only take 1 damage at a time. Flechettes.
That one's fun.
At the start of your turn, you may discard any number of cards from your inventory. For each card discarded, that deal 4 damage to an enemy within 4 hexes.
So just throw all of your stuff at it.
Throw the bow at them. Void Steel Staff. You may deal 1 damage. You may deal yourself 1 damage to gain +4 range to this attack. I mean, I don't need that right now, but that's, although it is a restoration one, that's pretty cool. So how would that work? Explain to me. So that would be, I'm in restoration combat. Up here, what are these called? The combat
Battle forms.
Battle forms. And I use this, so I get +4 range for the attack for the healing.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. And at the moment, it's only
2.
I was only 2, so the range is 2. Okay, understood. And then shortcut map. Discard after the party movement. Move the party up to 3 additional spaces. What is the benefit of getting there quicker?
Not much.
Okay.
So,
But,
since we already beat the threat that was chasing us,
Yep.
I think we can take our time here, spend a couple days. Now, granted, the final step is going to scale based on our party XP.
Yep.
But what doesn't scale is the end game.
Sure.
And that is where you want to be at around 30 experience by the time you go into the very last step of the end game.
Yep.
So we're at 17. So by the end of this session, we probably want to be closer to around 25.
Wow.
So we may want to spend a couple days to build up some XP.
Okay. Let's try and do that.
So yeah, that shortcut map, I don't know, is going to help us out.
Sure. Okay. Well, I'm definitely going to go to visit the temple.
Me too.
So that's 1. And then other things we can do are you can.
I'll up my. I'll actually hold on. How many of these dice are there? There's only 1 defensive posture. This is at 2. Or, you know what? I'm going to take restoration.
Nice.
Level 1 restoration.
And what would level 1 sneak give me?
So there's only basic sneak.
Yep.
Which, so sneak you have to have a little bit of foreplanning on doing, and it's hard to use in clashes because everyone's so tight-knit.
Yep.
That will say, however, that will say within 2 spaces of an enemy, not outside of threat range, because that's almost
I
impossible.
wonder if I
to do.
just use a thing to train or whether I take a thing. No, it's not. I don't want to get too sneaky.
Okay.
I am going to take the Void Steel Axe there. Discard that. I don't think I need that anymore.
Okay.
Okay. So now I have 3 in there for when it comes to my free attack.
Mm-hmm.
Load up with weapons. I love it.
Yep.
Exactly.
Because this is another situation too, where if I had more of those side quests printed out, picking up another side quest, because like we haven't gotten to be able to utilize this one just yet. So that's where it's like taking on multiple side quests is really good, because then you'll have more opportunities to find one that you'd be like, oh yes, we can do this one.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, so that is now there are no more NPCs, so we don't have to worry about that anymore.
Nice.
So
7?
day 7, should we just move 3, not worry about taking some over fatigue, see what the encounter gives us?
Yep.
Okay. Uncharted Zanmir. The Argonians of Blackmarsh once had an ancient civilization that predates most records of Tamriel. Their ancestors built the mysterious Zanmir, massive stepped pyramids that rise among the fens. There are many unknown half-sunken Zanmir, and you have come upon just such a structure. You know there are many groups in Blackmarsh interested in the Zanmir, not least the Argonians. Do you enter the place and map its submerged lower halls? Who knows what secrets lie beneath the bog? If you succeed, keep this card. One adventurer may discard this card to ignore... Oh, well, that's ignore one class prerequisite, which is no longer or take an additional town action.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, if we fully complete it, we'd get a total of 4 XP, because you get 3 from the Sky Shards, 4 for completing it. Or we just let some other fool take the risk. 1 experience. Each adventurer must place 2 fatigue into their cooldown, or drain 1 skill until the end of the next clash, delve, or dungeon. My side quest is on delves.
Oh, nice.
Do we want to do a delve?
Let's do it.
At least see how long,
Yep.
Yeah. Get some experience. How many of these do I need? When we complete a delve. Okay. And we get 3 experience from that. So if we complete this delve, we'll get 7 experience, which...
Oh my gosh.
I think at that point, then we can probably be good to
Move
finish.
on to the final prison.
But that's assuming we beat this delve.
Of course we are.
Which
I mean...
We're in a good spot. We have no fatigue. All right, let's do this.
No fatigue, no care, no clue.
No care, no clue.
I like it. So
just running on raw luck.
We don't need that one.
No, we
do need that one. Of course we
That's
need
the only one we
I
need.
knew we need.
All right.
Round
Counter?
Yep.
Round 1. I apologize, this is probably not in frame for you, Andrew, but we'll need to spread out. Is that okay? Okay, we'll figure it out. All right. Okay. So then let's go ahead, spawn the starting tile. Suspicious Pond. Grab those ones.
Let's take the middle one.
Okay.
That is a suspicious
Well,
pond.
you're going to go first, so I'm thinking maybe we do it like that. See.
Yep.
Or is that good?
Yep, that's good.
Okay.
We can pull the whole thing down before we
Oh, yeah.
move up that way.
Yeah, because then we can build out that way.
Build up that way.
All right, so it spawns a treasure. When an adventurer ends their turn on this tile, heal them for 2 HP and roll a d6. On a 1 or a 6, deploy an enemy on the closest available hex, depending on player level.
Yep.
Which, we have a 50% shot, though, that would only spawn a level 1.
Okay.
Okay. So that's the start. So now we can begin. Proper. Round 1, there's no trap when you go in there, so don't worry about it.
Boom, boom.
Okay.
We get to there and explore.
Explore.
We need to get through this
Ooh,
quick.
we got a Sky Shard. Have another one?
Is it?
I fell into another gosh darn vortex.
So
Ooh, that medicine man tricked me.
I'm gonna put it
All right.
this way around.
Units are immediately defeated if they enter the center hex of this room. Enemies will not enter this hex unless displaced by a player effect.
Okay.
I'm gonna place that there. So
Yep.
It's like a very visual indicator.
Don't step on me.
Swim your way out. Oh, yeah, that's if it's the second or highest. You can hop in. You can essentially like Goonies water slide it.
Nice.
And you hop in and go whee, and you're out.
I don't think that's part of the game. The Goonies. Is it part of? Could you imagine if Goonies was set in Tamriel?
Oh my gosh. I mean, well, I already made another Goonies joke last time we were playing because it was the pirate.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is going to be the 5-pointer.
Okay.
5-pointer.
Bum, bum.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we got ourselves a lurcher. Lurch. All right, here we go. This is the 1-pointer. Hey, okay. All right. We're good.
Okay.
Okay, so you move 2. You've got 2 movement left if you want to use it.
I sure do. I want to stand in the middle. No.
Let's go.
Okay.
Oh, and there is a Sky Shard in there.
Yep.
So we'll pick that up once we move in there.
We will. And divert is the.
That's outdated. It's the
Oh, yeah,
one
sorry,
that
yeah.
they'll go down to
1,
1, and
Yep.
then
Yeah, you said. I did listen, I promise. There's just a lot to take in. Right, so I'm going to go and... Oh, poison sounds nasty. But it's got... I'm going to go and stand next to
Okay.
it.
Did you want to explore that? That is an explore hex if you want to.
No.
Okay, because it could possibly spawn more enemies.
Right,
so.
exactly. It probably will. So I'm
Okay, so get that.
Let's fight first.
I'll be the keeper of.
Yeah,
these.
exactly. So it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and only it's got one
defense.
Defense. So explain to me what poison 2 does, because it doesn't have any attack. That's
Correct.
A new one.
So it's ranged and it can hit anybody. Like
Sure.
it can
Infinite.
infinite number, but it's got a range of 4.
Okay.
It's threat.
Yep.
And it's going to add a Bane status die, which is the take 1 true damage.
Oh, where's my crab?
I know. Yeah, you set your crab free back in Alton Coromont.
Okay.
That would be really funny if you do this and it's the crab and it's like he's back.
I like it.
But no.
Okay.
So you'll add that. The 2 just means that if you already have one in your cooldown,
Right.
you move it 2 spaces to the right.
Yep.
So essentially, if you've got a pretty robust cooldown, it's going to take it. It prolongs it from clearing out
Gotcha.
because that stays in there until it cycles.
Okay, I think I'm just gonna hit it.
Just gonna hit it.
So I'm gonna roll those 2 and those 2 because I started in one-handed. So let's see what I get. Oh no! So I get 2 points of damage. I have 1. See, I'm learning to split my dice up and do some different things, and I got 2 there. So if I want, I can trade in some of my tenacity. When a player defeats an enemy, remove 2. Oh no, I don't want that right now. I think I'm going to do a Searing Strike on it. So I'm going to use 2 of my tenacity right now. So I add 1 free proficiency skill to your attack. So I have to do another
You would
attack.
have to do another attack, which would take...
It's a fatigue for the extra attack.
Yep.
But then I get 3 free dice, and I'm just going to use 1 regular one.
Now keep in mind, you will have to hit through its defense this time because you ignored it for the first attack, but you haven't actually.
Yep, I got this. It's fine. What are you talking about?
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
That does it.
Okay,
Nice work.
thank you. That used a lot of resource, but I needed to kill the poison thing.
All right. My turn.
Yes.
Did you do your cooldown?
I did not.
Yeah, not having any of that was really nice. That helped us out. That was in Gideon, right? That's a town I got to remember.
Yeah.
2, 3, 4.
Isn't that amazing that we're already thinking about remembering towns?
I mean,
we
town,
go back there in other days.
I mean,
It's a great part of it though, because that's exactly what we should be thinking about. It's like which town does what and at what point.
Okay. This seems excessive, but I mean, I'll get most of it back.
Just use the 3.
Just use the 3. Yeah, I won't use this one.
Don't use that one.
Okay.
You got this. Then you get them back when you drive them.
I don't get this.
Yeah.
All right.
So no damage gets through.
No damage. I could take the Scamp Crusher.
Right. For 2 points of damage.
2 points of damage. That's not worth it, really. Because I'm already going to take 2 light fatigue from these.
Right.
But I get 4 tenacity.
Okay. Yeah, so take 2 light fatigue and...
Yeah, because he's only got one damage.
Right.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, getting him down to 2 is no... We can only do 1 point of damage after that.
Yeah.
So we might as well wait. Do
Do
you want to use any of your tenacity right now?
How much could I... well, I already broke through his defense. So if I were to do another leap, I could 1, 2... So 1, and then 1, 2, 3. I could deal 3 damage to
Put
him.
it down to 1.
Put it down to 1. I'm going to do that.
Nice. So leap over. Do you want to explore?
Yeah, I'll put this guy down to 1 real quick.
Yep.
But yeah, let's explore.
Okay, what we got?
We got this one needs to change.
Okay.
Because it doesn't it's a flip down one, but it doesn't actually physically work with the tile it needs. Oh, whoa, hey. Last 2 sky shards is the throne room.
By the power of place.
It's the one that saved us last time.
Right.
Okay. All right.
I'm hoping that's nice and center on shot.
When revealed, the party may choose to leave one reward hex empty and change the other to relic. Yeah. Sure. Okay, we'll just spawn.
Because we've got so many items, we kind of want better items to choose from, not poorer items to choose from.
Okay. Replace each enemy on this tile with a level 20. But I can flip it. They might spawn as a 10.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't flip it last time. I'm going to be consistent. 20. Okay. Breton Archmage.
And again, that's the scenario doing that, the Gold Rush.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we're pretty good.
Yep. Okay.
We've got 2 20s?
Yep, 2 20s.
Okay, so the flipping did nothing. So for those of you at home, choose a different method because proven scientific proof that flipping does not give you easier monsters.
I mean, we've come on. We've taken things out like this before. And what's this trap do? If successful, deal 3 damage to each enemy on this tile and place a stun status die on the 2 strongest. Granted, they're going to get a turn before we can go in there.
Yeah. But they don't move that far.
And then there's 2 Sky Shards.
And it's 2 for enemies all the time, correct, for movement?
Correct, unless they have, like, Rush or something.
Right. But their threat range is 5, so they're going to be
And they're
shooting
both
us.
ranged? Oh, gosh.
Ruh-roh.
Reggie. All right. Okay. So that, because that was my turn to jump and get that guy down to 2.
Yep, that was it.
That was it.
That's what we got. That's all we got. So your exploration at the end of our turn, now none of us can react.
Yep. All right. So now enemies, they're both 5s, so we can choose. Well, I'm in range of both of them, so they're both going to just hit me because I think you're outside 1, 2, 3, 4. You're too far away, so they're just going to both hit me.
Sure.
Which is great. Love that for me. Which one do I have attack me first?
Surely they...
Oh gosh, and they both have Siphon. All right, so I'm going to die. So Siphon is all adventurers in Magicka taken over fatigue.
Oh.
So,
well,
goodbye world.
We can do this.
Oh wait, I can choose to take 2 damage instead.
I can heal you next turn, maybe.
That, because I can war scale one of them.
Sure.
Oh gosh. Okay.
So do the 3 attack first.
3 attack
then,
first. And take this or not? Take the 2 damage instead.
Take the over fatigue.
Take the over fatigue. Okay.
And it just doesn't come. That doesn't. So explain over fatigue. Because we didn't.
So
use that
because over fatigue, once it's in your cooldown, you're going to take 1 true damage for each over fatigue in your cooldown.
Sure.
Additionally, it goes into the end, but then when it gets to the end, it doesn't clear.
Sure.
So it essentially also then restricts how much you recover each turn.
So you're only going to be recovering 2 dice from now on.
Yep. Until I get this next one.
Sure.
Okay. This is brutal. Okay. Wow. Wait. My turn didn't end when I did that. I can switch battle forms still. I explored when I landed there.
Right.
So I am actually going to do that.
Take the fatigue.
Take the light fatigue.
Because you're going to recover that.
Yeah, okay. I'm allowed. That was allowed.
Yep.
I should have looked at. Okay, so now, they have Siphon. So in which case, I'll have this guy go first.
Yep.
3, I'll take it. Yep, 3 damage I can take.
Which means you can also take the 2 instead of the over fatigue now, because we know that.
Yes, but I don't have to take that over fatigue because I'm not in the Magicka form.
Gotcha.
Because it's just for adventurers in Magicka
adventures
form.
in the magic form. Gotcha.
Okay, so now this guy, he's going to roll 4. I'm likely going to war scale this. May I have a 4th die?
You may.
I'm going to war scale that.
Yep, that's a lot. I can't see on camera that was
5 damage. I've got 3 health left. No. All right. Then this guy will also attack me.
Yep.
For 1. I can survive that even if he rolls a 2.
Nope, just 1.
Just 1.
Take it.
Heal me. Just make sure you don't end your turn in Magicka.
Right. That's a lot of changing of forms and stuff.
Round 2.
Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Accountant range.
Yep.
Oh, this guy's gone.
Yep. So, I can change to bow. shoot one of these guys, ignoring its armor, and it's double range because it's my first attack of the turn. Then change to restoration to heal you, and then figure out what my life is choices are after that. I think
Sounds good.
so. So that's a fatigue to change. I'm then going to do 3 proficiency is all I can roll. Assuming that there's nothing else to roll. I've got nothing from here, but the first attack is there. So I'm ignoring armor, so I'm going for this one, for the Nord Pyromancer.
Okay.
Come on, we can do this. Oh, 2 ping, ping, ping.
2 damage?
2 damage, ignoring armor, 1 of those. Okay, so that goes into my thing. I now need to change form to do some magic, which is a thing there. Shall I try and prep resurrection just in case?
Sure, might as well.
So let me do those 2. I don't get it again.
But
you do get 4 dice of healing.
Oh, yes.
So that's
Thank you. Thank you kindly.
do one of those.
That's up to max.
So we can take another turn of that, but you've used your hardened.
I've used my I gotta get tenacity so I can do my silent roll. Get my second war scales.
Okay, so I now have tenacity of 3.
Now what this is, so this says enduring, which means while that's at 3 or higher,
Yeah.
that's always in effect.
So when a player defeats an enemy, I can do the thing. So I haven't moved yet.
Nope.
So do I want to move up and finish the bandit and get myself some fatigue down?
I think that's probably pretty solid.
Because I need to change form.
Mm-hmm. Boop. And then move, right?
And move to here. And then another action, which is another fatigue, to do a couple of these on it. I don't think I need to use all of them.
He does have 2 defense.
Oh, he does have 2 defense, doesn't
And
he?
you already used your innate.
Okay, so I will roll all of them then to see if I can burst through the armor. So let's try and get
3.
some 3.
I think you're,
Yep.
You even got a shield bash, right?
Yeah, I did. So, yep.
You can just do the shield bash and that'll kill him, right?
Yep.
All right, so then you get to remove 2 light fatigue.
These now go down into here. Bosh.
All right, and then
Just make sure I'm doing that. Okay, and then
normal
those
recovery.
fall back.
Nice.
Recover.
Okay.
And I'm not in magic form.
All right, so we're killing these guys, right? We're gonna rush in there.
Well, I mean, we can try.
Okay, so I'm gonna move in, but that's gonna immediately trigger the trap.
Yep.
So I need a 1, 6, and a 3, and I've only got 2 attempts. There's my 6. I'll take a fatigue to move that to 3.
Yep.
Second attempt. Ooh. I mean, there's no penalty for missing, and we just don't get to deal the 2 damage.
Right.
But that would be nice because that would eat up his armor so that I can actually hit him.
And you only get, so that was your second roll, so you can't change it anymore.
But that's a lot of fatigue, so I don't think it's worth it.
That fills up your track.
We did get these. We could just hightail it out of here.
Oh my god, it's so difficult.
But I also need to hit something to build up my defense, so like I could absolutely just get melted.
And I didn't get resurrect, so I think we hightail. I'm.
I mean, well, hightailing is also still very risky. Is what
Right.
I'm saying. But I think we just gotta hope they roll poorly.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, because that guy's got native, and you've got 3 tenacity built up.
Right.
And he'll hit both of us. Oh gosh. All right. All right. Well, I think that's really our only option is we just hightail it, though. I don't think we're gonna be able to kill these guys.
Okay.
Okay. So that was 1 movement.
Yep.
2, 3. Okay.
For anybody
I'll
worrying
roll
about
this.
monsters being so.
I'll roll
this. is
this.
So scary. Yep.
Okay, so I can go untargetable next turn. So I just got to survive till next turn.
Okay, you can go on target with next. Okay.
All right. So they're gonna go.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he can hit both of us.
Yep.
So he rolls both and then applies it to both of us.
Okay.
So 3 damage to both.
Yep.
You have 3, so you take 3 true damage.
Yep. 1, 2, 3. I
And
can
then-
absorb 2
Oh,
and take
gosh.
1 more point of damage. Did you take the?
Oh, no, I
fourth
didn't take
off?
your 4th one off.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
gosh. And then this other guy can hit both of us. So he's going to move 2, or he's just going to move to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Well, on a side note, I
Oh,
might
and I
get my
take 3
Berserker's
damage.
medallion back quicker than we
There you
first thought.
go. There you go.
Okay. So the question is, can we get out? I think we.
Well, this guy's got to roll. So he's got to roll his 4.
Oh,
Do you want to do the honors?
Oh my god, who's he targeting?
Both of us.
Oh my god.
You got to roll. You got. Oh.
Oh,
no, that
Gets
2.
He gets us.
He gets us. All right, we both die.
Yeah.
So you get your Berserker's medallion back.
I do. Okay.
Dang
So
it.
we tried to be slightly sneaky, but triggering that last room at that point with those
so we
two
lose
20s.
these. We don't get the encounter. We don't get this.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Boo!
Ooh, this game's too hard.
Making this is way too hard.
All right.
So as you're in that dungeon, there's a lot of discussion about balancing the game and the game being too easy.
That's there we go.
Address that.
So yeah, that tracks. So we had a chance at, again, either of those could have been slightly weaker.
We could have, like,
enemies
flipped and gotten
than
the
that.
ten-
Yeah, they could have been. And I think if either one of them had been, we would have done okay. But even then, I mean, that was pretty rough.
that was pretty rough. All right.
So we get knocked down, but we get up again.
Okay. So,
Can I have my 2 more health back, please?
yep. So we get our recovery.
Yeah.
So I get 3.
So we recover up to how much? Our stamina?
Our cooldown.
Our cooldown on health.
Yep.
Okay, so I only get up to 4. But I do get my medallion back.
Now there is. I cannot actually. I'll have to admit, there is a ruling that I'm not 100% certain on
Mm-hmm.
as to. I know the day counter increases.
Yep.
But I cannot remember if we are sort of pushed back to the last town or not. I don't think so. I think
Okay.
we hang out.
The
We
play-
can
our play
choose.
testing will stay where we are.
Yes, we can choose to take light fatigue to heal more if we want to.
Sure.
Which
I mean, what
I
what
mean,
is our next encounter likely
our
to
next
be?
encounter is, I mean, we're going to do a quest encounter, which is peaceful. We're going to
Okay.
just interact with this guy.
Yep.
And then we could just book it to the dungeon. I know we were kind of talking about getting more XP, but
Didn't turn out so well last time.
it didn't turn out so well.
Okay.
We could maybe see if there's like, depending on what encounter, like, because delves are harder.
Right.
And the chances of us getting a second delve in a row are pretty low.
Okay.
So we might get lucky, get another clash before we actually have to go to the dungeon
Sure.
to get a little bit more of that sweet XP.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So yeah, we're on day 8. Should we just move in, do this quest?
Yep.
Okay.
Let's do it. Peaceful one. I need a peaceful one after that.
No.
That was stressful. Now
No.
my hands are sweating.
No experience though for this, unfortunately. Okay, when you reach Rock Grove, Rock Grove meets you with hostility, even before you have so much taken a step within its boundaries. Fortunately, there seems to be a group of able-bodied marauders on the outskirts, curious more than aggressive. They seem ready for a good fight, so long as a good day's wages are involved, or if their recruiter has a particularly golden tongue. If you're willing to shell out, you'll probably need to settle for something cheaper or for nothing. Oh, sorry. If you're unwilling to shell out, you'll probably need to settle for something cheaper or for nothing at all. If you did not lose the trunk, which we miraculously did, set aside the following chips. You can look in here for, I think they should all be in there, an Argonian Marauder, an Altmer Marauder, or Altmer Bandit. So just Nord Marauder and a Dunmer Marauder.
Nord. Dunmore. And what was the other one?
Argonian, which I see right there, and
Argonian.
then Altmer.
Altmer.
Perfect. For each set aside item, which I did, I was greedy, I took one. We have to flip one to its 1 point side.
Okay.
So these guys are going to help us in the final fight. But we're going to have to flip one of them to their 1 point side.
Sure. This is pretty cool having a little army.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah. I'm thinking maybe the Dunmer, because the Dunmer on his flip side still does 2 damage.
Okay.
Which means if we face anything with 1, we can still reliably use him.
Yep.
Okay.
So we have the Marauders, and one had to flip down to a Bandit. So this could have been a 5-point Marauder with Rush and Divert. Instead, it is a 1-point with just with Divert, but it still has some armor and some attack. So there we go. That's our little fighting force.
Yep. So we'll set those aside for now. So set any successfully recruited sellswords aside. They will not join the party until the final step. Essentially, they're like, okay, you
They're
paid
hanging
us.
around. They just follow us.
They have to get ready. In fact, I thought I had a little bit of lore here that sort of says that they're like, hey, you go on ahead. We'll get situated, and we'll meet you at the gates. They'll meet us at Black Rose.
Okay, equipment montage.
Yeah. Alternatively, now we didn't have to consider this option because we didn't lose the trunk. We just died in a delve. But if you did lose the trunk, adventurers may drain speech dice to recruit the sellswords. For every 1 die drained, the party may recruit 1 level 1. For every 2 dice drained, the party may recruit 1 level 5.
Okay.
So even if you lose the trunk, if you've built up that speech line,
Right.
you can drain those dice. Granted, they'll be drained until the end of the next battle, because unless you have something that lets you recover drained dice.
Yep.
So you have to lose those dice for that period, but it's an alternative. So like if you decided, hey, I want to go heavy into speech, this is an opportunity where it's like, hey, that could actually really help you out in a quest. Okay. So now, our last thing is we just got to reach Black Rose, but
Sure.
so that was day 8. So yeah, we'll keep those guys there. Be a little
Get
army.
ready.
Should we do just one more encounter? Maybe see if we can get some experience before jumping into.
I think so. I think we can afford one more.
All right,
What are
well-
we doing? How are we doing on time, Mr. Producer?
You're coming in at like 2:30 right now.
2:30.
Tooth hurdy. Time for my dentist checkup.
That's right. What do you want to do?
We could also just jump into the dungeon, because the dungeon is going to take
Let's do it.
some time.
Let's jump into the dungeon and look,
All right,
look
all
for the last one.
Okay. Dungeon time. So this is the last step of the quest. So I'm going to just move the map out of the way then.
Yep. And we're done
So
with
we
all
can
these.
Build the dungeon. Yes. So dungeon's going to have a little guide map. This isn't quite. There is one.
This
change
is
to this.
final art for those of you wondering.
Final art.
Bit
Yep.
art. Whichever way around it is, can't even tell from behind.
All right. Okay. I'll need the entrance tile.
That is that.
Yep.
That is this.
Okay.
Dum dum dum.
All right. And if I could have the hallways.
Dum dum.
Now this will be slightly different from what's actually printed on here, but I know the difference.
We're probably not going to get every single.
It's probably not going to all be on camera. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And then at the 3-point or the 3.
Oh, even my arms can't reach that one. And you get reach. You might need to come and play with framing. Nice.
Oh, let's do this one. Looks more like a prison cell.
Yeah.
And so the actual delve tiles themselves, like what's on them, isn't going to matter. And that should be, wait, what the heck? Wait a minute. Oh, because this goes like that. That's, no.
Yep.
What? Wait a minute. I'm confused.
Rotate it.
I've got something wrong here.
There you go. You got that. And you got that. There we
Do
go.
I have something wrong here? No, these are supposed to have 2. Oh, yeah.
They're
Okay.
all one touching.
No, that's outdated.
How is it?
These should
Okay.
have 2 touching. Okay, I think that should.
Okay. Perfect.
That
That'll
works.
do.
Okay. All right. So then there's some chests. Now we can actually sort of to visually represent it. So this is each dungeon. Then is going to have its own sort of unique rules that sort of apply to the dungeon. So once I get these chests,
How's
set
the
up-
framing on this one, Andrew? Are we?
Where did all the chests?
The direct top of Salem's head for the most
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Cool.
We'll get there.
This is the prison cell. So, yeah, prison cells,
So-
and then the courtyard,
Yep.
and hallways.
Correct. So, what's going to happen in this one is that these prison cells, they are sort of locked by default. And
Yep.
yes. So the prison cells are locked by default. They're going to have units in them.
Yep.
That are going to be prisoners that the raiding party is going to attempt to be unlocking. So until we know that they're actually locked, we don't have to, we'll sort of keep them disconnected, because the moment an enemy moves onto one of those hexes,
Yep.
they are going to unlock that prison cell, and the enemies inside are going to become active.
Sure.
So let me read what I got here. When you reach Black Rose. Arriving at the Black Rose Gate, you hear a clash already underway. It seems Zeryl's liberators have already begun their assault. Reaching the prison yard, it seems most of the Blackguard's initial forces have fallen to the invaders, but the cells are still intact. The interlopers' top priority will likely to be breaking open the cells to strengthen their numbers, but you don't want Zeryl to slip away in the chaos. So we've got ourselves. I'll put that on the close-up camera. We've got ourselves a quest enemy.
Ooh.
So that is our quest enemy. We're going to place him on Hex A, which is over here with no health because he's not currently active.
Yep.
Okay. Place an Altmer, if you want to look in here, for the Altmer Necromancer. It's on the back side of the Lich. So if you find the Lich, it's the same chip.
Yep.
And place that. That'll go here. Okay, where was I? All right. After placing initial enemies, place additional level 1 enemies until all hexes up to hex 6 have been occupied, which our enemy pool is 17. 17 times 2 is
34.
34. So that's going to be a
20.
20. This guy goes there. Okay, 20. A 10. And
4 ones.
4 ones. So I think we'll need to spawn one more 1-pointer. Because it has to go up to 6.
Okay.
Yeah, because this is 5. So then I'll just grab one more. All right. So we'll go ahead and spawn these. So we've got... Oh, geez. Okay, what's your proficiency stat? 4? So this guy, he starts with 5 health, but he's got Colossal, which means his health is increased by the highest proficiency stat in the party. So he's going to be at 9. Thanks a lot. So he goes here, because this is outdated too. Next one.
So he's guarding... He's not guarding anything.
No,
he's,
they're going to rush into the prison to try and unlock those cells.
Okay.
2.
So the thought behind this one is it more to quickly knock out the people trying to open them, or is there a different? Can we get past and
we can get past and try and block them, because if we can block them from reaching a cell, they're always going to try and move to the closest cell that they have a route to.
Right.
So if we can cut off their route, then they might go a different way.
Yep.
And that takes them longer, and maybe we can reach around and cut them off there.
Okay.
But they will move through each other. They just won't end on an occupying spot.
Okay.
So let's see. Got this guy. This guy's got 5 health. Next guy's got 4 health.
This is a big group.
It is a big group, but we've got forces.
That's true.
We've got
Got a
reinforcements.
whole army. Going to pass me that stack, and I'll do these.
The what?
The stack of health behind the bag.
Oh, yeah. We will only deploy them one at a time, though. So one per round. So we'll want to choose who we
I
want.
thought we had an
deploy.
army.
Yeah, they're trickling in.
Okay.
They were. Whoa.
Easier than moving the entire thing. Thank you.
All right, and you know what? So then the Necromancer is also going to get some health. All right, you know what's my favorite part?
What?
Let's see, where is it? After placing, okay, then build a second enemy pool, placing them without health on star hexes. Place one in each cell in numerical order before cycling back to the first. So what was our enemy pool again?
34.
34.
20, 10, and 4 ones.
Yeah, let's do it again. But hey, you know, we've already proven we can fight a double enemy pool.
So the 20.
We've already proven that. So let's
Orc
just
Brigand. And our 10 is a Dunmer Sentry.
okay.
Boop.
All right. Bonk, 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 bonk. Sorry. All right. So round 1.
So where do we all deploy?
We are arriving at this monstrosity.
Not in the best of shape.
Not in the best of shape. We probably should have taken. Yeah.
Yeah, we should have.
All right. But we've got our little buddy. He's going to join us in round 1, and we'll get new buddies at the start of each round.
Okay.
Wait. I think that should be there. That should be there.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
So they can't get there in one.
Well, this guy can.
This guy
It's
can.
meant to be that there's one baddie that can get to a cell in one move.
Okay.
Like for each of the 3 cells. So it's sort of the question is, who do we try and target, burst down?
Well, I think this one needs to die.
Yep.
Okay. I feel like I'm going to be using my my medallion pretty.
Okay, that guy doesn't have divert though. That's good.
Yep.
Okay, because I can maybe burst that guy with magic.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And we've got a.
And he's got 4 range, so he can chip away at that guy too.
Yep.
Yep.
And I've got a bow, and we've all got bows.
Okay.
So so do I? So the question is 1, 2, 3, 4.
So the good news though is once I forget his name because we did just recently change his name.
Yep.
It's like 0. Once 0 is unlocked though, we get to set the round counter back by 1.
Oh.
So we do have a little bit extra time once that happens.
Okay. Well, I'm starting with my claymore.
Okay.
And we'll figure it out after that. Because I'm going to go in. My plan is to go in here, try and do as much damage here to see if we can get this guy close, and then figure out if we can take those.
So fun fact though, rally
Yes.
is if there are other active enemies on the fight when a guy with rally dies, he's completely removed from the board and then spawns the next level down on his spot.
So he'll spawn a 5.
Also, fun fact, necromancy necromancy revives all defeated allies get 3 HP.
Okay.
So
Do we need to say that one down first?
yeah, we might want to.
I can't do everything.
I mean, why can't you?
why can't I?
Take a berserker's medallion, do everything.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I can try. So I do feel like this one is pretty important to,
Okay,
to start.
I should be able to kill that guy with magic.
Okay, but then he'll revive.
Well, that's why we killed this guy first. If we kill this guy, we'll stop all of that reviving nonsense from happening.
It is nonsense. Okay, let's do it.
All right.
I might be taking 2 turns straight away.
Yeah, I think we got to start strong. There's
Yeah.
a lot of heavy hitters here.
Okay, so I guess I'll stand there.
Yeah.
There isn't a better way to do it. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'd love to. That just gets 3 guys, but if we can't burst him down as well, then where did this burst thing come from? I don't know. I've never used that term before. Anyway, answers on a postcard 2. showmeyourclaymore.com.
Okay. Did you want to add any free ones with tenacity?
I guess, has anybody got native here? The Necromancer does.
The Necromancer does, yeah.
So we'll try to kill him anyway.
Yep.
So yeah, I guess we'll go for the full on smash, bang, wallop. So okay, let's do this. So I get 7. I'm going all in on the Claymore attack. This might not be good, but we'll see. Nowhere near as good as my first time in doing it, but there we go. We can't all have everything.
All right. How much did you hit it for?
So I get 1, 2, and this. Oops, sorry. 1, 2, 3 tenacity, and I hit it for 2, 3, 4, 5, ignoring its armor.
And then for this guy for 3 then?
Yep.
Oh, hey, that's perfect because he's got divert.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so I tried.
You did.
I did. So these all come into here. I can now So I can do a little bit more. I can change to that or that, and I can fit 3 more in here. So I can try and do some hitty death.
Okay.
On the necromancer. I still think we keep going for it because then then at the end of the turn I can always take a second turn.
Yeah. Good point.
So 1, 2, and this does. So I lock those in.
So you deal 2 damage to him, base, right?
Yep.
So he's down to 1 defense.
Yep. And then this does 2 more.
2. So
that'll be 4. So it
4.
does 1 more point of actual damage.
No, so that was 1 damage. He was
Yep.
at 3 defense, right?
Yep.
So he takes how much damage total is he taking? 2.
And that only does
6.
2.
No, that does 2 per.
Oh, is it 2 per?
For each sword and board in your active slot.
Oh, so I do 6.
6. So that kills him.
Yep.
Nice job.
I knew that.
Nice job. You knew that?
I knew that. I was
Perfect.
testing you.
Okay. Well, I passed.
Yep. I've told you everything.
All right. So now we can.
Second fatigue for the second attack.
Yes.
Yes. Good call. Thank you. But now we don't have to put up with that necromancy nonsense. We can actually kill units now.
Right. So then at the end of my turn, I get rid of that fatigue and go down. And then, enduring, when a player defeats an enemy, they may remove 2 light fatigue or 1 over fatigue.
Oh, nice.
So the question is, do I want to take another turn to do something, or do I want to save my medallion?
I mean, you could use it now, bank a revive, and then if you die, you'd get it back.
I mean, I haven't rolled the revive yet.
I mean,
so,
you'll get it. You'll get it
with the
someday.
reanimate.
You'll get it someday.
I will. Oh, I can heal myself as well, so I need to do that. So let's move to restoration.
So wait, are you?
No, it has to be on a second
Yeah, it has to
turn,
because you've already
because
done
I've
your
already
full-
done
yeah,
the fatigue thing. So second turn. So this is the medallion coming in again. So I am going to move to restoration magic. I can do that and that. There's nothing else I can roll whilst I'm doing this, correct? And there's nothing else I want to do.
No, this is a new turn.
New turn. Second turn.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Thank you.
but I get it back anyway, so that's fine.
If you kill something.
If I kill something, of course I will, because I'll switch and then
Oh yeah.
do something
I
else.
see what, yeah, I see what you
Do that. I hope. So let's roll this. Excellent. Woohoo! Okay, I am going to do a leap.
You don't have leap. Oh, you've got dragon leap. Ooh, that actually, I can take advantage of that too.
Does this spend it?
You choose how much you want to spend, and that's how many spaces you move.
Okay,
All adventurers move, so I'll get to move too.
right. Is that useful? So I kind of.
Yeah, it's useful. Where are you planning on moving to?
That's a good question, because if I need to stay on this to get my fatigue back, but I could get closer into here, and then decide. I guess I could use my searing strike at that point. So I could use 3. 1, 2, 3. I could go. Not that I need to block one of those.
Who are you planning on killing?
So these are all too far away to get me, right? I mean, this one.
Yeah,
can,
and
that's
they're
too-
all moving in.
Oh, they're all moving.
Like they're
in,
not.
aren't they?
Yeah, that's another thing. It's like they're
all
not
moving away.
Their attention is spawning more enemies.
Right. I don't know.
Which is good for our health.
There's so many
It's-
options at this point, and I feel under pressure from all of these things right in front of us. Okay, so I am going to do a.
I mean, you could also.
Go
You could spend 2
Yep.
to use that. I would get to roll 2 because I'm in magic form, so my range is 4. So I could roll 2 dice against that dude, for example, and ping him. You could roll 2 against this guy. That would still be your first attack this turn. You'd kill him, and then you'd still be enduring, so you'd still get to recover.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Okay. So, all right. So I'll roll first because it's in turn. Oh no, you're first player. So in turn order. So you roll 2.
Yep. So I'll hit the bandit.
Yeah.
Yep. 1 point.
1 point because you're ignoring it. Yep. Perfect. So remove up to 2 fatigue.
And that's still another thing anyway.
Oh no, I don't think those have. No, I don't.
Oh,
think,
do
I don't
they
think
just
those are going to have.
misses?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think tenacity is just going to be on.
So I can do that.
Okay.
And and then the end of my turn, unless there's anything else I want to do, which would be changing form and using 1 bash. Or just a second heal on myself.
I could use it. I'm in range of healing.
In fact, when do I do the fatigue? Let's do this in the right order because this is very important.
That's when you defeat him.
That's when I defeat him.
Which, you have already done, so that is gone.
So that has gone. Okay.
But if you wanted to take another one back again, roll that other magic thing to heal me.
Heal you?
Fine. Oh, I thought you healed. Oh no, you rolled a miss. That's
rolled
right.
a miss,
I was thinking you already healed yourself.
I'll
But no,
heal you.
you
I'll
whiffed.
heal you.
You whiffed.
Okay. So
No, you won't.
Okay.
Get out of here.
So for those of you that are wondering the balance.
I still get to roll my.
Yes.
Okay.
1 point.
Whee!
All adds up.
All right.
Now I might leap.
If you want to. Where you leaping to? Wait. You don't get to move through people.
Do I not?
No.
It's a leap.
That it says move though, not place.
Oh.
Place is different.
Okay.
Granted, the enemies do have the special rule that they can move through each other, but we're not the enemies.
Okay. So it's just a normal move.
Yep.
Okay. I'll keep hold of it.
Okay.
The native one's dead.
Yeah, the
So
native.
I thought I was
one's
being
dead.
clever.
All right. No, you're not allowed to be clever. All right. So so I've got 3 movement.
Oh, I'll do my cooldown.
Oh yeah, definitely do that. Ooh, I can heal for 2 if I can kill a guy. All right, so I'm gonna try and kill that guy.
Yep. Please do. And also kill that one and that one at the same time.
I'll do my best. All right, so I killed this guy,
Yep.
which, because you're at 3, I get
Yes.
to remove 2 light fatigue. Thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
I gain 3 tenacity and a light fatigue. Hold on, let me put these in. I'm going to put these in first, though, so I get those back.
Yep.
Then I'm going to put in this one. Then I'm going to get this one with the light fatigue, like that. Okay. Then I'm going to... I heal for 2, because I defeated a dude with that.
Yep.
Okay, are any of these guys ranged? They're not. Ooh, so we actually have... We're pretty safe here, right, health-wise. But I am going to still...
Our Marauder is going to do a bit of damage as well. So if you can...
I'm going to switch and take another.
Yep.
To roll this. So maybe I can go untargetable during these fights. Okay, ooh, all right, there we go. Okay, so then I'm going to get... Now here's the question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to spend 3 fatigue to immediately take a cooldown because I've got endurance,
Yep.
immediately make a free recovery action. And then I'm going to end my turn and get those back.
Yep.
Okay. We're good. We are good.
We are good.
Okay. Altmer Marauder.
So he's got
2 movement.
Boom, boom.
Does he have rush?
He does.
He does.
So
but,
he's got a
but
threat range.
rush. Sorry, not to interrupt you, but rush is in lieu of an attack, like an attack.
Right.
So
yeah. So if he can't reach somebody to attack, he can
Yeah.
move again. But
But-
he can. But he's
yeah.
got a threat of 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. He can shoot that one, and that one.
in the
1,
mud
2, 3,
crab.
4, and that one. So he's only got 2 attacks.
Yeah. But
But
they
he
all
does.
have 1. So
He hits 2.
Oh, 2. So
most.
and we get to choose. We
Oh, so
any
ignores-
targeting we get to choose, but he does still hit 2
Nice. So Mud Crab, I think, is 1
because of the stalwart, and
the
then
stalwart.
stalker.
Yep. Let's do it.
Hey,
So,
all right,
so 1 on each.
1 on each. Nice
Because
job,
of
dude.
their armor. And again, we're not always calling out the armor, but we did two hits.
Yeah.
But they only took 1 damage each because
they both have 1 shields. Yeah.
They're a little bit tougher.
Yep. Which is really good that we only had to downgrade 1 of these guys because
Yeah. some
if
of
they
them
came out with only 1 attack, they'd be pretty useless against most of these.
Yeah,
They'd be
okay.
good for taking hits. That's about it. Which divert is really good for that.
Yes.
All right. So now enemies are going to go. Who's got the highest? They've all got 3s. So, all right, this guy's going to go.
2.
And these guys won't get a turn this time, but they are active now.
Yeah, now active. Okay.
Yep. And then we can slide this in to sort of mark it's unlocked. Okay, this guy's going to go.
Yeah. So is there anything to say that we absolutely should block that last prison cell?
That one?
Yeah.
Actually, I'd say this is far more like scary because he's not going to try and escape until everybody's free.
Yep.
Also, he's got a unique quest to enemy ability called Penumbra, which is when we kill him, he will place himself on top of the weakest ally that he's got. So actually killing him might be helpful. Like, for example, this guy has got a really nasty skill called Elusive, which means you can only damage him if you started your turn next to him. He also hits for 6, so being next to him at the start of your turn is kind of nice. Yeah. But if we like get him whittled down a bit and we kill that guy, he'll jump on top. Essentially, he's like, it's like a big shadow game. Like he's like, no, I was over here the whole time.
Right.
You know. So actually killing him over and over and over again is a little easier sometimes than killing some of these 20-pointers.
Okay.
All right. How much health?
And this jail cell has 2 ways of activating it. 2 points rather than just 1.
Yep. This is the only one with 1.
So okay. So let's try and block that one off then.
That one, and then we've got the little rat. Just a little rat.
Squeakity squeak.
All right. So those 2 went.
Yep.
Now this guy. Where's the closest one that hasn't been unlocked yet? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's going to go this way.
Okay.
And then the mud crab, they're going to move up there. And then I think this guy's going to move up that way.
Yep.
All right. And none of them are ranged, so we're safe. Okay. We get to add another one.
Okay. So we've got the bandit has got range, so it could probably
move up and get a
hit in, although the other ones have got rush, so we could maybe want to get them in
rush
the fight.
them up to the fight. I'm thinking maybe the Argonian with that 3 damage could be really helpful.
Okay. So
all right. Okay. So your turn. These are clear.
These clear. Okay. So I am in magic form right now. So my plan is to...
Which we should just double check. Nobody's got siphon, right? I don't see any siphon, so all right, we don't need to worry about that.
Okay, cool.
We learned our lesson last time.
Yeah, totally. My plan is to run up and try and get in the way.
Okay.
Heal, but then also use my first shot to target the guy,
the stalker
out of the way, and then hopefully leave these guys to help take out the closer ones.
Okay.
But you might need to come up and help me block.
Yeah. I also might try and go gunning for that guy, like try and intercept that guy, because if I'm untargetable,
then you can start.
Then I can like whack him.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4.
So you unlock the cell. No.
That's right. Yeah. Sorry, here's 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess I could go here. Although this one's going to reach me anyway, because then you only have to get to here to block. Whereas if I'm here, you have to get to here.
I mean, well, he can go over the chest. So where'd you start? Here?
Here. 2.
Or no, you're here.
Yep.
So 1, 2, 3, 4. That's as far. Okay, because I was gonna say if you get to there, but
I could use my leap to move 1 more.
If you get some tenacity, I wouldn't spend it just yet.
Sure.
Because we'll still have a turn before that guy actually gets over there.
Yep. Okay. So, I've got no healing dice, so I'm shooting. These are both in range. I am going to, let's use the bow.
Okay.
Let's try and take him down.
Going for the stalker?
Yeah. Do I want to use my Searing Strike, or do I want to, so I need to move to that. Take that. Fatigue.
Did you want a Searing Strike? Or
I'm not sure. If I need Enduring at the same time, if I try and take him down. He's got 1. Well, he's got no armor because I'm ignoring it for the first hit. So I need to do 5. I guess I could. Why not? 2. So 1, 2, 3. It seems to be suboptimal not to use when I've got 3 different items. That's the whole point of getting them. So let's see if I can get a couple of misses in here. That's fine. And I do not get any misses again. So
you kill him?
7 ones.
All right. So he dies, and rather than leaving his corpse, he's going to use Rally. So he's going to spawn a level 5. Because he's rallying his little buddy, which is a little Voroplast. He's got a pet Voroplast.
I don't get enduring because I did not have enough tenacity in my track at the time.
That guy's gonna poison you.
Oh.
Oh, he's got native.
Oh, that's good. I've only got one.
Okay. But did you want to like Dragon Leap, block him completely?
I mean, that'd be quite funny.
That would be quite funny.
Yeah, why not?
Oh, we got so lucky that, oh my gosh, like none of these guys have ranged. Oh, I was going to say block up there, so he
No,
cut
because
him
then the
off.
others can get to me quicker.
I mean, those guys can.
I guess. I'll just stand
Yeah.
there. I'll drag him.
Okay, so you're not using the one?
Who else can reach me?
That's the only, because this guy's going to go this way, but I'm going to block him off.
Okay. If nobody else can reach me.
These guys are all going to go that way
Yep.
because they still want to unlock that.
Yes.
And then once that's unlocked, because this guy's probably going to unlock that, that rat might be able to get to here with Rush. Well, he'll probably go to here, so he wouldn't be able to attack you anyway. That Dunmer Sentry, even though they can move through each other, they can't
stop
each other, so he's going to have to go there.
Okay. Let's do it.
Okay.
Okay,
I also get to move then one for that.
Cool down.
Okay. All right, then. So I'm going to spend one of these. I'm going to tick this down.
Yeah.
To... Where's the 1? There it is. To 1, to become untargetable.
Yep.
And I don't know if we've finalized exactly, because like sometimes we've been placing it on ourselves or in here.
Yeah.
But like...
Where would you like to place it?
I'm going to place it... I'm going to place it here. This
power
feels...
of playtesting.
Because you don't want that to exhaust. Like,
Right.
It wouldn't be very helpful if that was then immediately cleared at the end of my turn.
Yep.
So, which I know is not the intention.
Correct. And I think that's more visual. It's more
yeah.
obvious than that's that. Okay.
Okay. So, I did have the start. Now I'm going to move.
Yep.
This will prevent him from getting there.
Yep.
I'm going to roll. I'm in light weapon. So I'm going to roll this, and I'm rolling this one. This is my concealed weapon.
Yes.
This is going to prevent me from losing that. So if you deal any damage while one of these is in your active slots, you lose it. I'd still be untargetable, but I wouldn't be able to go untargetable again next turn. Then.
Gotcha.
Okay. So I deal 3 damage to it, but it's got 1 defense. I'm actually going to lower... I'm going to ignore that so I can deal 3 damage to it properly.
Yep.
Oh, shoot. But that's still... Well...
We've got the other guys to come in.
Okay, and it's not going to get... It's... Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, this way then we have a better chance of getting to that divert. Okay, so I got these. I did get a tenacity. This goes here. How much health? I could recover. I could use unhindered and then heal for 1. Yeah, I know it can happen if we don't have good health. So
yep.
I'm gonna. Sorry. So it's move up to my recovery stat. I'm gonna move here and then heal if you're not adjacent to any enemies, which I am not. So then I'll heal for 1.
Perfect.
Actually, I'll go. Oh, I was gonna go there and then just fuck.
He just walked straight into the prison cell. Like,
Yeah, no. This means he will actually hit you.
That's fine.
Okay, yeah.
I've got 2
You're
defense
good.
up.
You're good. Okay.
Okay, so
Then I'm gonna clear.
Yep.
Okay. So now.
Now the other guys.
Yep.
So I think let's just keep him central because he's a bowman. I think we've just got to go for this
so
one.
that guy's got 2.
2
So.
defense. Yeah. Let's try and take this one down.
Yes.
1
Okay. 1 point.
And then this
Then
one.
This guy.
He's got rush. So 1, 2.
He won't be able to attack after rushing, but as long as we just get him
1,
up
2.
there, yeah, get him primed.
So this automatically hit there then instead.
No, because he still wants to get there.
wants to,
Yeah.
okay.
I'm thinking actually we send him this way so he can intercept.
Sure. Yeah. If he doesn't,
if we're gonna create a chokehold,
I like that.
choke point.
Choke point.
All right.
Wrong game.
Wrong.
And then that's all we can do.
Okay. So their turn.
Yep.
All right. I'm gonna stand up for this. Sorry, Andrew. All right. So highest. So don't spawn him yet.
No.
All right. Also too, another thing. I think we're sort of in tune with who's on our team or not.
Yes.
But there are like little things that you can use to mark who's on your team.
Sure.
So like we can do that for visual players. So for everyone else who's like watching, who wants to know, like those are our guys.
Yeah. How do you know in the melee of?
All right. So 6, I think, is the largest.
Yep.
Yep. So this guy's gonna go first. He's gonna go bump, bump, just like that. But he can't attack anybody.
Yep.
Next is
The
the
Voron Plasma was a 4
Vorplasm. Yep.
Yep.
So he's gonna attack you.
with just one.
1, and then he will poison you.
Yep. So 1. So 1. Explain poison again.
Poison, you're going to take 1 true damage at the start of your turn.
Yep. Whilst it's in my cooldown.
Whilst it's in your cooldown, if he was able to get you again, that poison will move 1 space. Or sorry, 3 spaces up your cooldown track.
So it stays on me. Yeah.
Yep. All right, next is the rat. The rat's got 4 movement. The closest unlocked cell, 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. It's this one.
Yep.
So he's going to go 1, 2, then he's going to rush to that. So that is going to tick the timer down by 1. Can I have those 2 health chips? So there is 0. And then the skeleton. Got all the bones. All right. So those guys won't get a turn though.
Yep,
so
it just opened.
okay. So we did 4. Now we're in 3s,
Yep.
which we got this guy. Gonna have him go like that. He'll attack you, so he'll also try and steal.
I'll go.
2, he doesn't steal.
2.
Ooh, so you do take a damage, right?
Yep.
Okay. 3. This guy is gonna go 1, 2, because that's the last open cell.
Yeah.
So he's gonna attack.
We basically need to make a wall.
Perfect. Doesn't hit this guy. This one.
Comes out into the glade.
Or we could have him. He's gonna go this way.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually.
Oh yeah, because these can't attack.
Well, no, because this is blocked. This is a blocked route. So this is the current route. Is this way. So yeah,
Gotcha.
actually, he will go this way.
Yep.
Okay, and then this skeleton, and then the mud crab. The mud crab's like, oh, I just got to the party. All right. Okay, so that was the end of what was round 2. Got reset to round 1, so now we're back to round 2.
Yep.
So we can spawn our next little dude. Bloop. All right. Okay.
Okay. So I'm in bow form right now. So if I want to, but I don't have any proficiency dice to throw for it. So I can either shield bash something or heal. Oh, I'm going to need to move for each of those things. So let us think. I think I need to pull back for a turn. Defend that. And then
if you want to maybe like focus, maybe heal up.
yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
So I could probably kill the skeleton.
Bloop. So that's for that. And then heal. So it's not another action. This is my first one. So healing the rares. Yay!
Woo!
Finally. Bloop.
And you heal for 4.
Heal 4 dice.
4 dice. Oh, sorry. That's
Okay. No, that's good. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Set up to max.
That is
Max of
so
6.
Max of 6.
Got some more health over here. Don't worry.
First time I failed myself. I mean, I've tried before, but it's the first time I failed myself.
We just also really don't want this wolf to get out.
Right.
This is a very bad wolf.
It's a really bad wolf. Yeah. All the better to see us with.
What's the other guy? An orc brigand.
Yeah. So the other option.
Oh, you should have taken a true damage, but you would have gotten it back because
would
you
have
healed
done
for
it.
4. So
I did. Well
and
spotted.
that wouldn't have killed you.
Correct. So do I want to change form again and use my shield bash to try and?
No, because you don't have any dice for them to work off of.
Correct. So I guess no. I guess I'm done.
Mm-hmm.
So these come
All right.
in.
So here's the question: do I go untargetable again and leave you to just take all of those hits?
Yes.
Probably not. Oh, well, okay, because you get the revive?
Yep.
And that would reset your Berserker's Medallion.
Yes.
Okay, I'll go untargetable again.
I mean, who's going to reach you this turn?
That's true. That's true. That skeleton.
That's about it. So Do you want to use it on this?
I mean, well, if I
are you going to lose?
Because
it
I'm
anyway?
gonna lose it anyway because
Okay.
I'm gonna attack.
That's fine.
So
Yep.
All right, so I'll switch to this. I need to hit it for 2, just because I know I probably won't. And my magic is 4.
I mean, we've got things with
Okay,
3 attacks.
okay,
coming up
here we go.
If you want to go for the.
Nah, I kind of want to use. I want them to maybe take some shots at the mud crab or the voroplasm.
Okay.
All right. So I'm attacking the skeleton.
Yep.
Wait, no, actually, you're right. I could just try and kill that sentry.
Do it.
That might be better. Yeah. All right. I'll attack the sentry because he's in range. Yeah.
Yep.
In which case, I'm doing everything.
Let's go. All in fireball.
All right. 2, 4,
8.
8. Oh, he's got no defense.
That's
Yes!
an outrageous
That
roll.
kills him, but he does have rally.
Okay, so he spawns what?
A Bosmer Marauder. Oh no, this guy's got range.
Oh no.
But he is still going to move because he wants to try and help unlock the door. And I'm going to use that to my advantage.
Yep.
And place a stun die. I get to place 2 of them on
One's 5.
1s and 5s.
Yep.
So I'm going to stun both of those guys.
Nice.
Boom. All right. I get to heal for 2, but I think I'm at full.
You are.
Yeah. So. Okay. I think that'll be it.
Okay. Now our little friends. Do we need to kill this bandit or not? It's just going to be hitting us with 1 dice, right?
That's a good point. He's got steal, but he'd have to roll a 6 to actually steal anything.
I mean, it's not the worst thing to try and kill him, but you're right. I mean, the crab needs to be taken down. This guy needs to be started on, but that's 2 attacks.
Who can we hit with this guy? Because we can move that guy up.
Yep.
And do
Try
that
that
because that guy's got 2, so it's unlikely we'll be able to do any chip damage with these guys.
Correct.
So,
Well, he's got 3.
oh yeah, 3. So maybe we can.
Okay, so let's try and take out the bandit. So this bandit is going to take out that bandit. Battle of the bandits.
Come on, bandit.
2.
Woo!
Yay. So 1 for the armor, 1 for the kill. Boop.
Okay.
Well done, my bandit.
All right.
And then, do we just want to try and do the crab?
Should we both have him go for the grab?
Oh, we could do this one on the crab first. This one's
Okay.
only got 2 attacks. It's probably not going to do anything else, right?
Yeah. I mean, we could have it attack the voroplasm.
How do we do that?
Well, because what's its range? 4. Oh wait.
Oh, it is range. Yes.
Oh, and it can target 2. We can just have him stay where he is. 1, 2, 3, 4.
There we go.
Yeah.
Reading the card explains the card.
Oh, that guy had it. He rolled 2 as well. The only 1, 2, 3. Oh, we can have him
Oh, is it?
because he has also got 2.
Yep.
All right, so he's also attacked the mud crab. This guy's going to attack the mud crab and voroplasm.
I like it. 2. So 1 for the armor and 1 for the armor. So 1 point of damage on each of those.
Now, do we want our Argonian to go for the pork bandit, or to?
So what
finish
is
off the
what
mud
is this
crab?
warlord going to do in its turn? Is it going to come in and hit something, or is it going to walk past? Can we?
Well, they're going to keep trying to get as close to the door as they
right.
can.
So it's going to come around here to the gap, but does it?
Well, no, because I guess we could activate that guy before that guy, in which case he would go around the gap. Then he would go here.
But can we have him come to here?
No.
Okay.
Well, unless because if we move him there, then he'll go that
Go
way.
that way. Yeah.
He would probably kill one of them.
We can't have him not
And he's
fight
gonna,
somebody.
Yeah. In which case, if we have him kill this dude, and then we can maybe have this guy will spawn next to him.
Yep.
And then be able to deal a good chunk of damage
I like it.
with the 3. Okay, so let's have this guy then move this here, right?
Yep. 2.
Okay,
That's
kills
another point. Kills the crab. We're spending an awful lot of energy killing one little crab.
Those crabs are
Tenacious little.
they're
things.
hardy.
Boo.
All right.
Okay. God, this is brutal.
This guy's our guy.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Enemy is not going to stand up again.
Yeah.
Okay. So who's the highest? Well, we killed the 5.
So there's a 4.
Oh, this
and a
guy's
4,
5.
and that's
So
a
this
5.
guy, he's going to move there because the rat boys. Move, rat.
He's going to kick the rat down the hall. So we'll move the rat next.
Yeah. All right. We'll move the rat next. Rat's gonna go 1, 2, and then rush. 3, 4.
Yep. And then these guys.
This guy will go 1, 2, but
don't
he's
fight.
stunned.
Yep.
Granted, I think he'll still move poison up 3. Okay.
So he doesn't need to roll any dice or anything
No.
to do the poison.
Nope.
He just licks my boot. It's a valid question.
All right, then this guy's gonna go 1,
I should
2.
have worn shoes.
He can't roll any
Open-toe
dice,
sandals.
and enfeeble, I believe, does. Can you read me enfeeble?
I can read you enfeeble.
I think it's after attacking.
After attacking,
Yeah,
add
so-
number of light fatigue dice.
Actually, wait, yeah. What does poison say then?
Poison says.
Okay, so poison just says add to target unit.
Yeah.
So yeah, not after
Does
attacking.
he target me if he doesn't roll dice?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, they are. Okay, so that's all of those guys.
Hastily make sandals.
This guy is just gonna go blah.
Yep.
This guy is gonna blah, blah.
Yep. And then 6 dice.
6 dice against that
Against-
guy, right?
yeah, the
Oh,
roll
goodbye.
What does dodge do?
Oh,
Reduce
actually.
damage dealt to this unit by the number of missed rolls.
Okay, come on. You have a chance.
I do have a chance.
Oh, he's also got divert. He's gonna live.
Oh, he is going to live. There we go. See?
Gosh,
I knew
this
this all
guy-
along.
this
I
is
told
so-
you again. So
All right,
he
so
does.
he definitely
Oh my
takes
God.
all of it, but
So I just rolled obscene again. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 points of damage. But there we
okay.
go.
But divert coming in clutch. All right, now this orc bandit's gonna go to there,
We are.
and then this guy just it's got to move, right? Yeah, because he was there before. Yeah.
I feel this is quite thematic. Us protecting the last jail cell from all comers. I don't know how long we can survive this, but is there any? And we wanted to knock him down, but even I don't think that's a possibility now.
we might very, but the problem, yeah. So if they manage to get through and unlock this last thing, like if we ultimately decide we have to just run away,
Yeah.
the main thing is the moment all of the prisoners are free, he's gonna book it for the exit,
Okay.
and if he escapes, we lose.
Sure. So we could come out, let them.
We
And
could
then
come out,
come in,
let
intercept
some,
him.
yeah, and then intercept him, which might actually be a good call depending on how well these next couple turns go.
Sure.
All right,
Okay.
it's round 3. You're up.
It's the final countdown.
Oh, these guys are up.
Okay. So I'm on restoration form, and I do have 1 restoration die.
But we're
Neither
both-
of us need healing.
Nope.
So, I am going to move to here,
Mm-hmm.
switch to double-handed, and claymore everybody around me.
Okay. Who you?
I'm going to. So I'm hoping that you can move across and block.
Yep, I can do
there.
that. Fatigue for switching. Yeah.
Thank you. And I can't roll any other dice with this, correct? So you can block that. So the question is, can we burst down this guy?
That'll be a bit tougher.
But we've got some other help. Or can they? Nobody else can get in the way, right? I guess if I get 1, I can leap back into the doorway.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see how we go. Let's do this first. And I do go.
And you hit for 2.
And I hit for 2.
So who were you targeting?
So I was targeting this
Targeting
guy.
this
So
guy.
we need to
Yep.
knock this guy down.
So he takes 2 damage. This guy takes none. This guy takes 1.
Okay.
Oh, and these guys are no longer stunned.
And that goes in there and there. And then I'll use my dragon leap. Jump back in there.
Okay. All right.
I have no idea if that's any good or not, but it's what I'm doing. But I now get a whole bunch of dice back. So it's a delay, a jump in, a leap and a swing, and a jump out again. It is what it is.
It is.
We need to kill that poison thing so it stops moving on my... Oh, a point of 3 damage on me for the poison.
All right. My turn?
Yep.
Okay. You can remove my untargetable. I will switch to this to roll this against that dude.
Yep. Right roll.
Gain of tenacity. I think that's really all I can do for this time around. So I'll recover this. Okay. Now our little army.
A little army. So this guy can't reach anybody.
So these guys are both next to this dude, which means they can both attack him.
Okay.
So let's
do 1 each.
Yeah.
3 for you, 2 for me.
Okay.
Let's go. We got this. I got 1.
I got 3, so 4 damage total.
That's not bad. And weaken.
Also, this guy can target a second dude.
Oh yeah.
Granted, we would have needed to make that decision before we rolled that.
This guy. Oh no,
No, because he's got 2. So I'm okay.
That's the only other one that you can target. So.
Or the rat.
Oh, that's right. So this loses 1 tenacity. We got him.
All right. This guy is melee, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, he's range. Oh, he's range.
range?
Okay. But he's got 2 dice. We can't target him because elusive.
Yep. He's got.
I'm thinking.
He needs to move if he wants to shoot more than 1.
I'm thinking maybe we have him shoot the voroplasm and the rat.
Okay. So
If we
he comes and stands
Move
in
him
here.
here. No, because here, 1, 2, 3.
yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Yep.
Yep.
I like it.
Okay.
Neither. Oh, well, it's got. Yeah. 1. So the voroplasm doesn't take any, but the rat does. Okay.
Okay. Now this Nord. Do we just want to rush to have him intercept something?
I think so. Yeah, I think we have to. Well, he has to do a second move if he can't make it.
Yeah. I'm thinking like here.
Yep.
Because then this guy will attack him, which means both, and he won't move because none of these spaces are closer.
Right.
So then both of these can still attack that guy.
Next guy. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, let's do it.
All right. So enemies. Back I go. All right. This guy's got 5.
Do we have another little token for?
Okay. So he's gonna.
That has become very useful now that all 4 of them are on the board.
Okay. 4s.
Voroplasm licks my shoe.
Licks your shoe. Well, he will attack you still.
Well, he licked my shoe first. 1 point damage.
Okay. This guy's gonna move in.
Yep.
He's gonna attack the 2 weakest, which is this guy.
Yep. And me.
And this guy.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so that guy might die.
You might not though if you roll a miss. Roll a miss. No.
Okay, so our buddy's dead, and this guy takes 1 damage. Okay. Next 4 is this rat, which I think at this point, if the rat.
That's that 1, 2 there. That's the only way. That's the. Oh no, because that's blocked, isn't it? So I guess put him there.
Yeah, put him there. They're all piling up. Okay, so that's all the 4s.
Yeah.
So then 3s, we can have this guy hang out here. So he's going to roll 6, if you want to do the honors.
Sure.
How many more do you need? 1 more?
That's it.
Okay, against the Nord.
Against which one?
That guy. He's
Oh,
the
against
strongest. He's
him.
the
Yeah,
strongest,
yeah,
yeah.
Yeah, he's gone.
Oh, he's gone. Oof. Even with the 1.
Oh
No, he's got
no,
1
he's
left.
got 1 left. Oh my gosh. One.
He lives. All right. The Red Guard Bandit is going to move. Attack him for 1, but he's got to break through that defense, so it's unlikely. Oh, we're good.
Whoa.
All right, and then this Orc Bandit's going to go for the. He's going to roll 1 die and apply it to the 2 strongest, which is going to be me and this guy, because he's.
Oh, it's combat. Yeah.
Okay, so
You take 1.
take 1. I'm going to war scale it. All right.
What's the war scale? No, you're not going to.
No,
war
I
scale.
was kidding.
Oh, you had a defense in there.
Yeah, I had a defense.
It's like, what are you doing?
All right. Okay. Oh boy, this is we have
Backed against the
backed
walls.
ourselves into a corner.
We have deliberately. So.
We can't even escape anymore because we cut off our 1 route.
No.
All right. Well, you're up. Was it
So
round
I'll
4
take
now, or did I already move
points
this?
of true damage for the poison because he kept licking my shoe. Okay, what do I do? Okay, I think I'm going to. Is there any point in claymoring with just 2, or do I switch to one-handed? I remembered this time. And use that and these both. And I'm going to target the Marauder.
Okay.
Come on, Marauder.
You kill it?
Blah, 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 blah. Very much so.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Took my point. So the question is, do I want to switch back to restoration and try and heal myself, or I'm on 3 right now? I think I'm okay. Yeah, I think
the
I'm
rat
okay.
won't be able to
The
get
rat
you.
can't go to me. So I'm only going to take 1 attack from the Voroplasm. I think I'm fine.
Okay.
Fine, he says. Bloop, bloop.
All right.
Those go away. That comes back in, and that comes back in there.
Okay, so my turn.
That poison has really got in the way for the last 3 or 4 turns.
All right. I'll switch to magic. I think I'm gonna try and. Oh, should I try and blast the Voroplasm?
Yeah.
I mean, it might only just do 1 damage though.
I mean, try it.
Okay. Oh, this guy's cleared.
I mean, there's no other better. I mean, killing the rat that can't get at us isn't better.
2 damage to only 1.
Yep.
But again, a tenacity. Which I don't think I can realistically use at the moment. Oh, that's enough though to give me another war scales if I need it.
Nice.
All right.
I need to get my proficiency back and use my bow.
Okay. Recover these. Gosh, I should have had my recovery at some point. This 3
I know.
Like killing me.
I mean, I'm pretty glad I've got it, but
Okay. So now our little minions.
a little minion.
I think this guy against that dude
Yeah,
for sure.
So I do that one first. So let's see if we kill him. That is 1, 2, 3, 4.
4. All right. And then should we try to kill him with the Nord?
I think so. With 2 attacks, I'll let you do that one.
Okay.
Don't let me down now.
Oh my gosh, please.
Just exactly the right amount.
All right.
And then we've got this guy who has 2 attacks at the 2 of our choice.
Okay. Voroplasm for sure.
Yeah, Voroplasm and...
The Red Guard Bandit?
Yeah, it's got to be, isn't it? So come on. Yes.
Okay, yes. Voroplasm's dead.
gone.
This guy takes 2. Okay. We will hold the line.
This is so brutal.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. So that's all 3 of our guys gone, right? Both of those to kill that, and then that damage there and damage there. Perfect.
Okay.
So
Enemies go.
Enemies go. So they're both dead and blocking.
So this guy, he's gonna make his
I'll
way.
do the bandit onto these guys. 1. So takes.
So wait, the bandit?
It's
He goes for the 2 strongest.
2 strong, yeah. So it has to be these guys. So
Yep.
just
so
1 on you.
Yep.
1 point damage. You didn't have any
Yep.
defense save, did you? That can't move.
Yeah, you can't get any closer.
So did he move yet?
No, not yet.
So he would come and. Oh no, he's already next to somebody.
Yeah, he's already. Yeah, so he's gonna attack that guy.
Sure.
For 1.
Go for it. Nope.
Haha. He'd probably be able to steal if that Nord's got anything. Let's just find out. Would he steal? Yeah, he would. So
He stole his native. His native ability.
Okay, I think that's it. Because you already rolled that guy, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And the rat was just stuck. Okay. All right.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we absolutely cannot afford to let the I think we just gotta keep them from. Because if that orc warlord spawns, we're.
So take that.
Yep.
I am no longer gonna get more poison after this. So that's
But you can
great.
heal still, right?
I can heal.
And you've
still.
got your revive still banked.
Right. So do I have to be adjacent to use the sword and board?
Yes.
So I can't just throw insults.
Although you could move up and kill the rat,
Right.
and this guy wouldn't. I mean, he'd be able to get to you and attack you, but he won't. He would poison you.
Oh my god, he's got poison too! That's not fair. Okay, I think I'm just going to go. I'm going to move to
Just heal.
restoration. I'm going to heal.
Yeah, especially because we're gonna probably start taking.
Yeah.
Oh,
Can I-
because we're in round 5.
Can I
so-
split these if I need to?
No.
between you and I?
You would have to select who you're using. It's 1 target.
Okay. And then whatever I roll on that dice would be what you get. So
Yes.
I can't roll them both and allocate like.
Correct.
Because a lot of the other ones you can allocate after you roll.
So did you want to roll both?
I'll roll both on me.
Yeah, I don't need it at the moment.
I need it.
Hey, there you go.
There you go. So I got 4 and a tenacity. Boop. So 4 dice of healing. Only 3 back, so not quite up to full, but even so. I still have some defense in there anyway, because I didn't take any damage from the hit. So the question is, do I want to move up and do a hit and jump back, or do I want to stay where I am? I think I am going to stay where I am and clear.
Get
a
those
whole
dice
bunch
back.
More stuff.
Oh yeah, because then you'll have a lot of proficiency for the next round.
Right. Although I could move and then jump back, I guess.
Oh yeah, you got the tenacity for it.
Yeah.
Your call.
Let's try it. I think we need to start clearing these a bit more quickly because we're
Yeah,
we're
we're-
on round
yeah.
5. So I'm going to jump up. I am going to bash it, which is a
Okay.
move
Do you
back
take
to
2
that.
fatigue? Because you're taking a
Bloop.
second.
Yep.
Yep.
Group that. And then I'm going to do that and that. Excellent.
0 damage.
Yay! That was worth it. So the question is, I'm going to use 2 of those fatigue for a searing strike.
Are you take? Well, you have to take an additional. You'd have to take an additional attack in order to do that, because that's adding to an attack. Or, and that would start giving you over fatigue. Or if
Right.
you do that one, then we
Yeah.
both roll 2, and I can target. I'm in magic, so I could target the rat as well, or this guy,
Gotcha.
or heck, even this dude.
Even that dude. But then I've taken over fatigue anyway.
No,
Okay.
because that's not. This is a separate. This is adding to an attack, so you'd have to
Gotcha.
take another engage. This is just a free.
Free thing.
Every adventure gets to
We'll
roll.
do that.
Okay.
So I'll hit the rat.
Okay.
Or do I? Or do I want to hit the...
Well, what are you in? What form are you in? So it has to be adjacent.
Okay. 2 points on the rat.
Okay, now here's the question. Should I try and kill the rat? Or should I try and go for the red guard bandit? Or even our friend quest enemy?
Your choice. I mean, knocking down the quest enemy is not a bad thing.
Yeah, I'll see if I can get him for 1. I can't.
Nope.
Well, it was valiant to
worth it.
try. All right. So,
Okay, I'm done.
okay, clear your track. Then my turn. I'm going to target this orc bandit I'm next to.
Yep.
See if I can't whack him. So 2 damage. I will do my Scamp Crusher to ignore 2 of that. So, yep. I gain 2 fatigue. Or sorry, 1 fatigue, 2 tenacity. I'm gonna slot that in there before I do that.
Yep.
Um,
What can we do? So I feel like the threat of the baddies list. So how do we get?
Okay, so
0?
I'm
We still have
going to-
defend there.
I'm going to spend 1, 2 to jump here.
Yep.
And kill this guy.
Okay.
With my leap.
Sure.
Yeah. No, I'm not. Sorry, I lied. I'm going to instead.
I lied.
So I'm going to give myself that 2 back. I'm going to spend 3 to do a free recovery.
Okay.
So I get more stuff next time.
Yeah.
So then I'll shift down. Then I get all that. Okay.
That feels like a better.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. Now our minions.
Our little guys. So we've got. I mean.
Ooh, I'm thinking. Oh no, because he can't get there in time.
Right.
Um,
Can he move? Is
Yeah,
he allowed to move away from there?
yeah, we can move him wherever we want.
Okay. So we could move up and then go for these guys.
Yes, let's do that.
Let's do that because he's got a range of 3. 1, 2, 3. So two dice.
For the bandit and
the bandit's got no armor and Zyral's got 1 armor.
Gosh,
1.
darn it!
Nothing on Zyral again. That's fine. We're trying.
All right.
This guy has to move up.
Yep, and just kill that.
Plonk him on the head. Hang on, I'll do that one.
Okay.
1 more.
All right. I
And then
guess the
this guy.
Nord.
Well, this
Come
guy
on.
hits both anyway. So.
Oh, he hits both. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Nord. Let's do it.
Yay! We get this one. So 3 hits
Yep.
through the 2 armor.
Oh,
Feels like
Nord coming in clutch, dude. Nice work, buddy. All right. Okay, that's all our dudes.
that. Yes.
Okay, enemies. This guy can only get up to there.
Yep.
Then this guy's going to go here.
Yep.
He's going to attack the weakest, which I think we're tied.
We are tied.
No, I'm 1 less.
Are you?
Aren't I?
No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2,
Oh,
3,
you
4,
got
5.
defense. Yeah, so
Yep.
have him attack you.
Yep. So 1 attack on me. Nope. Nothing.
Okay. And then this skeleton's going to move on up. All right. Okay, fatigue round. Add an over fatigue.
So, yeah.
I'm going to take 2 damage instead.
Okay. And if I can get some misses going,
Oh, yeah, you
I
can
can,
do that.
I can get rid of 1 over fatigue. So.
All right. Because I can still war scale something.
Yeah.
So
I think I'm going to jump into danger.
And just Claymore those 2 guys.
And Claymore.
That sounds good. I should be. I mean, we should. Oh, because these guys clear.
Because I've got revive or reanimate.
Yep.
So that's my plan. But this is my last. I haven't got any extra goes left. I'm kind of like taking that. So is it the start of the fatigue round? So I need to move into that form. Bloop. I need to move.
Do you want to try and unlock that chest?
I mean, I can if you want.
We can't exactly afford the fatigue, I don't think.
No.
And I mean, yeah.
Let's go. I got this.
All right.
Come on.
And you're ignoring the defense on 0?
Yes.
Or, okay.
Yeah. Of course on 0. Yeah. Cause they both got 1.
Yeah.
So. Okay. Let's do this. 2 points of damage.
Okay.
That wasn't a particularly good roll. Oh, this is over now. So that's drained.
Oh no.
It's fine.
All right.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
I don't think I want to move back 1. I guess I do, because then the skeleton doesn't get to fight. Oh, the skeleton will come out this way when to fight. No, I'll stay where I am.
Okay.
That's my move. I'm doing the thing. So that's drained. I can get that back if I've got misses. Oh, I get a miss. Because I had 1. Or did I add it? Did I add 1 or 2? Can you remember? Have I added that twice? Tell me in the chat. I'm not going to do anything with it until chat tells me. Did I already add my tenacity? Let's do a poll. 56%. 56% say, okay.
Did Chesney cheat? Yes.
Yes, did Chesney cheat? It is. There's a lot. I'm trying to look what's going on.
All right.
Okay, go.
Clear your thing. Definitely want to do that.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So I am going to target 0.
Yep.
With my magic.
With your magic.
4 damage. So he takes 3 damage.
Yep.
Okay. All right. And then this is a stun, which
can't do it on.
I can't do it on the quest. It's not. I don't think it's really going to do any.
Rat and skeleton. Just
yeah. I mean, just because. Yeah, but they're like. I don't think that skeleton's likely going to move. Well, I mean, he might actually be able to. No, because we're going to probably block him there. Yeah, so he's not going to be able to move. But he's stunned anyway. Okay. I was kind of hoping for a maim or something, but it's all good. Okay. So then that's it.
Yep.
Because I think we can use our buddies to kill the rat.
Okay.
All right.
So
I'm thinking of moving the Nord up there. Because then move this guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
So this one.
So
this one is a range. So this one comes.
Yeah.
in.
So Nord against the rat. Rat's dead. Dunmer Bandit against both of them. Okay. So this guy will apply the damage to this guy first.
Yep.
So this guy's going to die, but then he's going to use Penumbra.
Yep.
To whoop there. Which you moved this guy up before we should have.
Correct. Oh, okay.
Because now then we can move this guy up.
Try and hit him again. Okay.
Well, because he hasn't hit him yet.
Yeah,
that was
gotcha.
this guy.
I see.
Yeah, because this chip is gone when he does that.
Because of the penumbra.
Because of Penumbra, yeah. And that's it.
1, 2, 3, 4.
We did it. Woo!
Wow. So backs against the wall worked for sure.
Oh, yeah, especially in this one when they have the AI to sort of get to a certain spot. You can manipulate that so they just...
I do feel like we've got quite lucky with our friends doing some real damage to the big scary guy.
Yep. Oh, yeah, the colossal dude. Because if he had gotten up to us like 6 damage, like, yeah, I could have war scaled that once, but...
Oh, my gosh. And that poison really clogged me up. That was okay. This wasn't even the end game. This was just like quest 2. Oh my god.
As sweet as victory is, You cannot shake the bitter taste of helping the Black Guards maintain control over this facility. Perhaps one day someone will finally rid this place of their presence, but you console yourself with the thought that today, all that matters is 0 remains captured. You've rounded up the survivors and sent them back to the Fighters Guild for interrogation. But you've heard reports that some identify themselves as members of a group called Soldiers of the Void. Apparently, Zurich was being retrieved for some purpose of this group, which seems to have a center of operations nearby. You'll make sure the guild hears of this and wonder if it merits some independent investigation. There we go.
Okay. Experience?
3 experience.
3 experience.
Which that brings me up to 4. I'm going to just immediately spend that to up my...
Yep. I'm on 3, so
we'll take a photo. So this goes up to 4. So this is up to 21.
Okay.
So, but I was saying that the end games are typically scaled so that you want to be around 30 experience.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I think we've just proven, like, we can handle anything.
I'm
Except for a delve. We just can't handle delves.
Yeah, we've lost. So yeah, I think we won a couple of clashes, lost the delve quite badly.
Yeah, and there is like the end game quests are sort of like they're a little bit shorter. I don't know if we've officially landed down on an exact date, like day restriction.
Yep.
But they're a little bit shorter than a main session because their final battles are a little bit longer. Like, so it's all about like, all right, you know, like for example, I still have this side quest. I get to keep this and carry it into the next session. So I have those days to maybe try and fulfill this. Or if, you know, there's a trainer you want to make sure you visit before the end game or things like that. You have a few days, like 5 or 6 days to sort of prep before you actually go to the final confrontation.
Yep.
But yeah.
Okay. Well, excellent. Thank you very much. I hope that was all, you know, good and visible from wherever you're sitting at home watching this.
And of course, like, I mean, as we were playing it, there was already things popping in my brain of like, okay, I'll need to make sure this rule gets clarified. You know, so if there's anyone watching that is currently like, oh, wow, what about that thing that happened? Chances are I was probably thinking of something similar at a few points. So to be clear, like all of it still to be refined, tweaked, subject to change.
Yeah. And if you do have questions or do have comments, you know, please keep putting them in the chat. Please keep putting them in the comments on the campaign. We do try and read them all. If something is jarring with you or if something comes up, just like, you know, the colors of the icons we had, we should make those changes. It does help us. Like if enough people, if more than one basically says the same, gives the same kind of feedback, that tells us something really important. So keep giving your feedback. Keep telling us what it is you like and dislike about the game. There is still a long way to go in development, but it is feeling, I mean, there were moments where we were sweaty palmed on various clashes, and this last one we really had to like think through it. So hopefully that comes across with how you guys play the game when you get hold of it next year. So yeah, thank you very much from me.
Thank you from me.
And yeah, we'll hopefully see you for when you watch the final battle, which will be recorded soon.
Soon.